This story began in July 2007, when our hero, without wanting to, traveled back in time and found himself on a bus when he was still very young. As he tried to come to his senses, he suspected that he was now on the bus that had taken him to Chuzhou City for his summer vacation in his younger years. The main character was at a loss. The guy did not understand why he was here, because he had to overcome divine ascension. Chen Fan, who was taken from Earth at the age of 30 to embark on the path of immortal cultivation, had already passed all the trials of the universe and won every battle. But unfortunately, the immortal sovereign failed the ascension test, all due to the rapid formation of the soul vessel, the growth of which his body could not keep up with. Everything he had achieved in 500 years of cultivation was left behind. But now Chen Fan was glad that he had returned to Earth as a youth in his prime. Chen Fan sat back down and tried to come to terms with the fact that he had lost all his supernatural powers, weapons, and treasures, and was now a mere mortal. He came up with a plan to systematically cultivate each stage to the limit in order to become even stronger and more powerful this time. Looking out the window, the boy saw that the bus was arriving in Chuzhou. He wondered how many hundreds of years had passed since he was last here. He was surprised when he heard his phone ringing and was delighted when he realized it was his mother, whom he had not spoken to in hundreds of years, calling him. The mother warned her son that his aunt was already waiting for him near the station, and that he would need to work diligently in Chuzhou. Tears welled up in his eyes. He hadn't heard her voice since she died in his past life, but he tried to smile and told her to take care of herself. The main character got off the bus and took a deep breath. He was happy that he really returned to his 17 years. The other passengers on the bus looked in shock at the expensive red car and the two beauties who got out of it. Auntie Chen Fan's daughter complained that Chen Fan had to wait for so long in this heat and decided to go back to the car since it had air conditioning. She was unhappy that her mother wanted to bring them together. She didn't understand how this was possible, because Chen Fan was just some kind of country bumpkin. When Chen Fan arrived and apologized for being late, they all got into the car and set off. The boy and his aunt's daughter did not speak. Auntie Tang asked the guy to look after her daughter, who would be going to the same high school with him. Our hero agreed, because she was now like a sister to him. The protagonist remembered that at that time he had a girlfriend whom he fell in love with. But she left him. Her name was Jian Churan. Chen Fan was polite and told his sister not to be shy about asking him for help, and the girl also forced a smile and agreed. The car parked near the dormitory. Auntie Tang showed the guy where he would now live. The building was close to Ivy School and located near Lake Yangui. Inside, the aunt showed the guy his new apartment. There were 3 bedrooms and a living room. She asked him not to worry about the payment, and Chen Fan thanked her for everything. She grabbed his hand and dragged him to lunch. The aunt's daughter was displeased, watching how well they got along with each other. They went to the Longjing Villa, while the aunt continued to tell our hero about the famous Yunwu Mountain and other sights of the city. She said that the city's real rich people live on the slope of this mountain, and every morning their houses are shrouded in fog, like seas and mountains made of clouds. The woman admitted that she considered her villa beautiful, and that she had never wanted to live on the mountain. Chen Fan replied that he would buy her a couple of houses if he became rich in the future. Auntie Tang looked at the boy in shock when he promised her that in the future, she would be able to see a sea of clouds and fog every morning. She laughed and replied that she couldn't wait for that moment, and her daughter stood there with a dissatisfied face, thinking that Chen Fan was being showy. Uncle Zhang was sitting inside and asked what was so funny, since he could hear them laughing even outside the house. So Auntie decided to go and cook dinner. Soon, everyone gathered at a large table. On it stood several freshly prepared delicious dishes. Uncle Zhang sat at the head of the table. Zhang looked at the guy with disbelief, knowing that he was just a loser who wasn't worthy of his daughter, while Chen Fan praised Aunt Tang's home cooking. The boy knew that Aunt Tang was an elegant, kind-hearted woman, but unfortunately, she married Zhang, who was hungry for power. Our hero was delighted when Aunt Tang suggested that he go shopping with her daughter and see the city, but Yichin sighed heavily. As they were leaving the house, the girl said that she still had things to do, so the guy could go for a walk on his own. She suggested that he call a taxi, hoping that Chen Fan did not need to be accompanied. The guy did not mind and said goodbye to her. The girl became angry when she saw that he didn't want her company, and Chen Fan went to Yangui Lake, which was teeming with spiritual energy. Chen Fan wanted to hurry to start forming the foundation of cultivation. So he found an old tree and sat under it with his legs folded under him. He knew that there were 8 stages of cultivation, the initial stage being the concentration of qi, which was divided into 3 stages. The guy wondered what path he should choose to form a foundation to become strong and invincible again. Over 500 years, he had collected billions of secret techniques, and he had almost 14,000 variations just to form the foundation. But now he needed to correct the mistakes of the past. Last time, he didn't pay enough attention to the formation of the foundation, so he couldn't undergo ascension. And now he chose to follow the path of the art of endless body tempering. This martial art is based on the introduction and ability to absorb surrounding energy. After reading the book, the guy began cultivating it. It took a long time. Chen Fan sat in the same position under the tree until dawn, until the formation was completed. When he finished, the boy realized that the art of endless body tempering was indeed the best way to form a foundation in this world, because he succeeded the first time. He cultivated all night. Fortunately, no one bothered the guy. He stood up and clenched his fist, realizing that Chen Fan was now full of strength. To test it out, he punched a piece of wood with his loaded fist, leaving a dent in it, which made Chen Fan happy. The guy complained of hunger and realized that he shouldn't forget that he was still mortal and needed to eat, so he left the park. But on the way, he met 3 strangers led by an old man who stared at him from under his brows. The guy asked what they wanted from him. The old man with a long gray beard assumed that our hero was just a young man who was simply running past. Chen Fan noticed that the girl was emitting spiritual energy, but then realized that it was weak, and the guy was attacked for staring at the girl. The girl confronted our hero about the fact that he was shaking his head, and he apologized, saying that he was simply lost in his thoughts. The protagonist's path was blocked by a big man who asked the young man to stop. Chen Fan asked him what he wanted. The old man asked Chen Fan to show respect, and they both demanded that the boy share the thoughts that were in his head when he looked at the old man's granddaughter. Grandfather introduced himself as Wei Fu and asked where the boy was from and who his teacher was. Chen Fan replied that he was a novice Taoist cultivator who did not practice martial arts. Wei Fu was perplexed when he heard about the way of Tao, and his granddaughter became angry and accused our hero of lying to her. The guy laughed loudly and said that he was a newbie in cultivation who knew a little about qi concentration, and fighting and killing was not his forte. The old man replied that in that case, he and his granddaughter could exchange experiences in a small duel. The girl was already ready to teach our hero a lesson. The protagonist sighed heavily and concluded that it looked like he would have to show these people what he could do. The young man plucked a simple leaf from a nearby tree and charged it with his spiritual energy, after which he threw it at the girl. The grandfather was scared and screamed when he saw that his granddaughter was in danger, and the big guy accompanying them was also ready to protect her. The leaf flew past the stunned girl, leaving behind a bright trail of fire, and exploded when it hit a tree. The old man's granddaughter was perplexed. She realized that there was blood on her cheek, and then she turned around and saw that the leaf had turned into a real weapon. She screamed, asking how it was possible for a fallen leaf to injure a man, and her grandfather sighed heavily. The old man said that he never thought he would be able to see such excellent technique at his age, and admitted that he had been disrespectful to the master. The big guy thought that this was also the first time he had seen technology of this level. Chen Fan's speed was terrifying. He didn't even have time to draw his pistol. The granddaughter asked how it was even possible that the guy cut her hair with this delicate leaf, and then drove it into a tree. The boy replied that it was a simple technique of qi concentration, and the old man said that for them it was an incredible skill, not a simple trick. A puzzled Chen asked how this could be considered skill, and his grandfather explained that only a great martial arts master could do such a thing. The old man Chen once again admitted that he was just a Tao cultivator and had no idea what the old man was talking about, and the old man wondered if the young man really wasn't one of the shell formation masters. Wei Fu decided that first they needed to lure the guy over to their side, since his skills were at the level of a master, and what's more, his granddaughter was not yet married. The grandfather became kinder and asked where our hero was from. The boy honestly told us that he used to live in Xishui and came to Chuzhou to study. The guy introduced himself as Chen Fan, or Chen Baixuan, clarifying that Baixuan was a Taoist name given to him by his teacher. The old man had never heard of such a guy before, and he asked who his teacher was and whether he had also come here to Chuzhou. Chen Fan admitted that the teacher had already left this planet. He looked at the sky, hoping that they would meet soon. He was curious to which star the teacher had directed his path. Wei Fu started coughing heavily. His grandchildren became worried about him, and the boy assumed that he had overexerted himself trying to use his inner strength. The old man asked how the boy knew this, and the granddaughter admitted that when her grandfather was very young, he used his inner strength during the war to give his comrades time to retreat. The granddaughter asked if the Taoist cultivator knew a way to get rid of this disease, since modern medicine could not help her grandfather. The guy hesitated, and the girl said that her family was quite influential here, and they were ready to do anything to get Chen Fan to help them. Chen Fan said that it would not be difficult to help him, which made the boys happy. He promised that after preparation, he would visit them in a couple of days to begin the healing. The girl smiled radiantly with happiness, and our hero thought that strong girls like her have wonderful smiles. In the car, Chen Fan recalled how polite and gentle the old man was, but he still had the air of a former military man, and Wei Fu must have risen to a high rank. Since childhood, our hero admired the military and how they use inner strength. When the car stopped, the boy thanked the big guy for giving him a ride. They exchanged phone numbers as they had a meeting in 2 days, And when the guy left, our hero finally admitted that he had no medical skills. So the main character went to the pharmacy, from where the guy came out with 2 large bags of medications, which he brought home. Sitting down on the floor, he began to sort out his purchases. Chen Fan knew how to create spirit enhancement pills that could help the old man. To do this, Chen Fan put 2 fingers together and activated the spiritual condensation formula. A magical seal appeared on the floor, emitting a bright light. The guy was ready to create a small spirit enhancement pill. Several pills appeared in his palm, which strengthened the original qi, a universal medicine that helps with any ailment. He sat down to write something, wanting to give the old man another gift, but was interrupted by Auntie Tang's call asking for a favor. Auntie said that her daughter wanted to go to a party with her friends, but she was worried about her, so Chen Fan should go with her. The protagonist happily agreed and ended the call. The party was unlikely to take long, and he couldn't refuse his aunt. At this time, Ranran was sitting in a cafe with her friends. When her mother told her on the phone that Chen Fan would go with her, she began to resist. Ranran's friend asked her what happened, and she admitted that her mother was forcing her to let Chen Fan go with her. But she didn't like him. When Ranran admitted how annoying it was that her mother wanted to set her up with her mother's friend's son, her friend began asking the girl what kind of guy he was. The blonde was accused of being mercenary, which caused her to become indignant, and the third friend said that they were both petty girls. Ranran accused her friends of ruining her mood. At that moment, our hero entered the cafe and found the girls. The girl greeted her mother's friend's son, and Meng Meng asked our hero if he was really that Chen Fan. The blonde asked if he knew how many admirers Ranran had, since he wanted to hit on their beauty. Ranran yelled at her friend, blushing with embarrassment, and the guy calmed them down, saying that he came at his aunt's request and that he definitely wasn't going to hit on the girl. When he saw Xu Rongfei, the guy realized that he definitely needed to keep an eye on her, because in his past life, this girl had died tragically. Xu was unhappy that Chen was staring at her like that. But the guy explained that he came from a family of fortune tellers and could see the future very well. To prove this, Chen said that he saw that Xu was a creative person who would go to film and television college in the future, which stunned the girl. Meng Men said that Xu was a celebrity in school, and these facts were known to everyone, so Chen's well-spoken manner would not impress them. Ranran didn't expect this guy to act so arrogantly, and Chen Fen didn't insist on anyone believing him. But Xu was tense. She had only told her mother yesterday where she wanted to go to college, and no one else knew, so she was surprised. Watching Chen Fan silently, she thought that the guy was somehow unusual, and his strange charisma was downright attractive. Mengmen ran out of the cafe, happy about Yang Chao's arrival. Chen, seeing him, remembered that in his past life the guy was his worst enemy. Yang Chao, hugging Meng Meng, looked angrily at our hero and asked the girl who else this was. The blonde explained something to him in a whisper, after which Yang Chao introduced himself and said that his family owned a 5-star hotel. Yang Chao immediately took a dislike to our hero, thinking that he was just a country bumpkin who would be shocked when he found out about his family. Zhu knew that she shouldn't quarrel with Yang Chao, since he had previously set an entire basketball team on his enemy. She blushed when she saw Chen smiling at her and turned away, while Yang Chao invited everyone to karaoke and dinner to have fun until the morning. Meng Meng mentioned the royal hall at the new karaoke place, which was incredibly cool, and Yang Chao kissed her on the cheek and said that meant they would go there. Chen Fan tensed up because such a party could last until the morning, and he still had to help Wei Fu. Yang Chao roughly put his hand on the guy's shoulder and offered to call a taxi, since there was no room in the car. And our hero realized that he was clearly asking for trouble, since there was plenty of room in the car. Zhu invited the protagonist to get into their car, promising that she would move over. Meng Meng and Ran Ran were unhappy that Xu invited our hero to sit with them, believing that she was being too generous and presumptuous. The protagonist sat in the front seat. Meng Meng agreed to sit in the back, and our hero thought that, just like in his past life, Xu was very good-natured. Yang Chao got behind the wheel and then set off, his car racing along the city street to get to the party faster. They soon arrived at the karaoke building and were greeted at the entrance by 6 smiling hostesses in identical outfits. Yang Chao demanded the best and largest hall. The manager replied that the royal hall was already booked and offered the queen's chambers. At first, Yang Chao agreed to another hall, but his friends began to egg him on, demanding the royal hall, because their friend Chao was the real king. The guy offered to negotiate with their manager, since his father owned a 5-star hotel, but the karaoke employee was unable to make concessions. Ran Ran suggested going elsewhere when she saw Yang Chao's friend attack the manager, hitting him in the face. But Meng Meng told the girl that everything was fine, because in the worst case they would ask for help from Yang Chao's father, who owned a hotel and had connections. Chen suggested that Ran Ran should go home already, since Aunt Tang was already waiting for them. Meng Meng was angry that the guy was taking her away so early. Yang Chao didn't mind Ran Ran and Chen getting out of here, but the girl was at a loss as to whose side to take. She still chose her friend and said that she wanted to have fun with the guys, and suggested that Chen go home alone. Meng Meng kissed her friend on the cheek and said that she never doubted her for a second, which made the girl blush. The blonde told Chen that he was free, and Shu asked Ran Ran why she was doing this to our hero. The protagonist sighed heavily because of the ungrateful girl, and then noticed that someone else had come here. It was a whole crowd of men in business suits, their faces hidden by dark glasses. They arrived when Yang Chao's friend attacked the manager. Among them, a bald guy with a scar stood out, who asked who had raised a hand against the butler. After which the blonde man was grabbed and brought to the boss. The blonde man started screaming and struggling, asking if they knew who he was. And Yang Chao tried to negotiate with the bald guard. The scarred guy said that Yang Chao should also talk to the boss since he dared to interfere in their territory, and Chao didn't mind. The fair-haired boy was sweating with fear and asked Yang Chao if he should call his parents, but his friend replied that there was no need to worry. Ran Ran was worried, not understanding what they should do now, but Meng Meng was sure that there was nothing to fear, since Yang Chao had connections. The bald guy led the guys to the boss, Yang Chao. Smiling smugly, greeted the boss and said that he wanted to occupy the royal hall today. The boss, holding one of the establishment's beauties on his lap, looked askance at the boy and asked who he was. The guy introduced himself and said that his father was the owner of the hotel, to which the boss laughed and replied that even his dad would timidly call him Brother Hao. Yang Chao tensed up when the boss introduced himself as Zhou Tianhao, and everyone realized that he was one of the biggest businessmen with phenomenal connections. The boss asked where this bunch of scum, who had barely risen from the bottom of the city, got so much self-importance, after which the guard hit the blonde with his knee. Yang Chao knew this would not end well as the guard continued to beat his friend, who begged for mercy. Chao apologized to his boss for the misunderstanding, and Tianhao agreed to meet him halfway, since the man knew the boy's father. But in return, the boss of the establishment demanded that the 3 girls who came with the guys stay here and drink with him. The girls tensed up. Yang Chao stood up for Meng Meng, saying that she was his girlfriend, so he couldn't leave her. The boss got angry, threw the glass on the floor, breaking it, and told the guy to shut up and do what he was told. Yang Chao's friends felt uneasy and decided to just leave, while the red-haired girl poured a glass of wine and told the girls not to worry, because Brother Hao doesn't bite. Yang Chao stood up for Meng Meng, refusing to leave her there, and Ran Ran understood that Brother Hao would not do anything to her, because her father was an official. The girl decided to agree to stay so that the others would leave, but she was interrupted by Chen, who intervened in the argument. He turned to Brother Hao and said that those 2 were his friends, so he should allow them to leave with him. Ran Ran was indignant at our hero, saying that everything would be fine if she agreed to sit with the boss. But Brother Hao saw no point in negotiating with Chen. The protagonist stated that he was the one who Brother Hao should not bother, which made the boss laugh since he considered himself the most influential. He stood up and declared that our hero would not be leaving here on his own 2 feet, causing Ran Ran and her friend to panic. The boss ordered Biao to deal with Chen. The bald guy prepared his fist to deal with the kid who had gotten into trouble himself. Biao Zhu screamed at Chen to watch out when the bald guy swung, but our hero replied that it was okay, because Biao was nothing against him. Biao claimed that his fist could easily pierce the wooden door, so Chen was unlikely to stop him. But the big man was wrong. The bald guy thought Chen was doing kung fu when he stopped him, so he put on brass knuckles to act serious. The boss's bodyguard raised his fist to hit our hero, but this did not frighten Chen Fen. The protagonist was able to dodge without any difficulty, so the blow did not hit him, and then counterattacked the bald guy by hitting him with his knee. One blow was enough for the bald guy's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets from pain, and the entire audience was stunned. The big guy fell to the floor with a thud. His boss was shocked to see his main fighter defeated so easily. A stunned Tianhao shouted to his entire team of fighters to take our hero. The security guards, dressed in business suits and armed with knives, rushed forward to attack Chen, who stood motionless. He sighed heavily and called them a bunch of idiots before rushing forward to fight off the gang of guards. The guy managed to defeat each fighter in a matter of moments and break through them, leaving traces of spiritual energy behind him. He placed his hand in his pocket again, adopting a casual pose before the bodyguards even realized what had happened. The fighters began to shake and scream. Complaining of pain, Meng Meng was shocked that our hero won, thinking that she was on some TV show. Chen sat down opposite him and asked the boss if he had changed his mind. Hao thought that the boy's skills were extremely rare, so he admitted that Chen was a capable guy, but warned that in the modern world he could put him behind bars with one phone call. The guy thought that after such threats he would have to quietly make amends with the boss and agreed to play by his rules, but only if he let the guys go. Sue resisted, worried about Chen Fan, but Ran Ran grabbed her and dragged her along while the other guys were already running away. Now Ran Ran was not surprised that Chen was acting so brazenly, and our hero decided to stall for time to prepare a mystical technique. He received a call from Xiao Yi, with whom they had agreed to meet, and our hero was forced to report that he had not managed to arrive at the place. He admitted that he was in a new area where he had a problem, and Xiao Yi asked if he could tell him what happened. Xiao Yi said that even though he was just Mr. Wei's bodyguard, he would be able to solve some problems in Chuzhou. When Xiao heard that it was related to Mr. Hao, he immediately went to the car and promised that he would be there in 10 minutes. Chen decided that this guy knew Tian Hao, and now he didn't know what to do. Wait for Xiao Yi or get rid of the boss and his fighters right away. The boss and his girlfriend scoffed, thinking that no one would come to help the guy, but Chen said that his friend would arrive in 10 minutes. Tian Hao agreed to wait. He even became curious about who was so fearless in Chuzhou that he wasn't even afraid of death. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yi arrived as promised, demanding to be let in from outside while the staff tried to stop him. Boss Hao was shocked. He jumped up from the sofa when he saw his acquaintance in front of him and asked Yi what he was doing here. Zhao Yiyao, ignoring him, approached our hero and asked if they had harmed him, and agreed that even if there were 10 times more of them, they would not have been able to cope with the guy. He shouted at Zhou Tianhao, asking who gave him the right to threaten Mr. Wei. Hao tensed up, realizing that this guy was Wei Fu's friend. Hao knew he was in trouble when he learned that Xiao Yiye had come here to pick up our hero in a government car and started apologizing to him. The boss's girlfriend was also stunned to learn that the boy had such a patron, and that he was a friend of Mr. Wei himself. Xiao Yi asked our hero how they could resolve this situation. Chen replied that they should just forget about it since they already knew each other. He turned to Brother Hao and stated that they would be done for today, but he was always ready to accept a man's challenge, after which they left. Left alone, Boss Hao, all sweaty after this meeting, realized that from today on things would go very badly for him. Xiao Yi took our hero to the Jiangbei military sanatorium and reported to the boss that Mr. Chen had arrived. Inside, besides Wei Fu, there was also his granddaughter, who asked why Chen did not bring any medicine with him to cure her grandfather. The protagonist handed something to the old man and asked him to look at it first. Mr. Wei asked what it was. When the grandfather unfolded the white sheet of paper and looked at the contents, he was shocked. He bowed before Chen and declared that he would never forget his kindness. The boy replied that there was no need to worry, since he had been injured while protecting the country. The protagonist explained that his grandfather's problem consisted of two parts: the use of internal strength, and the second was the techniques he practiced. Ziking asked if it was possible that her lungs were also having problems now, but Chen replied that her cultivation level was too weak for that. The grandfather said that when he was young, he didn't care if his lungs were damaged, so he studied the defective techniques anyway and passed them on to his granddaughter. Wei Fu explained to his granddaughter that Chen was no less than a great master, since he only needed to look at the old man to understand his state of health. The boy handed his grandfather a jar of small spirit-boosting pills and explained that they needed to be taken according to prescription. Ziking snatched the pills and shouted that she didn't believe the fairy tales that pills could bring the dead back to life, but Chen didn't argue with her. The old man asked what ingredients the boy needed to create large spirit enhancement pills. Chen replied that no one could prepare them properly anyway. He wrote down the recipe, and the old man agreed that these ingredients would be difficult to collect even for his family, but he would try to do it. When Chen asked his grandfather to tell him about the world of martial arts, the old man admitted that he had been expecting this question and invited Chen to follow him. It was already dark outside. Our hero looked out the window, returning home in the car, and thought about everything that the old man told him. Wei Fu told him that he didn't know much, since practicing martial arts was a family legacy for him, and only slightly interested him. Grandfather said that martial arts practitioners are divided into 3 stages: body strength, internal strength, and sublimation, with most of them being in the first stage. Our hero also heard Wei Fu's story about a man who had achieved ascension like him and formed a shell of qi. The granddaughter doubted that it was worth giving Chen Fan such an expensive house, but her grandfather told her that the technical improvements he had passed on to him were priceless. The old man said that the girl had no idea what it was like to be a martial arts master, and she asked if Chen could deflect bullets and projectiles. He patted her head and said that things were not as simple as she thought, and Chen Fan was on par with the legend among the military, Ye Nantian. Now the girl understood the magnitude of this man, and said that this meant that Chen Fanu was destined for an extraordinary fate. Xiao Yiye dropped our hero off at the dorm to prepare for his move. But then someone called the guy, which surprised him because it was too late. After getting out of the car, the first thing the protagonist did was answer the phone, and Xiao Yiye humbly waited for him near the car. It turned out to be Ran Ran. The girl asked if he was okay and invited him to dinner, but Chen replied that he had no time for her and hung up. The girl was furious because the guy hung up. She accused him of arrogance and showing off. But remembering how Chen Fan had dealt with those guys at the karaoke bar so harshly and acted like a hero, Ran Ran blushed. After 3 peaceful days, Chen Fan stepped outside, already 1 step away from reaching the mid-stage of cultivation. Chen Fan went to school, but only for his mother, who had high hopes for him. He came to Ivy High School, which is attended by the smartest students or those who come from rich families. The guy entered his class where there were already a lot of people. The girls were discussing trips to Hawaii and South Korea, and it was clear that they were all children of rich parents. Our hero noticed a guy with blue hair, who, upon seeing the newcomer, was upset because he was hoping that a girl would come. Chen Fan sat down next to his new classmate and started taking out his books when the bell rang for class. The teacher, Voshka, announced that they had a new exchange student starting today and asked Chen Fan to introduce herself. The protagonist stood up and greeted his new classmates, introducing himself to them as Chen Fan. They reacted to him with indifference, considering him to be an unremarkable, poor and boring boy, unworthy of their attention. The guy sitting next to me introduced himself as Zhang Tanju and said that they call him the Prince of Nightclubs because he knows every establishment in the city. Our hero smiled and said that he knew the guy, which at first surprised him, and then pleased him, because he considered that his reputation preceded him. Chen Fan knew him because in his previous life, Jiang was his deskmate and bosom friend who was there for him in difficult times. In his past life, Jiang stabbed someone because of a girl and was sent to prison, which ruined his entire future. Remembering how his friend became an alcoholic due to a ruined life, Chen decided that in this life he would do everything to protect his comrades. Jiang asked the boy why he was silent, and when Chen started listening to him, the boy decided to show his deskmate his true abilities. He told Chen about Chang Wen, who was in their class, and he said she was the one who overshadowed everyone else with her beauty. Jiang also told about Shu, who had already become a model and actress and had also become rich from it. And Chen listened to all this with a grin, because he himself knew everything. The guy told our hero not to even think about Gao Wen, because she was indifferent even to him, let alone Chen. Jiang was angry that Gao Wen had made a pass at Si Yingxia, an overly proud guy who had just entered the office. According to his deskmate, Inxia is the homeroom teacher's favorite, a treasure of the school who has won national mathematics competitions. Gao Wen perked up just like everyone else when the class favorite walked in, and even the teacher greeted him personally. Only Jiang didn't like him because Yingxia was also a basketball player, and all the school cheerleaders were crazy about him, so Jiang had no chance. The protagonist was bored listening to all this, and Jiang asked him what he thought of Si Yingxia. Chen replied that he didn't see anything remarkable about the guy, knowing that in his past life, everyone hated him, including him. Jiang said that our hero is quite smug, because even he admits that Yingxia is truly magnificent. After class, Gao Wen approached the boys and told them that they had been assigned to serve drinks during lunch at the basketball game. Jiang was angry because Gao Wen decided to show off in front of Si Yingxia again and command them like her lapdogs. Yang Chao and Si Yingxia were ready to play basketball. Jiang was still angry because he envied these guys. Tanju also told Chen about Yang Chao, a cool team captain and the son of a hotel owner who is allowed to do a lot at this school. During the break, Gao Wen approached her lover and handed him a bottle of water to quench his thirst. She glanced sideways at our heroes, who were in no hurry to hand out drinks, and then Chen tossed a bottle of water to Yang Chao. When Yang Chao realized that it was Chen Fan in front of him, he was stunned, and our hero, smiling, waved his hand at him. When Yang Chao asked Yingxia if he knew the newcomer, but Gao Wen intervened and said that Chen was a newcomer, a poor loser, and could be taken advantage of as he pleased. The basketball team captain looked at our hero, who stood silently to the side, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Gao Wen told our hero to wear the basketball player's clothes to the upcoming match, but Chen Fan refused. The girl got angry and asked again if the guy really wasn't going anywhere, and Chen looked at her with bewilderment. The boy told the girl to ask the school sports committee about it because he was not obligated to help again. But Gao Wen was still angry. Gao, thinking that she was a rich girl and a village chief that everyone should grovel before, started pointing her finger at Chen and pounding the table when he ignored her. A big blonde man approached them and asked Chen Fan how he dared to look down on the school team. Chen asked if the person in front of him was Ji Xingyu, the sports team supervisor who was the substitute for the entire school sports team. Ji got angry, and Zhang tried to calm them down by telling Brother Yu that Chen had just transferred to school and didn't know anything yet. The protagonist flatly refused to help the sports team, and Yu began to threaten him, saying that he couldn't wait to wipe that smirk off his face. Classmates heard everything and began to discuss the self-confidence of our hero, who went against dangerous athletes. The teacher came in and announced that those who wanted to take part in taekwondo lessons would have to pay for the rental of sportswear and the lessons. For our hero, it was boring, so he decided to go home, but Yu stopped him, asking if he really didn't want to go to taekwondo. Yu started making fun of our hero, saying he simply didn't have the money for it, and Gao Wen warned him that she would tell the teacher, and Chen's grades would drop due to skipping classes. So Chen Fan decided to go. The classroom was as big as a basketball court because the class was popular among all classes. Zheng warned our hero that Yu had probably dragged him into these taekwondo classes to embarrass him in front of the entire class. The teacher arrived, everyone bowed. The teacher said that first there would be a warm-up, and then Inxia would perform first. Zhang told Chen that Yingxia was a red belt, and Yingxia prepared to fight against Izzy Xingyu. The girls watched with delight as their favorite Inxia dealt blows to his blonde opponent. The coach told everyone to split into pairs and train, but Yu approached him and asked to fight someone. Yu accused Chen of being too arrogant and that he should defend his opinion in a duel. But this only made our hero smile. The teacher didn't like this idea. He asked Yu if he was sure about his choice of opponent, and he allowed our hero to refuse. Yu continued to provoke Chen Fan, but our hero did not chicken out and came out to him, claiming that he did not know Taekwondo. The fair-haired boy, waving his finger, told Chen to show what he was capable of. And it didn't matter how exactly he would fight. Chen came closer and asked if they really had to fight. And Yu suggested that the boy was just afraid. Yu stated that their high school was no place for such country bumpkins, and the boy replied that he was simply afraid that his opponent wouldn't be able to withstand his blow. This angered Yu. He began to shout throughout the hall that Chen said that he would not be able to withstand his blow, saying that it was very funny. Taking a fighting stance, Yu asked to let Chen show how our hero would now be knocked out, and began to perform techniques. He asked the protagonist if he couldn't see that Yu was much stronger than him, but Chen replied that his techniques were impressive but impractical. Then Yu got even more angry at our hero. The rest of the guys started shouting, supporting the fair-haired guy. The protagonist stood motionless and watched his opponent's efforts, while the latter, shouting, tried to pounce on him. Yu tried to kick his opponent, but Chen Fan easily dodged it, making his attack useless. Gritting his teeth, Yu attempted to attack again, but Chen dodged and snorted, looking into his opponent's face. When our hero raised his leg high, Yu froze in surprise, and Chen Fan was ready to show him what a real duel was. The main character only needed one move to knock out the smug kid. Zhang was stunned, and the other guys, including Gao Wen, realized that the newcomer had strength, but Yu turned out to be a loser. Yingxia, the guy, wanted to avenge his friend and asked, since Chen Fan had such strength, how about sparring with him? Gao Wen tried to stop him, but Yingxia wanted to fight, because he had been practicing Taekwondo since childhood and was sure that he could not lose. The guys sat around and started shouting, supporting only Inxia, because he has a red belt, and the newbie is just a show-off. The coach allowed Yingxia and Chen to fight, but not to go too far. He was waiting for his favorite student to teach the newcomer a lesson. Inxia took a fighting stance. The protagonist decided to give him the advantage and allowed him to attack first. The coach's favorite and red belt holder tensed up so much that his eyes bulged, and he gritted his teeth before attacking. He pushed off the ground and began swinging his leg, trying to attack his opponent, but Chen Fan managed to dodge. Our hero admitted that Yingxia is not bad. He is quite good for an experienced fighter, despite his lack of combat experience. The girls watched their favorite player with delight, and the coach was sure that with such strikes, victory was in Yingxia's pocket. The protagonist smirked as he watched his opponent's efforts and then blocked Yingxia's kick with his hand. Yingxia tensed up. He didn't understand how this was even possible, and why his opponent, a newbie in martial arts, was superior to him. He yelped in pain as our hero hit him with a casual swing of his hand, then began to kick his legs like a madman. Yingxia started kicking our hero, but Chen wasn't bothered. His opponent's blows weren't painful at all for him. As the boy increased his distance, Chen asked if Yingxia was ready to take one of his blows after his attack. Coach Yingxia yelled at the boy to take care of himself as our hero, frowning, lunged forward to attack him. But Yingxia's defensive posture didn't help him, and he still missed a punch to the torso from our hero. Yingxia noticed how his opponent's fist emitted a bright light, after which the force pushed him back. The boy was knocked out. The girl immediately ran to him, worried. But our hero convinced her that Inxia was okay. Gao Wen turned around and, clenching her teeth, looked angrily at the protagonist who had harmed her lover. Our hero asked who else wanted to challenge him, and when no one answered, he pretended to be disappointed. Chen pointed at Yingxia and said that his skills were flashy but useless, so he should learn kung fu. He approached Zhang and offered him some tea, and the blue-haired boy was shocked, thinking that his new friend was just a monster. The boy happily ran after our hero. Now it was clear to him why Chen hadn't batted an eye when he was challenged to a duel. As he followed Chen Fan, Zhang now realized that this new exchange student was not as simple as he had thought. A couple of days later, the main character returned to school. All his classmates surrounded him, wanting to chat with him. Yingxia was in a bad mood, and his friends tried to cheer him up by telling him that he was better than Chen, not only in sports, but also in playing the piano and in appearance. Yang Chao approached Yingxia and asked what was wrong, as he saw that the guy had been looking very gloomy for the past couple of days. Yang Chao's friends complained to him about the exchange student who beat Yingxia at Taekwondo, but he was still just a loser who was much worse than them. Yingxia admitted that Chen was indeed much better than him in martial arts, but he didn't believe he could lose to the guy in anything else. Gao Wen suggested that Yingxia show the upstart who's boss at the school ball that would be held tomorrow evening. After school, Yang Chao looked at his self-confident friend with a heavy sigh, knowing that Chen was calmly confronting the mafia boss, which meant it was better not to compete with him. Zhang told Chen that there would be a ball tomorrow, and Shu would definitely perform there, but it was postponed until tomorrow because of military training. Chen intervened and said that he heard that Yingxia liked Shu just as a friend, and Yu replied that the girl definitely wouldn't like Chen. Zhang got angry and started yelling at Yu, asking if he was really asking for trouble after our hero had beaten him. At the evening ball, Chen and Jiang were also sitting together. The blue-haired boy was in anticipation of his goddess coming onto the stage. Gao Wen, as the host, announced that Zhu Rongfei would now take the stage to perform her solo dance, Swan Princess. Jiang was not happy to see Yingxia, who performed with piano accompaniment, as he did every time Shu performed. Su took to the stage and began dancing for the audience, performing ballet moves to live music. The girl, wearing point shoes and a white full skirt, made graceful movements, bending and lifting her leg while Incha played the piano. The audience was delighted with the girl's performance. Everyone applauded Shu and encouraged her. In the end, Shu and Yingxia held hands and bowed to the people, who shouted at them, calling them a perfect couple. But there was tension between the couple who were considered perfect, and the girl immediately removed her hand when they bowed. Jiang was delighted with his goddess's performance, but he was angry because Yingxia wanted to take his beloved away from him. Chen decided he had had enough, stood up and decided to leave. He was pleased to see Shu dance, whom he knew well in his past life. But then, Jiang drew his attention to the fact that Shu and Yingxia's company were heading straight towards them. Fans still decided to leave, and Jiang could not stop being angry and suffering because this Yingxia had already taken his goddess for himself. Chen had to stop when he was accused of not greeting the evening's heroes, and Shu was delighted when she saw him. Gaowen and the others were stunned when Shu rushed forward upon seeing our hero. The protagonist greeted the girl with open arms and a kind smile on her face when she ran up to him. The purple-haired girl, overjoyed to see Chen Fan, hugged him around the neck and he hugged her back. Chen Fan looked at her face and smiled sweetly. The boy and the girl looked into each other's eyes for a long time. But then Shu suddenly felt awkward. Her face turned red, and she fell into a stupor due to embarrassment. She screamed that she was just so glad that Chen was okay and ran away, saying that she had to go already. Yingxia couldn't contain his anger when he saw Shu and Chen hugging. The whole crowd was shocked that a girl hugged this unremarkable loser. The next day was also a school day, so our hero returned to the elite high school to continue his studies. His classmates stared at him in shock. They thought he was just a country boy, but it turned out he was a girl's favorite and a martial arts master. Jing rushed at our hero with a hug. He was glad that he had angered Yingxia so much yesterday, but also upset that there was something between Chen and Shu. He told Chen that Yingxia turned the color of a tomato and froze in place, and people were even afraid to approach him for 10 minutes. On this day, many people gossiped about Shu Rongfei having a relationship with an exchange student, and she even hugged him in public. Even the student council president wanted to be alone to think about why Shu, who didn't want to be with Yingxia and the other cool guys, was in love with an ordinary student. He went outside and wondered whether he should tell Chu Minghui, who was studying in the military department and was Shu Rongfei's biggest admirer, about this. 2 weeks later, one night, our hero finally managed to find the time to reach the middle stage of foundation formation. He kept a couple of small spirit cultivation pills for himself to use to absorb the essences of the sun and moon, already at the foundation formation stage. The protagonist, while cultivating, put several of the stored pills into his mouth and swallowed them. The pills took effect immediately. A magical sphere awakened within the boy, emitting streams of energy, which made him happy. He was delighted when he finally reached the middle stage of foundation formation. He was jubilant inside himself. Now Chen decided to get money to make more pills, returned home, and received a call from an unknown number. The protagonist tensed up when he heard that he had received a call from Zhou Tianhao, the boss with whom he had quarreled at karaoke the day before. Hao invited him to dinner the next day and said that he had to come. So the next day, Chen Fan showed up. Seeing Biao, Chen asked who had beaten him like that, because when our hero had hit him, he had only caused internal damage to the big guy. Chen asked if Boss Hao really wanted to ask him for help, and the man admitted that he had a small problem. He decided to be frank with the guy and told him that many years ago he had a rival who had now returned and destroyed his business. Our hero said he didn't want to get involved in gang warfare, but the boss complained that the police were helpless and that the man wanted his head. Chen asked what kind of fighting skills the enemy had, and the boss replied that the enemy was unrivaled and must be stronger than the guy. The boss promised to pay the guy handsomely if he helped him, and said that the enemy had arranged a meeting on an island in the heart of the lake. Hao promised a whole million. Chen didn't believe it, but he himself was interested in seeing a fighter of internal strength, so he agreed. Brother Hao jumped up and ran when Master Guo arrived, honoring him with his presence, and Chen was not surprised that the boss had not only called him, Tian Hao introduced our hero to the master of the Weishan school of Kung Fu Guo, and he became angry when he saw that Hao had hired even a teenager. Smiling politely, Boss Hao tried to explain to the Kung Fu master that Mr. Chen Fan was a very skilled guy, but Guo was sure that the enemy was very strong, and an ordinary boy would not defeat him, and then silently sat down at the table to enjoy some tea. He asked those present if they had ever heard of inner strength fighters. Biao knew that profound practitioners were incredibly strong, and Guo knew that the man who had broken Biao's arm with one blow was the only one with that kind of strength. Brother Hao argued, suggesting that Master Guo was simply exaggerating, and the old man slammed his hand on the table and told him to look at something. Hao and Biao were stunned to see that Guo's strike had left a dent in the table, and they realized that this was the inner strength. Chen was bored because the blow he dealt to the old willow on the first day of cultivation was better. The boss said he was sure the scoundrel wouldn't mess with him, knowing Master Guo was on his side, and gave him an advance in the old-fashioned way. Master Guo was delighted, saying how generous it was of him, but he was more looking forward to Hao letting him meet the Wei family. Outside, Master Guo warned our hero that he would not be able to withstand a blow from a master of inner strength, no matter his potential. Chen replied that internal powers and other things were simply exaggerations, for which Master Guo accused him of being arrogant and careless. When the whole company arrived on the island by boat, Mr. Hao was immediately met by a bald man in a black suit. It was one of the hired fighters who led them into the house. Hao advised Master Guo to rest before the upcoming battle. But he didn't get a chance to rest, because the old man immediately noticed that the enemy was coming. Shots and crunching sounds were heard outside. Brother Hao panicked and began to stutter as he tried to comprehend that the enemy had cleared out a crowd of his fighters in a matter of seconds. The man admitted that he had indeed underestimated his opponent, Lin Bao, and our hero became wary, preparing to fight back. In front of them stood that same Lin Hao, the man with red hair who asked Brother Hao if he wasn't happy to see his old friend. He walked. When Lin heard that Hao knew about his inner strength, he smirked and suggested that he surrender immediately without resistance. Master Guo introduced himself and asked if he knew the name of Teacher Lin, but he was rude to him, so the old man decided to get down to business. The duel between Master Guo and Lin Hao began. They fought with their legs swinging, and the boss's mercenary was not able to deal with the enemy so easily. Hao, watching this, thought that it was simply incredible, because it was the first time he had seen a battle between fighters of the inner strength. He hoped that Master Guo would win, otherwise Hao would not live to see tomorrow. But unfortunately, the old man lost his balance. He slipped and stepped back, saying that he didn't expect Lin to reach the final stage of profound strength. Lin revealed that he worked as a mercenary abroad, risking his life, which is why he was able to reach the final stage of profound strength so quickly. Brother Hao tried to settle the conflict by offering to divide Chuzhou equally between Lin and praising his excellent kung fu skills. The enemy laughed and asked if he really thought he needed these worthless belongings, and went forward. But Biao appeared in his path. It only took Lin one movement of his hand to throw Biao into the wall and face his worst enemy. He patted Hao on the cheek and said that he had much more territory abroad, and Tian Hao was still the same uncouth frog from the bottom of the well. Hao warned his enemy that if Lin killed him, Third Master Wei would definitely not spare him. But Lin did not believe in such a possibility. The boss fell to his knees and began tearfully begging Lin to spare him. He gave in, but Master Guo thought he had made a mistake. Lin laughed, he shouted, asking who had said that when our hero said that he would get rid of that scarred face if Hao promised him that money. The red-haired guy asked Chen who he was to throw around such words, to which our hero replied that Lin wasn't even worthy of fighting him due to his low level. This angered Lin. He promised to feed our hero to the fish in the lake, and Master Guo and Biao thought that Chen had gone crazy. Demonstrating his strength, our brave hero declared that he had his sword, which cuts through the universe, with him, so he was afraid of nothing. The protagonist pulled out his sword and swung it in front of him, leaving a bright streak of magical flame behind the weapon. Lin tensed up as he saw the release of profound strength. He couldn't believe that a true martial artist was standing in front of him. The guy decided to run away, realizing that Chen could get rid of dozens of fighters of his level with one blow. Panicking, Lin decided to tell his teacher everything, and Chen Fan asked him if it was too late for him to run away. Turning around to look at the guy, Lin didn't understand what he was planning. Meanwhile, Chen Fan surrounded himself with magical flame. Our hero began to spew powerful streams of spiritual energy from his mouth in order to hit the guy with a scar on his face. One attack was enough to knock down the enemy, who didn't even have time to run out of the house. Lin collapsed to the floor, and Master Guo admitted that Chen Fan was a true master who could dispose of a person with just one breath. Guo was amazed that in front of him was a young boy of 16 or 17 years old, still in school, but already a martial arts master at the final stage of ascension. When Hao saw that Chen had won, he was jubilant. But then a shiver of fear ran down his spine when our hero warned that Lin was simply unconscious. Approaching the enemy, Chen explained that Lin was at the final stage of developing his internal strength, so one breath from him could only knock him out. Chen was about to damage the enemy's chi hai. Hao praised the guy for his extraordinary skills, and Guo decided to question our hero. Fan explained that he had used a unique technique to block acupuncture points, so that Lin would no longer be able to cultivate internal strength. Our hero reminded us about the reward. Hao happily agreed to give him even 20 million. He was ready to spend any amount on such a thing. Lin admitted his defeat, but warned that if he died, the teacher would avenge him. But Chen Fan was not afraid. Turning around, our hero joked that he hoped teacher Lin wouldn't dissolve him with his skills, which delighted Biao. When Chen went outside, he admitted that he was exhausted because intimidating Lin had cost him a third of his true essence of strength. The next day, he decided to develop his soul's capacity as quickly as possible. But the guy was interrupted by a call from Wei Ziking. Ziking told the guy about the auction, a cocktail party that was being held as a paid form of support for the social network. She shared information that magical items would be sold there, which delighted our hero. The girl explained that these magical items protect against evil spirits and bring good luck, and Chen expressed interest. Chen asked for the address. He wanted to get to the event himself, so that the trip in an expensive car would not become a topic of discussion at school. Gao Wen, meanwhile, invited Yingxia to the same event. She said that she had an invitation to this cocktail party. She said it was a high-class party, hosted by one of the most prestigious companies in Chuzhou. Yu also wanted to go, because mystical antiques would be on display there, and later our hero was going to the auction because he was interested. Upon arriving, he realized from the cars in the parking lot that the entire elite of the city had gathered there. At the entrance, he gave his name, and the guy was let in. When he entered, the crowd reacted negatively to the guy, considering it impolite to show up at a party dressed like that. Chen decided that it was time to have some refreshments, because the auction had not yet started, and Mr. Wei's granddaughter had not arrived yet either. When the guy approached the table to help himself to some snacks, someone called him, and he was surprised to see this person there. It was Shu who explained that she came here with Meng Meng because she heard that mystical items would be sold here. Ran Ran, who was also there, stated that Chen couldn't even afford lobsters, let alone antiques. And our hero admitted that he just came to eat. The protagonist praised the local desserts and invited Shu to try them too, a sign of attention that made the girl happy. Ran Ran snorted in anger when she saw their cute interactions, and everyone around her started gossiping about the couple. Meanwhile, Mr. Chu arrived at the parking lot and asked the footman if Shu was really at the party too, and the servant convinced him. The school president was also at the party with his friends, and he turned around abruptly when someone said that Chu Minghui had also come. The school president knew something interesting was about to happen, knowing that Chu's lover Shu was currently chatting with our hero. Chu approached Shu and asked to talk in private. The girl asked him why they couldn't talk right there. Chu Minghui shouted, telling the others to leave them because he needed to talk to Shu Feifei alone, which angered Ran Ran. Chen asked the guy why on earth they had to go somewhere, to which Chu asked the guy who he even was. Realizing who was in front of him, Chu admitted that he had heard that Chen was good at kung fu, but taekwondo was just a flashy dance performance for him. The protagonist agreed with him, but Chu kept asking Shu to step away for a minute because he needed to tell her something. He tried to roughly grab the girl by the hand. She broke free and hid behind our hero, asking Chu what he was thinking. Our hero stated that Chu was not welcome here, so he needed to leave voluntarily, which made the guy tremble with anger. Chu shouted that Chen had to get lost and pushed him hard with his hand, then asked if Fan really wanted to cross his path. The boy began to boast that he had trained in the army since he was 12 years old and had held more weapons in his hands than Chen had ever seen, and had also fought with elite soldiers. The protagonist frowned and looked at the rude guy, asking if that really gave Chu the right to touch him. Yu ran up to Yingxia and Gao and told them that he saw Chu heading towards our hero and was going to start a fight with him. Gao decided that Chen Fan would now be given the full treatment, and the boys decided to go and see what was going on there. Ran Ran sided with Shu and our hero, and Chu began to threaten that he would teach Chen Fan a lesson, and he would learn how big the difference was between them. Manager Zhu showed up and asked who dared to ruin the party, and the crowd decided that the guys were now in trouble. Mr. Chu introduced himself to the manager and said that he suspected that our hero did not have an invitation and that he had entered the party illegally. The manager asked Chen to show his invitation. Zhu intervened and said that Chu should show his first. Zhu explained that Chu was a close friend of his boss's son, but he didn't know Chen Fan, even though the manager personally signed all the invitations. Sue herself doubted that our hero had an invitation. The manager continued to demand it, threatening to call security, and then Chen admitted that he did not have an invitation. Young Master Chu turned his nose up in smugness when he was proven right that Chen had entered the party illegally. The manager shouted, asking how Chen had gotten into the party without an invitation, while Gao and her friends laughed, watching from the sidelines. Yu said that Chen had made a fool of himself, Yingxia was disappointed in the enemy, and Ranran was angry with our hero. Shu wanted to ask Chen something, but he interrupted her and said that he had been invited after all, and the manager could check with the doorman. The manager didn't believe it because only their boss and his son have the right to invite someone. And then our hero thought about it. Ju started calling security. Shu tried to stop him, and Chu told Chen that he could kick him out with a snap of his fingers. The protagonist decided to remain silent. He stood there for a long time, waiting for the guards to arrive and deal with him. Gao, Yingxia, and Yu were laughing as they watched our hero's disgrace, but then someone came and shouted, asking who had driven Chen Fan out. Everyone was stunned when an angry Wei Ziking came to the party and personally invited our hero. Manager Zhu was frightened when he saw her anger and asked why she was there, to which the girl asked if she really had no right to move around at her own party. Chen stood with his head held high as Ziking declared that Mr. Chen was her guest and accused the manager of being crazy for wanting to throw him out in disgrace. Zhu felt ashamed that he tried to drive the gentleman away, and Ziking apologized to Chen Fan for being late and the guest's carelessness. Our hero replied that it was okay, because these guests were just a bunch of ridiculous clowns who loved to make noise. Ziking understood her responsibility. She couldn't let Chen Fan leave here in a rage, because her family would be to blame for displeasing the martial arts master. Manager Zhu asked the lady to let him explain, but Ziking said that the man would still be fired. Mr. Chu was stunned by the famous Wei Ziking's apology to Chen Fan. Beads of sweat ran down the boy's face from fear. He smiled and turned to Ziking, trying to turn her anger towards him into mercy. The girl turned around and asked if Chu wanted to say something. And did he really think she didn't know about bad people like him? Chu tried to justify himself by saying that it was Chen Fan who had stolen his girlfriend, not the other way around. But the party hostess told him to shut up, saying that the army had made him even more aggressive. The girl said that she would personally report this incident to Uncle Chu, since such a good person as Mr. Chen was upset because of him. Chen said goodbye to Shu when Ziking asked our hero to come with her so she could show him the exhibits. When they left, young Master Chu became furious and threw his wine glass on the floor and broke it, calling our hero a bastard. He left wondering how Chen managed to meet Wei Ziking, and people began to gossip about whether our hero was a benefactor or a sponsor. Shu, blushing after meeting our hero, was dumbfounded. Ranran pushed her so that she would not stand there like a pillar. Ranran understood where our hero got his pomposity from when she saw who he knew, and Shu wondered how many more secrets Chen Fan had. In the corridor, Ziking once again apologized to our hero, and was surprised by his patience when he refused the apology and thanked her. Stopping, the girl asked if Chen Fan could forgive young Master Chu, who had just bothered him. When Chen Fan hesitated, the hostess of the party became frightened and began to beg the great master to forgive the boy. Grinning, the protagonist declared that if Chu did something like that again, he would definitely not survive. Ziking was stunned when she heard this, but she did not contradict the master and realized that she would need to teach Chu a lesson in discipline later. The girl introduced our hero to Uncle Lin, who would take Chen Fan to the exhibition hall with exhibits. Uncle Lin looked at our hero with suspicion, seeing in front of him only a high school student. But he did talk about the exhibits Master Wei had collected from all over the world, including an ancient compass, a jade pendant, and a lucky crystal from South Africa. The man declared that all of this was the pride of Master Wei's collection, and the enthusiastic girl asked our hero what he thought about it all. Our hero was not impressed, and then Lin showed them the real treasure, which amazed even the hostess of the party. Lin was shocked to see that even this had no effect on Chen Fan, while even Ziking was in a trance from what she saw. He said that this sphere belonged to the Tibetan Buddha. It can adjust a person's magnetic field, drive out evil spirits, and much more. Ziking was delighted with the unusual treasure, and Lin wondered if Chen was not very impressed with Master Wei's collection. Lin became angry and called our hero an arrogant boy when he stated that these were not real magical items. Chen Fan explained that real magical items can summon wind or rain, but this sphere does nothing but attract people's attention. The man, waving his fist, began to argue, claiming that everything our hero was saying was just a legend and could not be true. The protagonist decided to prove to those present the opposite. Using his spiritual energy, he influenced the sphere. The boy waved his hand and took away all the enchanting effect that this treasure had, attracting people's attention. Lin and Ziqing were shocked to see that the attraction effect had disappeared. Chen explained that the sphere was simply collecting the energy of the hosts. The guy looked around and became disappointed, deciding that he would leave empty-handed today. But then something caught his eye. Ziqing saw Chen Fan's interest and asked what was wrong, and they both looked at the small crystal. The girl came closer and examined the sphere, saying that it seemed that this unremarkable object was more interesting to the guest. The protagonist, looking with delight at this piece of jade, declared that he would take it and asked to name the price. The party hostess allowed Mr. Chen to take it for free, and he replied that he was now indebted to her for her kindness. Ziqing was surprised that this boy was indifferent when he was given a house. but then became so interested in an unremarkable piece of jade. She asked what was so special about this jade, and Chen explained that it would become a true magical treasure after he purified and enchanted it. Lin and Ziking exchanged glances when Chen mentioned spiritual enchantment, and our satisfied hero announced that it was time for him to leave. The guy went to the common room and waved to Shu and Ranran, who were still hanging out together. Ranran noticed that the guy had returned, and Chen ran his hand over Shu's face and thanked her for trying to protect him. Once home, he sat down on the sofa and said that he didn't think he would encounter jade chalcedony there, because spiritual energy on this planet had practically dried up. Chen found such a precious material for the first time in his new life, so he decided to use it wisely. The protagonist began to work on enchanting a piece of jade, and after influencing it, it began to emit a bright white light. He knew that jade could be sold for astronomical prices, but he would not do this, because he needed to make jade amulets to protect his family and loved ones. The hero understood that the items he enchanted were as powerful as gaining an extra life, and then he remembered Chong, his lover from the past. The guy knew that only those who had reached the stage of opening chakras could enchant items, but he was Chen Fan, not just anyone. While his powers are not yet sufficient, the young man plans to enchant the jade gradually, engraving secret spells and magical constructs. A couple of days later at school, Jiang, humming a tune, met Yu, who visibly tensed up when he saw the blue-haired boy. Jiang realized that his classmate was avoiding him and was shocked to see that Yingxia had arrived at school early, meaning that today was not as usual. When he saw Gao Wen, the guy hoped that she wouldn't ask him to serve drinks again, since he hadn't slept well after hanging out at the club until the morning. Jiang jumped up from his seat in fright when Gao came over and greeted him, asking if Chen Fan hadn't come again today. The boy said that it seemed to be true, and then shouted, asking why Gao was trying to bully Chen Fan again. The girl admitted that she was simply worried about him and asked if something had happened to him, which shocked Jiang. Our hero finally finished enchanting the piece of jade, and now he was going to carry it with him to cultivate its spiritual energy. So far, he has engraved 3 basic spells on it, and with this, he will have enough strength to use the jade for protection. He was happy because his cultivation speed would now increase significantly. And then Chen heard an unexpected knock at the door. When the main character opened the front door, he was perplexed to see guests in front of him whom he had not invited. Standing at the threshold were Gao Wen and Jiang, as well as Uncle Lin, who apologized to Mr. Chen for the intrusion. He stated that Uncle's boss wanted to meet the guy in person, and our hero assumed that he was talking about Master Wei III. The boys were amazed that Chen knew and was respected by so many famous people, and Lin asked them to talk to our hero alone. Chen thanked his classmates for their visit and promised to return to school in a few days, and Jiang waved goodbye. Lin said that his boss was interested in real magical items, so he wanted Chen's help in identifying them. Grinning, the protagonist agreed to go to his uncle's boss and personally take a look at the magical items. In the car, Lin explained that these items were brought by a seller from Chuzhou, which confused Master Wei III. The uncle said that rich people highly value treasures that can improve feng shui, bring good luck and ward off bad events. The man said that the mafia boss from Tianhe had also arrived, and that the magical items could be worth tens of millions, so Chen had been called in to appraise them. Soon, accompanied by Lin, our hero arrived at the house where the deal was to take place. Men were already waiting for them inside. The guy introduced himself as Chen Fan, and the bald man at the table asked if Wei had really invited a simple teenager to appraise magical items. For such words, Master Wei III threatened to kick Xingzhong out of here, and the mafia boss began to threaten that he would shut the master's mouth if his 2 older brothers were here. The man with the mustache became even more angry at the bald-headed mafioso, and even stood up from his seat, glaring at him angrily. The gray Lin whispered to Chen Fan to allow him to introduce the gentlemen who were gathered at this table today. They were Master Wei III, the owner of Fangcheng International, Xingzhong from Tianhe City, and old man Zheng Juling, the city's millionaire. Master Zheng said that since they were all gathered here today, they should show Mr. Gu that very artifact. The merchant opened the box and showed a wooden disc with the yin-yang symbol. Our hero was immediately perplexed upon seeing the treasure. Wei III asked Chen Fan what he thought about it, and Xingzhong was sure that what they had in front of them was a genuine treasure. Chen laughed, already mentally assessing the item, when Master Zheng said that the boy probably didn't even know what magical items were. The young man stated that, unfortunately, none of them showed even a shred of respect, so there was no point in him telling them anything. Master Zheng asked his professional, Mr. Qi, to personally verify the item's authenticity. According to him, Mr. Qi is a famous feng shui master, and no such object can escape his sight. Xingzhong snorted and replied that their Master Wu was much better, and he was right, because Qi had ruled that he could not recognize the properties of the item. Qi approached Master Wu, whom Xingzhong had brought with him, and asked him to look at the magical artifact. Master Wu praised Qi for at least seeing something unusual about the item, and Qi smirked doubting that the arrogant man could handle something like that. Xingzhong was shocked and shouted that Master Wu's sleeves were moving by themselves without any wind when he saw him casting a spell. The man hired by Xingzhong directed his profound energy at the artifact, causing it to begin to burn with blue flames. The audience screamed with delight when they saw a column of freezing air, which meant that they had a real magical object in front of them. Third Master. Wei stared at the artifact with admiring eyes, and Master Wu smiled, having proven his abilities. Xingzhong, pointing his hand at Wu, declared that now they all knew who among those present was the real master. Chen, having assessed Wu's skills, thought that his inherited practice had many shortcomings, and he was still very far from his level. Wei was furious that Xingzhong had invited a real master, and now, even if he bought the item, he would have to ask Wu for help to understand how to use it. The seller asked the gentleman if they could now name a price, but Xingzhong asked him to wait and asked our hero what he thought of the artifact. Watching the men, Wu realized that everyone was amazed by the power of the magical item, and it could definitely prolong life and protect against disease. He understood that Xingzhong clearly wanted to humiliate Master Wei, who asked some boy for help in recognition. Xingzhong approached Great Master Chen and asked him to do everything in his power to show what the boy was capable of. When the bald guy saw that Chen was actually going to do it, he clearly didn't expect it and asked Master Wu for his opinion. Master Wu tried to convince the boss that Chen Fan was just an ordinary mortal, while our hero was about to show off his abilities. Chen explained that this is a tablet of 8 diagrams with different spells, and its main function is to make a person stronger and healthier. Wu was impressed when he heard this and admitted that this young man knew something. Wei, who was eager to know the truth, asked if it was really a magical item, and Chen Fan had his doubts. Chen admitted that the artifact had exhausted its durability because it had been used so many times already. Master Wu jumped up from his seat and became indignant that our hero had said such a thing. He asked Jing and Gu what it all meant. The salesman and Xingzhong were frightened when Chen accused them, and Master Wu, of conspiring to deceive Master Wei III. Xingzhong began to tremble in fear and stutter when Master Wei stood up and asked the man if it was true. Master Wu was initially taken aback by Chen's abilities, and then asked the boy how he dared to ruin all their plans. Chen asked if he wanted to fight. He himself would be interested, since he had not fought people with superpowers since his reincarnation. Mr. Zheng yelled at Wu, saying that this was not the place to start a fight, and his bodyguards came running at his shout. The guards surrounded Wu, who warned Chen that he would not forgive him for ruining his plans and took out another magical item from his inside pocket. Master Wu placed a small green ceramic pot with a lid on the table and opened it, and the guards stared at it in shock. A multitude of evil spirits and skulls burst out of the pot, frightening everyone present with their appearance. Even Xingzhong trembled with fear. He asked the master if this was spirit control, and Wu confirmed his suspicions. Only our hero remained at the table, calmly sipping tea. Wu asked the guy if he wasn't scared. Chen asked why he should be afraid of these weak spirits, and Wu said that he would see how he spoke while standing on the threshold of death. Evil spirits surrounded the protagonist from all sides, but Chen Fan still sat calmly at the table and did not move. The boy sighed heavily in disappointment and asked if Master Wu had really only demonstrated the bowl that contained the spirits. He decided to show Wu how a real magic item worked since he wanted to, took out a jade amulet and summoned lightning. Chen summoned a divine lightning that banished evil spirits and was filled with condensed yang energy. The protagonist, who was able to control this lightning, directed it against one of the spirits and struck the evil ghost with it. When the divine lightning struck Master Wu, the man was stunned to see our hero's true abilities. Lightning surrounded the man who had killed all his evil spirits, and he realized that this was the lightning art of the Tianqi sect. Master Wu fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy, promising that he would never allow himself to behave like that again. Wu began banging his head on the floor, agreeing that it was Chen who had neutralized his spirit art and destroyed his magic item. Fan shouted that it was he who had ruined Wu's business and reputation, forcing him to bow down to him, and the man agreed with everything. The boy declared that he would spare him this time, but if he ever set foot in Chuzhou again, even his soul would be destroyed. Master Wu quickly ran out of the house, and the protagonist grinned, scaring the man to death. Xingzhong was sweating with fear, realizing that he, an ordinary mortal, did not dare to go against an immortal master, and tried to convince Chen that it was illegal to kill someone. With an insincere smile, Chen reminded Xingzhong of how he had mocked him and asked where his bragging was now. The shaved-headed guy began to beg Chen to spare him and not kill him, and in exchange he was ready to give him anything. Master Zheng admitted that only those with great strength could have such courage and hatred for the world. Chen asked the seller how much he was going to charge for the 8-diagram plate, and he replied that it was 45 million. Our hero asked Xingzhong if the skinhead would give him that amount in exchange for his life, and the mafioso immediately agreed. The protagonist stated that he wanted to see the money within 3 days, and then told them to get out of here, and Xing and the seller immediately ran away. Master Wei was delighted and said that he knew the boy could be relied upon. But Chen did not understand how Wei Fu could have such a worthless son. The man with the brush mustache suggested that the guy go somewhere else to talk, and our hero agreed. At the table, Chen asked Master Qi what he meant when he said that Wu was a Taoist, and the old man modestly replied that he could no longer call himself a master. Qi said that Taoists have superpowers due to cultivation, can use magical items, and that there are also Taoists in Buddhism and Kung Fu. Chen grinned and replied that he understood everything, thinking that there were still many underdeveloped specialists on the current Earth. Judging that Wu was in the middle stage of foundation formation and Qi had just begun to practice cultivation, he asked the old man what the Tianqi sect was. Qi revealed that the Tianqi sect controls lightning and specializes in exorcising various demons and is currently in decline. He apologized to the guy for his insolence and asked where the great Master Chen learned all these skills, to which our hero replied that he had been cultivating them since childhood. Chen knew that his divine lightning was a weak spell, but the most powerful on this earth, and Qi said that the boy's teacher must be immortal. Our hero knew that his teacher had lived for 840,000 years, could easily absorb the sun and create anything using the energy of the abyss. Zheng acknowledged that great Master Chen possessed extraordinary talents, and Wei agreed, as our hero opened his mouth and began to spew lightning. The old man asked what they should do with the 8-diagram plate, and the boy replied that it could only be used a couple of times. Master Wei lamented that he had been so incompetent and cursed Xingzhong for daring to deceive him. He was shocked to learn that Master Chen had created a magical amulet that was far superior to the practically useless slab. The boy showed the men a jade amulet, one of his creations, into which he had enchanted a lightning spell. When Lin whispered something to the master, he asked Chen to enchant the same item and sell it to him for any amount. Qi was also ready to pay. Chen agreed. Lin, meanwhile, in the secret club of Tianhe City, Xingzhong was indignant and shouted that this Chen not only humiliated him, but also demanded a large sum of money. He shouted that 45 million would be enough to build a fleet of ships. The employee offered not to pay him, but later regretted it. Wu asked the boss not to get excited, but rather to discuss further plans. The bald-headed guy had no idea what to do next. The employee reported to the boss that Master Hu would arrive here in 10 days, and Xing wondered if Wei and Tianhao would be able to hide from this master. He was rejoicing because Master Hu would be able to get rid of Tianhao, and then 3 guys in suits came and supported the boss. Master Wu thought, why shouldn't the boss discuss what would happen to Master Hu when he met Chen Fan? 3 days later, in Chuzhou, the protagonist received the bank card that Xingzhong gave him, and now he had a lot of money. As he went outside, he realized that each subsequent level required more and more spiritual energy, especially with the art of endless body hardening. As he got into the car, the guy thought that to speed up the cultivation process, he needed either pills and spirit stones or soil saturated with spiritual energy. He can't leave the city because he needs to go to school. So Chen decided to create a place with rich spiritual energy in Chuzhou himself. Chen understood that the realm for cultivating an immortal master required a massive structure consisting of many cosmic bodies. He arrived at the villa that Mr. Wei had given him, because a densely populated dormitory was definitely not suitable for creating such a place. The villa was located almost at the top of Yunwu Mountain, and it overlooked the entire mountain and the vast and deep Yanggi Lake. The boy decided to create a small area saturated with spiritual energy from Lake Yanggi and Mount Yunwu in order to break through to the chakra expansion stage. After entering the house, Chen decided to use the Chalcedony amulet as a core, but this would leave him defenseless during cultivation. But what was more important to him now was the magical construction. He needed to create many small magical objects and link them together. Master Wei was shocked to hear the boy on the phone say he wanted to create a magical formation, and asked him what it was. The protagonist thought what a fool this Master Wei was, but he had to tolerate the man for the sake of his extensive connections. A stunned Qi took the phone away and asked Chen if he really wanted to create a magical formation. Our hero confirmed it. Qi shouted that only high-level cultivation masters were capable of such a thing, and the boy replied that he only needed to protect the villa. But Qi said that for this he needed to create a new spiritual vessel, and asked if the guy needed any help. The protagonist replied that everything was fine, and he was capable of doing it himself, which shocked Master Qi even more. Chen admitted that he had only called to have them purchase the items he needed, and he delighted the men by promising to create magical artifacts for them for free in exchange. Master Wei III snatched the phone from Qi's hands and shouted that they would definitely help Chen Fan acquire everything. After hanging up the phone, Chen decided to create the first magical item for the formation, which he decided to call the Great Formation of Mount Yun. It will consist of 4 elements. The first thing to do was to buy everything necessary, including the highest quality jade. Soon, Chen Wan was brought jade of the highest quality, something that could withstand such an amount of absorbed spiritual energy. The protagonist sat in the lotus position and closed his eyes. Having received the jade, He began working on enchanting it. The boy opened his mouth and released a stream of spiritual energy, which turned into a vortex that surrounded a round piece of jade. Our hero chained the jade ball with golden magic chains which became firmly attached to it. Chen Fan was pleased when he turned the jade into a real magical artifact that was transformed by his technique. This was a sphere of spiritual concentration. Now it was necessary to create 4 more of these, as well as a chalcedony amulet, and the construction would be complete. The guy understood that it was time to make some useful connections himself, since there was no point in hoping that Wei would get him the rest of the ingredients. Soon, Chen Fan made several more spiritual concentration spheres and placed them in several places around the villa. His new home was illuminated by a bright green light. The boy released his spiritual power, which created a bright halo behind him. The magical construction created an aura that permeated not only the villa, but also the surrounding area. Now the density of spiritual energy was over 30%. Now Chen Fan had to wait for the ingredients from Master Wei. At his villa, Chen met people who were just discussing whether our hero could really be living here at such a young age. The boy turned around and saw Auntie Tang with her whole family. Ran asked the boy what he was doing here. Chen Fan told the girl that he lived here, but Ran found it hard to believe that he lived in the most expensive villa on the mountain. Mr. Tang knew that this villa belonged to Wei, and mockingly asked if Chen was really Wei himself, to which the guy admitted that the house was a gift to him. Our hero told Auntie Tang that he remembered how she wanted to see a sea of clouds here, so he invited her to his house. The woman saw the boy's sincere look, so she could not hurt his pride in front of everyone. She said that she wanted to go for a walk after dinner, so she would visit him another time. Grabbed her husband's hand and told Chen to go for a walk with Ran for now. Mr. Tang accused Chen of bragging and said that his daughter could not be so easily manipulated, and the aunt became angry with her husband. Ran, blushing, asked why he came here, assuming it was for her, to which the guy replied that he really lived in the first villa. She became angry, asking why he didn't stop lying even when they were alone. The girl said that he and Wei Ziqing could not be true friends, and Chen replied that she had nothing to do with it and that the villa really belonged to him. He left, saying that he didn't care whether she believed him or not, and Ran wondered if he would really just leave her there. A strange hope began to emerge from the depths of her heart, that he was indeed the one who could obtain the villa from Master Wei III. One day, Ran read in a book that the person you are angry with may be the one you care about, and she began to become aware of her feelings. When it got dark, Master Hu reported that they were already close to the coast of Huaxia City, but the guards would spot them if the ship sailed too close. Master Hu, a fair-haired man with a mustache, told his subordinate that everything was fine and he could get there on his own. They tried to warn him that it was dangerous for an inexperienced person to sail a boat to the shore in a strong storm, but Hu confidently jumped into the water. The men on the ship screamed in fear when they saw Master Hu treacherously jump overboard. Xingzhong and Wu were waiting on the shore. The bald guy didn't understand why Hu hadn't arrived yet, since they had been waiting for him here for hours. One said that he believed that the Hu sect was too unreliable, and it was no wonder that they were driven out of the mainland. The staff reported that Master Hu would arrive in person, and Xing and Wu became tense, as it was too dangerous to sail a speedboat in such weather. The shaved-headed man frowned. He didn't want anything to happen to Master Hu before they met. The guard pointed out to the boss something that was moving very fast, much faster than a speedboat, and it turned out to be Master Hu. Master Hu didn't need a boat to reach the shore. He crossed the 6 miles of water in lightning speed on his 2 feet. A man with thick eyebrows and a mustache appeared in front of Xingzhong and the others, and everyone was stunned by his extravagant appearance. The frightened Xingzhong was speechless, and Hu, seeing Wu, said that he did not expect to meet another Taoist master here. Wu tried to be friendly. He praised Hu's legendary skills, thinking that this introduction was a failure on par with Chen Fan's appearance. Hu asked why his brother Lin Bao died, and when he learned that Tianhao had done it, he shouted that it was impossible, since his brother was at the final stage of his profound strength. The men explained to Master Hu that there was a man who controlled lightning in Chuzhou, and it was most likely he who got rid of Lin Bao. Wu said that he suspected that Chen Fan was a true disciple of the Tianqi sect, and people now called him a great master. Hu snorted after listening to the story and declared that Chen was nothing compared to his subordinate kung fu masters. Xingzhong bowed before the master and asked if he was going to Chuzhou to avenge his brother's death. But Hu's plan was to return to China to revive the Hong sect together with the divine level master. Zhang asked Hu to be patient with his plans because there were 2 weeks left until the annual underground fights. Xing said that this was a big meeting of bosses, and Tianhao would definitely be there, as well as Grandmaster Chen. The bald-headed man suggested to Hu that he get rid of Chen at this event so that Zhang Bei would be his, and the man liked the idea. A new school day began. Shu cautiously looked into the classroom where the main character studied. The guys noticed her and asked if she was looking for Si Yingxia, which confused the girl, and she admitted that she was looking for Chen Fan. The girl, Chen, happily agreed to come because she was like a little sister to him, which upset the girl. Yu set a meeting for Thursday at 7 o'clock in the evening, waved her hand and left. Chen was not averse to having fun, since he was tired after creating the formation. On Thursday evening, Chen came as promised. The girl met him, and he congratulated her on her birthday and gave her a gift. The girl thanked him and decided to open the gift, but Ran stopped her, saying that it would be impolite to do so right now. Looking at Chen with an offended expression, Ran ordered him to enter the house and not stand on the threshold any longer. Our hero smiled politely and went inside. When the school president noticed our hero's presence, he thought that Chen Fan had clearly thought of something unexpected. The hostess of the house came down to the first floor and suggested starting the party. The school president greeted the aunt. Auntie asked Chu to go and bring the birthday girl and her friends here. The guy agreed to do it. He was startled when he came down and saw that Chen Fan was also here, and he looked at him with disdain as he passed by. The protagonist thought that if Chu provoked him again, this guy might not be able to wait for mercy. A joyful Shu suggested starting the party. Chu brought out the birthday cake and everyone surrounded him, so the birthday girl blew out the candles. Shu closed her eyes and began blowing out the candles to celebrate her birthday. She decided to make a wish, opened her eyes, looked at our hero, and wished that she and Chen Fan would always be together. Chen, who had lived for 500 years, recognized that loving look, but he knew that he would eventually have to leave Shu. The happy birthday girl began cutting her birthday cake, but the fun was interrupted by a man who suddenly burst into the house. He entered with a crowd of guards. Aunt Shu and her daughter were clearly surprised to see her husband and father at the door of their house. The man said that he came from another city, and as a father, he was obliged to attend his daughter's birthday. Auntie asked why he still remembered them and wasn't spending time with his new wife now. And then Mr. Shu silently hugged her. Shu burst into tears when she saw her parents reunited and ran to them, while Chen knew that their father had abandoned them and started a new family. The boy was stunned to see a profound practitioner in the house, an old man with a long beard on par with Lin Bao and Mr. Wei. The guests began to whisper. Many recognized the birthday girl's father as Master Ao, while some had no idea who he was. It turns out that Shu Ao is one of the most influential bosses in Haizhu, the largest and most developed city in Jiangbei province. The school president was shocked to learn that Shu, who was about to debut into the city's nobility, was the daughter of Master Ao himself. Yang Chao and his girlfriend came to the conclusion that Shu was not the man's illegitimate daughter, and Master Ao thanked her friends for looking after his daughter. The man asked Chu how his father, the commander, was doing, and he replied that his father was in good health and thanked his uncle for his interest. All the guests at the party glanced sideways at our hero, who was sitting at the table, when Io asked which of them was Chen Fan. Our hero stood up and introduced himself, and the birthday girl asked her dad not to drag Chen Fan into trouble. Ao asked her not to worry as he had heard about the guy and asked everyone to continue the birthday party. The father auntie heard that even great Master Qi praised Chen for his supernatural abilities. The school president asked if magic spells really existed, and Ao admitted that he also knew something about Master Chen. Everyone fell silent and looked at Master Ao when the man asked if they knew anything about Xinjiang from Tianhe City. Qiu said he heard it was Chairman Haimao, who owns a fleet and has connections overseas. The guy Ao told the guests, shocking them, that Wei had brought Master Chen, who had defeated Xinjiang with spells and swindled him out of 45 million. The school president and the others were amazed by the mysterious master's abilities, including Meng, who dreams of marrying him. When Ran reminded her that she already had a boyfriend, the blonde replied that Yang Chao didn't even have half the strength of Master. At the end of the party, Su thanked our hero for his visit. He replied that he was glad that the girl was happy today and said goodbye. Soon the protagonist was forced to return to school, but all his thoughts were occupied not with studying, but with the creation of the great construction of Mount Yun. After leaving school, the boy was caught up by a car, and the driver in it told Chen that their boss wanted to see him in person. Chen came to the meeting on the bridge and saw Uncle Shu. He asked Ao why he wanted to see him, and the man asked the guy to look around and answer what he saw. The protagonist obediently looked around and replied that he saw the endless Yanggi Lake. Turning around, the man declared that this lake was the 10th largest in the province and extremely insignificant for China itself. Chen asked the man what he meant by that, and Ao replied that the lake was unusual for the city, as was the man, but still a speck of dust flying across the country. Master Ao decided to speak frankly and stated that he wanted the guy to stay away from his daughter because he was not worthy of her hand and heart. The guy asked what kind of person a person should be to be worthy. Ao explained that he should be gifted and have a good family. Ao believes that Chen Fan lacks these traits and is simply a proud, humble person who will never become rich or powerful. The protagonist laughed loudly and reassured the man, saying that he saw his daughter exclusively as a little sister. Chen stated that he had reason to be proud, and Ao asked if it was because of his martial arts skills or his family. The man stated that his influence and power were beyond the boy's imagination, to which Chen replied that it could easily be lost. Ao accused the young man of naivety, waved his hand and told the boy to come to him when he himself realized everything. When he left, the man was unhappy. He really wanted Chen Fan to work for him, but he didn't think the guy was so arrogant. Chen thought that Master Ao didn't realize that not only this lake was insignificant to the guy, but the entire earth was like a speck in his eye. In the car, Ao asked the driver if Xinjiang had secured the master's support, and he was told that Xing was going to take control of the entire province. Ao asked Master Gu to take care of this problem. The old man with a long beard asked the boss not to worry about it. While talking on the phone, our hero told about his meeting with Xu Ao, and that he knew that he was simply the father of one of his girlfriends. Tianhao sighed heavily because Ao was a very influential person and admitted that he called to ask the guy for a favor. He said that underground battles would take place in the city, where there would be many fighters from the inner force, and mafia bosses would be dividing up spheres of influence. Chen assumed that Hao wanted to invite him to fight for the boss, but Tianhao said that he just wanted our hero to impress everyone there. The young man agreed, as he wanted to see other profound practitioners, but he remembered that the priority now was to create the Yun Mountain Formation. 2 weeks later, the boy decided to create a structure for the accumulation of spiritual energy, because there were not enough materials. He sat down on the edge of the cliff and closed his eyes, having first arranged the 16 rough gemstones in their places. The protagonist screamed, activating them, and his body began to spew out bright streams of spiritual energy. A drop of sweat ran down his face. He felt the energy increasing. It filled the entire space in the form of magical blue waves. Chen Fan was delighted by the feeling of energy flowing into him. He perked up, absorbing the spiritual power of the lake. He had finally reached the second level of infinite body tempering, but he still wanted to exchange the gems for real treasures. The protagonist returned to his villa, surrounded by clouds, which was located at the very top of the mountain. He sat down nearby and began cultivating again, thinking about the art of endless body tempering, which consisted of 5 levels. Today, the guy broke through to the Jade Bone level, and he was looking forward to meeting worthy opponents at the tournament to test his strength. Soon, Tianhao picked up our hero to take him to the ultimate fighting tournament. Biao was driving, and Master Guo was sitting next to him. Hao told the boy that the tournament would be held in the city of Qingyang, on the border of 2 provinces, where the government has little power, where competitions are held every year, and where the black market is thriving. Biao said that betting will also be possible at the tournament, so many millionaires will attend. When they arrived, they were already met. Hao introduced our hero to the deputy mayor of the city named Zhang. Zhang smiled, trying to please that same great master Chen. Hao proudly said that Chen was a friend of Lord Wei III. The deputy mayor shook our hero's hand, saying that it was a great honor for him to meet him. Hao said that this was enough and ordered the official to henceforth take care of the guest who had come to this city for the first time. The protagonist and the others entered the house, where they were greeted at the entrance by polite maids in pink dresses. A cute girl in a floral dress approached Chen Fan and introduced herself as Xu, blushing awkwardly in front of him. Hao sat down on the sofa to rest with the maids, and the official suggested that Chen Fan take Xu with him, who would show him the city. The protagonist agreed, and soon the two of them went for a walk around the city, passers-by glancing at them. Xu said that wrestling and kung fu matches would take place during the day, while the underground tournament, which often resulted in fatalities, would take place in the evening. The guy reacted indifferently to her story. The girl did not understand what to do, because she tried so hard to win his attention. The protagonist unexpectedly met Master Ao, surrounded by guards, and the man asked the guy what he was doing there. Chen politely greeted Mr. Xu. Ao told the guy not to hang around here and to come to him at the Qingyang Hotel this evening. Master Ao continued on his way, and the bald-headed guy who accompanied him asked who this boy was. Ao replied that it was his daughter's friend who had come here uninvited. The bald guy said that children these days are often interested in underground fighting. The man looked at his friend with irritation when he praised Chen Fan's girlfriend, saying that she was pleasant and delicate in appearance. Looking after the couple, Xu Ao was indignant because Chen Fan already had his daughter, and he was flirting with another girl. Xu was frightened, thinking that the group of men, especially the bald one, were very scary, and was shocked to learn that the eldest among them was Mr. Ao. She said that even the deputy mayor flattered Xu Ao, and many of her acquaintances worked and risked their lives for this man. When our hero left her behind indifferently, the girl began to doubt her attractiveness. Chen Fan turned his attention to the crowd of people gathered in the city square. Xu said that the main match would start soon and invited our hero to go and watch too. Our hero and his companions sat down in their seats. According to rumors, the big bosses of the province had gathered here today to divide up spheres of influence. All the spectators turned their attention to the bosses, who had also already come to the arena to watch the main match. Xinjiang and his Master Wu were here. Bald Liu and Zhou Tianhao also came, and Xu was confused as to why Master Wei III had not come. Also, the boss of all bosses in the province, Master Ao, appeared, and with him came an old man with a long beard as his faithful companion. Xinjiang snorted in displeasure when he saw Boss Ao sitting on a chair not far from them. The old man warned Xing that his arrogance would soon come to an end, and Bald Liu asked what happened to Jiangzhou and why they only sent that cutie woman here. The woman stood awkwardly in front of the public, and a security guard defended her by asking the bald guy how dare he behave like that with their mistress. Ao explained that Ms. Liu was representing the boss's interests today, and the woman waved her hand, ordering the guard to step aside. The public, watching the elite's conversation, admired Xu Ao's authority, who controlled the entire Jiangbei province. Master Ao addressed the crowd, declaring that today they would divide spheres of influence, and the decisions would depend on the results of the tournament. Bald Liu introduced his fighter. He wanted to see how Tianhao, who arrived today without Wei III, would get out of it. The muscular martial artist jumped from the high stage and landed safely right in the arena. Tianhao tensed up when he saw this fighter. He asked Master Guo if he was confident that he could defeat this big guy. Knowing full well the training methods of Muay Thai fighters, Guo said that he would only win if it was not an heir to the old style. Demonstrating his impeccability and malice, Master Guo also jumped from the stage into the arena, and his opponent offered to begin the fight. A red-haired, strong guy who was proficient in the Muay Thai style jumped forward, deciding to attack the old man first. Chen said his opponent didn't expect the punch, as the Thai boxer used his acceleration through precise movements of his waist and elbows. However, Master Guo managed to protect himself from the blow by crossing his arms in front of him at the last moment. Then the blows continued unabated, and Guo could only hope for a chance to counterattack, while Liu was proud of his fighter, nicknamed Eight-Fingered Arhat. Hearing this name, Ao realized that the boy's martial arts knew no equal, and the old man agreed that it was a great honor to be called an Arhat. Chen knew that Guo would lose if he did nothing, and suddenly Arhat broke through the old man's defense, hitting him in the torso. The Muay Thai fighter swung his fist, now charged with internal power, again and hit his opponent with all his might. The blow tore the man's clothes. He flew out of the arena, lost his balance and fell to the ground. Xu was shocked when Chen said that if the blow had landed on the left side of his chest, Master Guo would have died immediately from a heart attack. Master Guo grabbed the spot where he had been struck and admitted his defeat, and the Eight-Fingered Arhat bowed before his opponent. The Thai boxer returned to his boss, and the bald Liu declared that as a result of the fight, Linfu would come under his influence. Tianhao lamented that he would now suffer losses of at least 10 million, considering the loss of the transport route from Chuzhou to Qingshui. Hao asked Biao where the great Master Chen was, and he replied that he had never found the guy, but he had promised to come, and our hero doesn't throw words to the wind. After sitting back down, Hao calmed down a bit and told Bald Liu that he would take back everything that was rightfully his when Great Master Chen arrived. The bodyguards warned Miss Liu that the Thai boxer had trained in the secret techniques of the old Muay Thai style, which explained his strength. People started to get upset that some Muay Thai fighter was humiliating them, and the bald Liu started to threaten Xinjiang that he would help the man if he wanted to die. Xinjiang sighed and called for his Master Hu when Liu asked if his fighter was scared of the Muay Thai master and ran away. Master Ao tensed up, as did Tianhao, who didn't understand where this Master Hu whom Xinjiang had just called was. Even Madame Liu was curious about who this Master Hu was, and Xinjiang smirked, knowing that the bosses only had a little longer to endure. When the protagonist noticed Master Hu's appearance, he grinned, curious to see a real expert. The elder warned Ao that they were in serious trouble, but Mrs. Liu didn't understand what was going on. Ao asked Master Gu what he meant, and the crowd turned their attention to Master Hu's appearance. The man was taken aback when Master Hu began to rapidly approach the arena, moving through the water at lightning speed. Master Hu moved his legs as if it was not the sea for him, but solid ground, and he did not drown like an ordinary person. Everyone present was shocked. They began to doubt that this was a human at all, and Hao realized that Master Hu was at the peak of his inner strength. Xinjiang bowed to Master Hu and greeted him, and Master Hu jumped to climb onto the stage. The shaved-headed man looked up as Master Hu leaped tens of meters into the air to land spectacularly on the ground. Hu, looking at the Muay Thai fighter, immediately realized that this was his opponent, and the Arhat tensed up, seeing someone stronger than him. The Arhat descended onto the stage. It was an honor for him to fight with such an expert, and Master Hu proposed to begin the fight. Master Hu allowed the guy to attack first, but he got angry, thinking that his opponent was laughing at him, and transformed. The Muay Thai fighter's skin turned black. His body began to emit a bright blue light, and he began to look more menacing. He realized that the boy was using the secret art of self-sacrifice of the ancient Muay Thai style. And Gu knew that this technique could only be used 3 times in a lifetime. The eight-fingered Arcady's eyes glowed red as he charged forward, screaming, and Go was stunned, realizing that he wouldn't survive even one such attack. The crowd was shocked to see Master Hu standing motionless, making no attempt to dodge, while the boy's fist was already centimeters away from him. Master Hu waited for the right moment and thrust his fist against the guy's fist. They collided, making a loud crunching sound. This was enough to push the Muay Thai fighter back and take advantage of the moment to kick his opponent. The eight-fingered Arcade was stunned by the enemy's strength, and Master Hu pushed off the ground to attack again. Master Hu jumped on the Thai boxer, causing a loud explosion and the guy leaving a hole in the floor with his body. Hu criticized his opponent for being weak and advised him to train for another 30 years to fight him, and asked who else wanted to fight him. Bald Liu tensed up, clenching his teeth. He prayed that Master Hu would not look at him. Madame Liu also became quiet, seeing the Ao sighed heavily and asked Master Gu if he could handle Hu. But Master Gu only thanked the boss for how kind he had been to him all these years. The old man asked the master to let him fight for Ao one last time today and jumped down, landing in the arena. Zhu realized that Gu was ready to fight to the death, and the old man asked Master Hu what his teacher's name was. Master Hu admitted that his teacher's name was Lei Qianjue, the man who once founded the Hong sect. The public began to whisper that the Hong sect was the best abroad, and that it was a huge organization with a history of hundreds of years. Ao felt uneasy, as he was no match for Lei Qianjue, and Madame Liu learned from an assistant that Lei had achieved ascension in the Arctic ice. The guy said that Lei Qianjue defeated 16 masters of China, but was eventually defeated by Ye Nantian, so he left the country forever. Chen knew that the outcome of the duel was already clear while Madame Liu and her bodyguard were discussing Ye Nantian from Yanjing military region. Master Hu was able to use his internal strength to throw his opponent back without even touching him, and achieve victory. Master Ao's sweat dropped when he saw his subordinate lose, and Xinjiang started shouting praises for Master Hu. Shocked, Tianhao jumped up from his seat and began shouting that Master Hu was Lin Hu, the very brother of the deceased Lin Bao. Yu revealed that his brother had been killed, so he was here to take revenge, and shouted, claiming that he knew that Grandmaster Chen was here now. The man summoned Master Chen and showed off his extraordinary skills, while the audience discussed who the killer of Master Hu's brother was. Looking at the crowd, a worried Shu said that she was afraid that Grandmaster Chen had already gone on the run. Hao's legs trembled when he heard this. Xinjiang laughed, and Ao didn't believe that Master Chen would show up and defeat Lin Hu. Xinjiang froze in surprise when our hero stood up from his seat and asked who had challenged him to a fight. An angry Lin Hu looked at our hero and asked if this was really the same man who had killed his younger brother. Shu tried to stop the guy, warning that this Master Hu would certainly take his life, but Chen said that he was not afraid of him. Chen patted her head and said that Shu was a very kind-hearted girl, and he didn't mind her being his little sister. The protagonist, having moved the girl to tears, let go of her hand and began to climb the steps to appear in the ring in front of everyone. Master Ao, seeing Chen Fan, his daughter's friend, shouted, asking what he was doing there, and told him to leave while he had the chance. The boy explained that he had come because he had been challenged to a fight, and the man shouted, explaining to him that it was the great master who had been challenged to a fight, not him. Chen smiled as the defeated Gu tried to reason with him, believing that a boy with inept kung fu was no master at all. Hu said he was afraid the teenager had no kung fu skills at all, but he didn't mind getting rid of him once the kid got into the ring. Liu asked the assistant to stop Hu, as they couldn't watch him beat an ordinary boy to death. But he replied that there was nothing he could do. Shu was worried about our hero, and Master Hu declared that he was looking for the great Master Chen, and not some weakling. Ao and Hu were stunned when the protagonist declared that he was the very same Grandmaster Chen who took the life of Lin Hu's brother. Hu turned pale with anger when Chen said that Lin Bao was too weak, and that he had hoped for the appearance of a male teacher, not him. Chen praised the master, saying that he would never have thought of crossing the water on foot, and Hao was glad that the great Master Chen had returned. Hao shouted throughout the arena, calling on Chen to show Hu a lesson. Shu Ao could not yet believe that Chen Fan was that very fighter, and Shu understood why the officials fawned over our hero so much. Master Hu shouted that he didn't care whether he was Grandmaster Chen or Hu, because the guy was still the one who took the life of his brother and disgraced the sect. The man declared that today he would avenge his brother. His body was surrounded by a fiery aura, and the veins in his muscles bulged. The protagonist took a step back, seeing the fiery anger of his opponent, and Lu's assistant saw Hu releasing his inner strength, gathering qi into a kind of thread. But Chen only smiled, accusing Hu of using his sect's secret skills, and said that it didn't matter, because now the guy would show him true martial arts. Our hero, Hu didn't understand how it was possible for his opponent to hold white threads of internal force in his hands like an ordinary object, to which Chen replied that the man didn't know what real martial arts were. Master Hu assumed that the guy was simply showing him some kind of magic trick, after which he tensed up, gathering strength in his fists. The man with the thick mustache raised his hand to attack his brother's killer with his fist. But our hero was not afraid. Chen was unimpressed by the opponent's strength. He crouched down on the ground, dodging, and slammed his hands on the ground, causing a wave of internal force. The protagonist's body was surrounded by a bright protective aura as Master Hu retreated. His boss didn't understand why this happened. With his move, our hero managed to create a huge crack in the arena, splitting the concrete floor with his bare palms. Tian Hao, who was watching the fight, was amazed and asked if our hero was really using kung fu. He recognized that he was facing a great martial arts master and didn't know what to do, so our hero formed the ghost palm. The man decided to retreat, and Chen Fan only needed to wave his hand to find himself behind his opponent. Master Hu decided to attack the boy, asking if Chen Fan could withstand a blow that he had absorbed all his years of training into. Lin Hu was shocked when the protagonist easily blocked the man's strongest punch. The attack ended with Master Hu himself being wounded. He yelped in pain and fell to his knees. Gu understood that if Chen had hit Hu with all his strength, the man would already be dead, and Lin Sr. would have finally decided to retreat. The man decided to run on the water. When he stepped onto the water's surface, he decided that he was now safe, because here it would be much easier to fight back Chen. But Grandmaster Chen had no intention of letting him go. He recited the third formation spell, Abyssal Tremor. Chen Fan launched a bolt of inner strength at his opponent, hitting him in the back and ruining Master Hu's plans to escape. Madame Liu realized that the person in front of them was at least an Ascension Master, and her assistant was shocked that Chen had struck the enemy from 100 feet away. Having caught up with the enemy, the protagonist said that he had prepared 7 formations, but Hu only withstood 3 of them. Collapsing to the floor, the man said in his last words that, having seen such incredible martial arts, he now had no regrets. Chen Fan turned around and asked the crowd if there was anyone else who dared to challenge him. All the spectators who had gathered to watch the decisive fights were shocked. Their mouths dropped open and they fell silent. Xu was glad that Chen Fan won, but Master Ao couldn't understand how an ordinary person could possibly master such incredible skills. Xingzhong didn't understand who would help him get rid of Chen now. Tianhao was jubilant, and Madame Liu admitted that she had been too careless. The first to address our hero was the host of the evening, Master Ao, who asked to be allowed to clarify something. Xingzhong again began to beg our hero for mercy, who came up from behind and asked what he should do now with the man who was trying to set him up again. The frightened bald guy ordered Chen not to come near him, took out a gun, and began threatening that otherwise he would shoot. The gun pointed at the guy didn't frighten him at all. He began to provoke Xingzhong to shoot him. Xingzhong did fire, and then Madame Liu, Bald Liu, and Master Ao all became afraid for our hero. Chen Fan easily stopped the bullet with his bare hand using his extraordinary abilities, so he was not injured. Gu realized that the boy's energy consisted of pure qi, and Guo admitted that even weapons were useless when a person was at the ascension stage. Since Xing dared to shoot, Chen declared that he would have to deal with the man, who ran away. But it was useless. The protagonist got rid of the annoying bald-headed guy with his own bullet, which Xingzhong tried to use to take Chen's life. Wu fell to his knees and began to beg Chen for his life. And Master Ao acknowledged our hero's skill and declared that from now on everyone in Jiangbei would follow his orders. Bald Liu and the entire crowd began shouting the name of Great Master Chen, and our hero asked Master Ao to fill him in on the situation. In the evening, when Xu returned home, she realized why Chen Fan did not pay attention to her, because she was an ordinary girl. The protagonist went to a country house and sat on the throne in front of all the bosses who ruled this province. After Wu reported something to him on his knees, the boy asked if it was true, and the man swore on his soul that it was. Chen agreed to spare Wu's life because he received information from him about the evil dragon pond, which contained what the boy needed to create the great construction of Mount Yun. Upon learning that this sect was located in the city of Dongdu, our hero immediately decided to return to Chuzhou with Tianhao, telling Wu that he did not need to follow him. The next night, the protagonist appeared in the night park, where Ranran was already waiting for him, standing behind a tree. Ranran asked why he invited her. The guy explained that he was leaving for another province for 3 months, and the girl should tell her aunt about it. The girl started screaming, indignant that the guy would not go to school, which meant he would not enter university, and he did not think about Shu's feelings. She asked him to stay, but Chen said that he had to leave them, gave her the key to the villa, and allowed her and her aunt to live there. After these words, the protagonist turned around and left. Ranran asked him not to do this, but Chen Fan ignored her. She continued to shout the guy's name, remaining alone in the night forest, but our hero went his own way. Ranran was angry that Chen Fan didn't stop bragging. After looking at the key, she decided to go to the villa right away and check. Looking at the villa, which stands at the very top of the mountain, the girl decided that then she would know everything for sure. She told herself to let go of the situation and acknowledge that the ugly duckling had turned into a beautiful swan because he was a swan to begin with. Chen Fan returned to the car driven by Wu and asked if they would leave for Dongdu today. The guy replied that before that he needed to go somewhere else, which was the Jingling City Foreign Language School. Our hero arrived at this building the next day, when it was already light, and noticed a girl who said goodbye to her friend. Chen Fan stared at the girl who stopped next to a black car and waved to someone. The girl got into the blue car and drove away, and our hero continued to stand on the sidewalk and silently watch her. Wu asked if he should follow the girl, to which the guy replied that it was enough for him to just see her. After finishing observing the girl, Chen Fan, who was in a bad mood after the meeting, told Master Wu to follow him. As he walked back to the car, Chen promised himself that he would have the patience to become stronger and wait until he could protect this girl. The guy thought he had returned here 500 years into the past just to see the girl's beautiful smile again. Soon, Chen Fan, Xu, and Master Wu were already sitting on the bus, discussing Master Chen's brilliance when they were at the border of Zhongzhou province. Chen rented a bus to get to the lake as slowly as possible after seeing all the surroundings, and didn't expect Xu to follow him so eagerly. Outside, Chen Fan told the girl that she had two options. Either he would pay for her school tuition or he would get her a job. Ao offered Xu a job in his company with a decent salary. The girl refused and began tearfully begging to become our hero's subordinate. Chen asked what people would think if the girl was always around an ordinary schoolboy. She replied that she could be a housewife. The guy realized that hiring this girl to run his errands was a very good choice when she brought him a glass of water. Chen Fan told Wu to tell him everything about the evil dragon pond, which was guarded by this master's clan. A stunned Wu asked the master how he knew about the pond. The boy replied that he didn't need to know and insisted that Wu tell him everything. Wu realized he had been exposed when Chen said that Wu would have already broken through to the chakra opening stage if the evil dragon pond belonged to him. Wu revealed that the ancestor of their spirit cultivator clan had actually been a tomb raider back in the Tang dynasty. He discovered an ancient cultivation tome that allowed him to create a clan, and the pond was a secret place in the ruins that the ancestor believed would help him break through to the level of a Taoist. The master said that the ancestor did not yet expect that a real monster would be discovered in this pond. The monster looked like a cross between a snake and a dragon. It possessed incredible strength and could breathe concentrated yin energy. In a fight with the dragon, the progenitor was injured and died. Two clanmates in VU one day went to that pond and discovered that the monster was still alive. In the end, they were only able to obtain a couple of stones with spiritual energy. He said that he did not want to lie to Chen, but he was afraid that the great master would not believe him. Xu couldn't believe that some creature had managed to live for so long, because this monster must be hundreds of years old. Chen said. Wu asked if Chen knew anything about this monster. The young man replied that it was funny that a small snake scared this guy so much. But Chen himself understood that with his current cultivation, dealing with the evil snake with yin, spiritual energy would be a little difficult. He needed to break through to the next stage first, so he asked Wu if there was a suitable place for cultivation nearby. Wu told us that in the city of Juding there is a trade in traditional Chinese ingredients. Our hero had heard about this place. Chen decided to go there because a sufficient amount of herbs would not only allow him to break through to the next stage, but also enhance his magical potential. Soon, they were in the city of Juding. Even on the street there was a scent of Chinese herbs, which Xu noticed. Wu didn't argue with the master when Chen didn't answer the question of what kind of plants he needed, and took our hero to the shops. Very soon, they found themselves at the entrance to a building with a sign that read, "Pharmacy of 1,000 Medicinal Herbs." They were greeted by the staff and asked how they could be of assistance. Wu asked for the general manager to be called here. At the table, Wu asked Chen to be patient for a little while, and soon the manager appeared, recognizing Wu as the great master himself. The manager was very happy to see a regular customer. Wu smiled because he was recognized as a great master of Zhongzhou province. Wu sweated with fear and stopped bragging when he noticed our hero's bone-chilling gaze. The guy said that Chen would like to buy some medicinal ingredients. The manager admitted that one lady had already bought everything. The manager explained that they didn't have anything older than 50 years old, and Wu asked who this extravagant lady was, who had bought everything. Xu was shocked that one woman would spend so much, and the employee said that she was from a rich family from Gan Island, and that was all he knew. Wu, pointing his finger at the manager, became angry and asked if there really wasn't a single medical reagent left in the entire city. The manager said that there is a closed market where collectors go, and it even has some century-old reagents. The employee explained that the reagents would be sold to merchants and millionaires at an auction, with payment required on the spot. Xu didn't like the idea, but our hero was ready to participate in the auction. The manager said it would take place today at 7 in the evening at the Qinghu Garden Estate. When evening came, guards in dark glasses and black suits had already gathered near the Qinghu Garden Estate. One of them asked the guys for an invitation. Wu replied that they didn't need one. The guard just needed to inform the boss that Shanhei had arrived. At that moment, a car pulled up, and the person in it told Master Wu that he didn't expect to see him here today. Wu was happy to see Master Wu. He asked him to help the guys get to the auction. The man agreed. Wu said the sources of the reagents were unknown, and he needed Wu to help him identify the fakes. And Chen was glad they had such a friend there. When the boys arrived at the auction, all the guests gathered there immediately began to greet the great Master Wu. Wu greeted everyone in a friendly manner, and then asked who had just called him a charlatan when someone insulted him in the crowd. It turned out to be a woman with long purple hair and a dress that matched her hairstyle. Wu tensed up when he realized that this lady was from the Zheng family, because he definitely didn't want to get involved with that clan. When the protagonist simply turned away after seeing the boy's pitiful face, Wu tried to remain casual, clearly afraid of the woman. Mrs. Zheng snorted as she passed them, and Chen knew that the woman's grandfather was over 100 years old and had suffered from almost all of his organ failure. He sighed heavily because he wouldn't be able to get a large sum of money by helping the Zheng family since he hadn't created the large spirit enhancement pills. The auction host presented a 130-year-old ginseng root. The starting price was 3 million, and a lady from the Zheng family immediately offered a whopping 17 million. So far, Chen has only managed to get a barely century-old multi-flowered Solomon's seal at the auction, and this woman has bought everything else. But then the presenter presented a real treasure. He opened a wooden box, and even our hero was interested in the item. Chen admitted to Wu that he didn't even recognize the plant, but it was very rich in spiritual energy, dozens of times denser than ancient ginseng. The protagonist shocked Wu by saying that it was practically a magical plant and could be called a semi-magical reagent. He explained that the semi-magical reagent might not even be a medicinal plant, but an ordinary leaf. The main thing is the accumulated spiritual energy. Master Wu was amazed when Chen told him that magical medicines could be created from the semi-magical reagent. Chen stated that with this ingredient they could create several magical ordinary drugs, and Wu knew he had to try to get it. Wu decided to compete for this lot, and the host announced that the starting price for it would be 5 million. The guy immediately raised the sign and declared that he was ready to give up 5.5 million, while the public was outraged by the high starting price. The lady from the Zheng family immediately offered 10 million, but Master Wu did not give in. He raised the bid to 11 million. The purple-haired woman was also determined to get her hands on the plant, so she raised her bid to 20 million. Chen told Wu to back out of the bet if it exceeded 30 million, because our hero, like Wu, didn't have much money. Master Wu stood up and shouted that he had offered 21 million, but the girl immediately intervened and outbid him. Seeing Zheng's firm determination to obtain the plant, Master Wu's face sank, and he sat back down in his chair, feeling disappointed. Wu saw that the woman was deliberately opposing them, so he decided to offer our hero an idea. Chen refused because it was just a semi-magical reagent. He was more interested in why the woman needed it so much. The purple-haired woman asked if a villager dared to compete with the Zheng family. Zheng asked Mr. Shi, who was helping her, if this item was really from divine medicine, and the old man smirked. She felt sorry that this piece of Qiansongzi did not reach the level of true divine medicine that could bring the dead back to life. The girl asked what they should do, since her grandfather had a maximum of 3 months to live, and other families were waiting to get their property. She asked her not to worry because he knew a place where real divine plants grew. The woman was delighted when Shi told her how the founder of his sect had planted a divine plant in a deeply hidden pond. The protagonist, leaving the auction, was angry because he had gotten almost nothing there, and this disappointed him. Wu reassured him, saying that the Zheng family was too reckless and presumptuous, and Madame Zheng herself heard this. When Wu admitted that he wanted to avoid this woman, she asked if he was really Wu from the Dongdu City Spirit Cultivator clan. The guy asked what she wanted from him. She said that she wanted to hire him to help Wu find a place for her near Dongdu. Seeing Mr. Shi, Wu asked if the old man meant to say that he was better than the great master Zhou Jidao, since he acted so self-confidently. Taking the master's words as a challenge, the old man said that the boy would now be able to see for himself, and rushed forward. Master Wu was not averse to fighting with the elderly Kung Fu master. Both of them activated their aura. The spiritual powers of Old Man Shi and Master Wu clashed, causing the young man to slide backwards. She asked Wu if his strength was now clear, and the boy was forced to admit that he had lost. The old man admitted that they were looking for a place at the foot of Mount Dongdu, where there was a pond that occupied thousands of square meters. Wu assumed that they were talking about the evil dragon pond, and she was not surprised that the guy knew about this place. The boy explained that this was the secret place of his sect, but Chen stopped him, clapped him on the shoulder, and asked Shi why they needed this pond. Chen replied that it was none of his business, that he just needed to take them to the pond for money, and Chen shook his head and said that he didn't need money. The protagonist declared that he would take the branch from the auction instead of money, but Zheng was indignant, since the lot cost her 30 million. She didn't mind. He handed the guy a wooden case with a plant, and then Chen agreed to go to the pond in a week. The woman was outraged that Old Man Shi had agreed to give him the root, and the entire Zheng family group left for the gate. Wu asked why Chen agreed to this, since Shi's cultivation stage was very high and he was afraid that the matter smelled bad. Chen Fan explained that the pond was guarded by snakes with evil yin energy, and they needed scouts who would sacrifice themselves for them. They also obtained a semi-magical reagent, and Wu admitted that the plan was brilliant, while Chen told Shu to rent a private villa to cultivate for a week. Already at the villa, Wu was indignant that the girl had hired security, and Shu brought tea and asked him not to worry. Shu was curious about our hero, as the great master had been cultivating behind closed doors for 7 days now. The protagonist was still cultivating, sitting on the floor, surrounding himself with the magical plants he had collected. At the same time, he decided to create a couple more magical preparations, including spirit concentration pills for developing true essence and spiritual energy. After leaving the room, the boy told Shu to prepare tea and bring it to the veranda, and Wu asked if the master had already finished cultivating. Later, Wu remarked on the tea's incomparable aroma, full of spiritual energy, and Chen explained that he had put a spirit concentration pill in it. While sipping his hot drink, our hero ordered his assistant to come over, and Shu immediately approached him. Chen said that she should abandon the upcoming dangerous journey and instead go to school or work. Shu began to scream, begging him to let her stay. She no longer recognized in the guy's cold gaze the older brother who stroked her head when they first met. She fell to her knees when Chen declared that Taoism could not be learned with a snap of the fingers if she intended to start cultivating it too. The girl really wanted to have such power. She asked if the teachings of Taoism could not be passed on to descendants at will. She wondered what she could do if she had the power of a great master, rather than being an ordinary student or employee. Chen Fan stated that if she wanted to take the path of asceticism, she would need not only knowledge but also a lot of luck. Our hero believes that the world will be plunged into chaos if knowledge is passed on to anyone who wants it. And Wu advised her to first find out if Chen is willing to teach her. Kung Fu students first spend 2 years cleaning and serving the master, and then another 6 years before gaining basic knowledge. Wu said that his master tested him for 10 years before concluding that the boy was worthy of learning the path of Taoism. He felt sad that the master had ended up spending so much time training such an insignificant Taoist like him. Shu bowed her head to Chen, declaring that she was willing to spend even 20 years if he would impart the teachings of Kung Fu to her, and our hero ordered her to stand up. He said that he could impart some knowledge to her if she obeyed him completely, and would take her life if he noticed even the slightest hint of betrayal. Shu agreed, not daring to look him in the eye, and Chen told her not to call him master because she was still only his student in name. Realizing that she was not worthy of calling him master, Shu vowed to herself that she would practice the knowledge he had imparted to her until she was exhausted. Wu congratulated the boy on choosing a good student, and Chen decided to teach her simple ways to develop the initial stage of foundation formation. Our hero decided to accept her as his student if the girl was truly talented and could cross the sea of spirits on her own. The boy told the student to drink some tea and go to bed, stating that they would be heading to the evil dragon's pond tomorrow. As Shu took a sip of tea, she saw a bright white beam of light penetrate the night sky. Wu said that she had just been reborn before his eyes, and the girl thanked Master Chen for the experience. The next morning, when the group approached Zheng's car, the girl asked Wu if he was really going to take the 2 children with him. The woman said the 2 looked like ordinary people, but Wu lied, saying Chen was just a local boy who lived near the pond, so he would be useful. The old man noticed that the girl Shu was completely different now. He saw her a week ago, and then she had a very weak aura. He wondered if the girl had recklessly swallowed a piece of Chen Songzi. He considered it a waste of a divine gift. Soon, the car parked in the square of Dongdu City. Mrs. Zheng and Old Man Shi got out of the car, and Chen was still sitting inside. Zheng informed our hero that they had already arrived in the right city, and now he should tell him where the pond was. Soon the whole company arrived at the city of 2 dragons, surrounded by high mountains. It was small and traditional. At the entrance, Ms. Zheng was greeted by a man, and the woman thanked him for his warm welcome. The man introduced them to the guide, since he knew that they were going to the pond. The old hunter asked them to call him Elder Chu. Chu asked if they were looking for the evil dragon's pond. He said. The worried old man said that they couldn't go there. The old hunter explained that there wasn't even any grass growing near the pond, and that the water was filled with dark energy, and no one should step there under any circumstances. Chu also knew that a real monster lived there, so his teaching always said that one should not go to this pond. The mayor shamed Chu for still believing in monsters, and the old hunter tried to justify himself to him. But the stories did not frighten Mrs. Zheng. She decided to set out immediately because the place described was very similar to what was written in her teacher's tablet. The old hunter still agreed to lead Lady Zheng and the others to the pond. They made their way through the mountains for a long time. Wu asked why the Zhengs took them if they had already hired a guide. Our hero explained that it was because the Zheng family didn't trust him. And all because Chen speaks with the Jiangbei dialect. Although Wu told the woman that our hero would live in the city of Dongdu, Chen Fan warned Wu that the Zheng family would be watching them, although he still doesn't understand why they need the evil dragon pond. He understood that Master Shu's power was based on the wood element and had no connection with the evil dragon pond, so there might be hidden treasures there. The boy realized that the pond would definitely contain magical reagents and treasures, since monsters that accumulate qi from the earth and air live there. Chen Fan decided that he needed to get all these treasures, and the guide Chu suggested setting up camp since they would not have time to get there today. Ms. Zheng's team set up camp, the boys pitched a few tents, and lit a fire to cook food. The meat was almost ready, and Mrs. Zheng invited the old hunter to sit next to her and share their dinner. Wu complained to our hero about these scoundrels because Zheng had not offered them food, and the guy's stomach was already growling from hunger. Shu was also angry at them, but said that she did not care about the Zheng family, deciding that she had to cope with the hunger on her own. The protagonist sat down on the ground and began to closely watch the woman, who was resting and completely ignoring them. Fortunately, Chen Fan had prepared some pills in advance and threw them to Wu and Shu to solve their hunger problem. Wu and Shu looked at the medicine with disbelief. They had no idea what it was or whether it was edible, but they did not argue with the Great Master and immediately swallowed the pill, after which their bodies were pierced by extraordinary sensations. Shu was immersed in bliss, as if she were lying on the surface of the water, and Master Wu received concentration. Wu asked if these were the legendary magic pills and said that his body felt like it was getting stronger and stronger. When night, Shu and Wu agreed, and they immediately sat in meditative poses and closed their eyes, concentrating on cultivation. Zheng asked the bodyguard what they were doing, and he explained that the guys were stubborn and didn't want to bow down and beg for food. Shai realized that they were practicing a style of kung fu, and he was pleased that Wu, Shu, and Chen would be even hungrier if they used their energy for such training. The next morning came and Mrs. Zheng went outside and stretched her legs after spending the night in a tent. She snorted and said she wanted to see how long the boys could last, and Shu told the boys that she could feel the strength in her arms and legs and the energy moving through her body. Shu decided that she must train tirelessly in order to one day prove that she was worthy of being our hero's student. Wu realized that one night of practice with Mr. Chen gave him more than 3 years of training. He was delighted with our hero's abilities. The whole company, led by a local guide, was ready to go to the pond of the evil dragon. The old man led everyone behind him. 3 days later, they already saw a pond on the horizon. Chu's guide said that he couldn't take them any further and advised them not to go there either. Zheng and Shi ran forward happily because they were almost at their destination. Chen Fan also saw the evil dragon pond. He stated that this was definitely a place where qi energy was concentrated, and also a holy place for sinful monks and monsters. Suddenly, the protagonist walked closer and saw the men from Master Wu's sect driving away Lady Zheng and Shi. The man Wu warned Master Chen that they were his sect brothers, and then stated that he did not bring foreigners here, and they came on their own. But his sect brothers didn't believe him, saying that they had seen him in the City of Two Dragons, which meant that it was he who led the group of people through the mountains. Chen was not surprised by this behavior of the Spirit Cultivator clan, and Lady Zheng ordered the men to get out of her way. A man from the clan asked her how she knew Master Wu, and she introduced herself as Zheng Anqi from Gan Island and said that she had come to Dongdu to check on her investments. The master stated that he did not care whether the woman was from a prestigious family or a poor one, because they had set foot on their land. He laughed in her face when Anki warned that they were armed and that men did not dare mock the eldest daughter of an influential family. Anki said that the old people were insane if they dared to threaten her, and our hero thought that this woman was digging her own grave. Having taken out the magic ticket, the master ordered this farce to be stopped and declared that those who invaded their land must die. The old man with long teeth activated the ticket, after which the space was filled with thick black smoke. Zheng Anki and her guards tensed up when they saw that these old men actually knew magical arts. She also activated his magical abilities, saying that the men of the clan must leave, otherwise he would not vouch for their well-being. The old man from the clan asked if Sha still wanted to go against them and trample their pride, even though he was the same as them. He prepared another magic ticket and challenged Master Shu to a fight, intending to attack first. Master Shu asked the men how they dared to act so arrogantly when they had such weak yin energy. The men of the clan screamed as their black Shi was being absorbed as Master Shi attacked them with a stream of bright green magical light. Old man Shi launched a stream of his energy at one of the sectarians, which hit the target and caused the man to fly off the ground. He screamed as Shi's torrent of power knocked him down, and his comrade thought it was better to retreat, seeing how strong Master Shi was. Master Shi stated that he had come here to collect magical herbs for Lord Zheng. He said that as soon as he got these plants, he would leave this place, so they should not cause problems for each other. Master Wu felt awkward in front of his sect brothers when the old man with the long mustache asked what decision he was making. The main character did not interfere in the argument. He stood nearby, staring at one point, and remained silent, not paying attention to the guys. Zheng began to be indignant that Mr. Shi had not dealt with the sectarians, and accused Wu and Chen of being in league with the men. While Mrs. Anki was making accusations, the woman did not notice how the monster rose from the pond, and a huge wave appeared behind her. When Madame Jing noticed this, she became frightened and backed away, and immediately began calling for Master Shi's help. The evil serpent appeared before those who came to disturb his peace. It was a giant blue reptile with glowing eyes. The snake immediately tried to bite Old Man Shi, but he jumped back in time. But Lady Zheng's guard fell into the snake's mouth. The bodyguard told Lady Zheng to quickly find shelter and ordered the others to take up arms and follow him. Anki's guards began firing at the evil serpent simultaneously, but it had no effect on the monster. The leader of the bodyguards knew that if he had a weapon heavier than ordinary pistols, he would have torn this earthworm to pieces. The man in dark glasses decided to pull out his bladed weapon and rushed forward to attack the evil serpent. He struck the guard, fell into the water, and died. The assistant grabbed the lady by the hand, saying that they needed to get out of here, but Anki did not want to leave because she was still there. Master Shi became angry at the evil giant creature and prepared to fight the snake using his magical abilities. The old man released a stream of magical energy from his mouth, which he directed at the evil, huge snake. Lady Zheng was delighted and praised the master when Old Man Shi's attack was effective and the evil snake was wounded. Combining all his cultivation experience, Shi used the essence to create a blast of natural energy, but it only slightly injured the monster. When the old master turned around, he saw that the rest of Lady Zheng's bodyguards had also already been defeated by the monster. Ms. Anki began to panic and asked her surviving subordinates what they should do now. The men of the clan did not understand why the monster had appeared, since it only emerges from hibernation once every 3 years, and Chen Fan called them fools. Chen explained that the evil serpent was attracted by the squabbles that everyone was causing here, and that it was hibernating due to the excess of yin energy in the pond. Wu asked Master Chen if he wanted to leave this place. Xu said that this creature was too scary. Our hero, the protagonist, replied that he was going to kill the monster, causing Lady Anki to scream, accusing the guy of being crazy. But the boy was not afraid of the giant monster. He stood before the evil snake, determined to defeat him. Xu asked Wu if he believed that Master Chen could defeat the snake. The guy also wasn't confident in our hero's abilities. Master Wu turned his attention to Old Man Shi, who was standing in front of the evil snake as it wrapped its body around him. She realized that Chen had planned this encounter with the monster from the very beginning and told Anki to run away from here because the snake was going to use its ice breath. A blast of icy air hit Old Man Shi, and Anki was afraid for him when she saw that the monster was aiming to take his life. Risking his life for everyone, Xu did not understand who our hero was because ordinary courage would not work here and the snake could not be killed so easily. But Chen, grinning, understood how to deal with the monster. He took out an amulet with shining jade. Lady Zheng didn't understand what it was when our hero summoned his magic sword, which emitted a bright golden light. Master Shi, who was watching this, was shocked to see the protagonist rise up and swing his sword. Holding his weapon out in front of him, Chen Fan activated a large magical seal and shouted, summoning his sword. The monster visibly tensed when he saw bright yellow sparks flying from the sky, caused by our hero. The evil giant snake hissed as the powerful energy overtook the huge reptile. Xu watched in fascination as the protagonist, holding a sword that could cut through mountains and rivers, prepared to slay the serpent. A large golden beam of light stretched from the sky to the ground, after which Chen Fan jumped up and decapitated the monster. The giant evil snake was defeated with one blow from Great Master Chen. The monster's head plopped straight into the pond. Wu smiled, feeling proud of his master, and the brothers from his clan realized that they were facing an immortal, and not just a human. Xu was delighted with Master Chen's incomparability, and Wu loudly announced the name of his teacher who had defeated the evil serpent. Mrs. Zheng was also amazed by our hero's incredible abilities, she screamed, asking why he didn't show his power earlier. Chen stopped, turned around, and said that the magic sword of true martial arts was engraved on the amulet, and it took him 7 days to do it. The protagonist understood that his immortal teacher, Changqing, could even cut the sun in half with this sword. Our hero was determined to achieve core fusion in this life. He didn't know how long it would take him, and Shai thanked him for saving him. At this time, Xu was running around the snake's head, looking at it with delight. Master Wu scolded the girl for her curiosity. Xu was amazed at her teacher who killed such a huge, scary beast, and Zheng complained to him about why he didn't do it earlier. Anki said that if he had done it earlier, her guards would not have died, so he was responsible for their lives. Master Chen told the woman that they were not on friendly terms, so he did not owe her anything, and Anki demanded that he let her go to the pond, and she would take everything she needed. The guy asked if she really thought the pawn belonged to her, to which Anki asked if he was trying to stop her. She stated the representatives of the spirit cult knelt before our hero and declared that they would now follow him, the immortal oracle. Chen Fan demanded that Anki leave the place and began waving his hand to chase her away, which made her even more indignant. She didn't agree with Chen's claim to the evil dragon pond, and she didn't believe he knew magical arts. Master Shi tried to stop her, reminding her that she was talking to an immortal who had just killed a devil dragon. Wu said that if the girl provoked him, he was afraid that everyone who was somehow connected to the Zheng family would lose their lives. The protagonist became angry with Zheng Anki and ordered her to leave the place. But the girl couldn't believe her ears. Chen Fan shouted at her to get out, the furious cry startling Anki so much that she collapsed to the ground. She apologized to our hero for Zheng not understanding who he was dealing with and promised that they would leave this place immediately. When the spirit cultivation clan representatives left after them, Chen said that he didn't remember giving them permission to leave. A few days later, the protagonist and his students were still spending time in the territory of the evil dragon's pond. Chen Fan held out his hand, which held the magic pill, and told his disciples to swallow it. Wu said that the pill was weaker than the condensing spiritual energy, and Su said that the pill made her energy spread throughout her body. Chen revealed that he had created thousands of such life essence pills from this snake and kept the monster's eyes, scales, and spine for himself for the future. Fan said that from now on, Wu was the head of the spirit cultivation sect, so the guy would have to deal with what happened outside the pond. A man in a black suit knelt before our hero and reported that Zheng Anki had returned and wished to meet with Chen Fan. Anki came and said that she wanted to talk to him as a business partner and offered to buy the ingredients from the evil dragon pond from him. The protagonist warned that he would answer the woman honestly and stated that Zheng Anki had come here in vain. Zheng Anki was scared, but our hero was ready to tell her about the magical flower reagent that the girl was looking for. Chen knew that this flower was supposed to prolong the old man's life in her opinion, and warned that these plants could kill a living person, not save him. Master Shi felt awkward and said that he must have made a mistake, because he knew about the magic reagent but didn't know its location. Anki replied that although this was not the place they needed, she would still continue to count on Mr. Shi's support. Frustrated, she admitted that she had no idea where else this magical reagent could be, and Chen said that he had pills that would prolong the old man's life. The protagonist told Wu to find a wounded animal to prove it. The boy replied that a sick rabbit lived nearby. Chen Fan took out one of the pills from the jar and handed it to the white rabbit, who sniffed the medicine curiously. The medicine worked immediately. The rabbit became happy and healthy. Zheng became curious about this miracle drug. The protagonist said that Mr. Shi cultivates wood qi kung fu, so he should be familiar with this type of pill. Shai sniffed the pill and said that it was filled with vital energy, which meant it could help people too. Chen Fan explained to the woman that the pill was called the life essence pill, and one was enough to extend life for 10 days. He said that there were hundreds of such pills in this jar, so they could extend life for several years, and Zheng was willing to buy them. The main character showed the woman one finger. She thought that he was asking for 100 million, and this was very expensive for her. She smirked and still agreed to buy the jar of life essence pills for 100 million. Xu was shocked that the guy would get such a sum, and Wu was drooling over the incomparability of the master who received such a profit for creating pills. There are only 100 life essence pills in the jar, including the pill that was eaten by the rabbit, so he is asking for 10 billion. Anki screamed, accusing our hero of losing his mind, because 10 billion for a measly jug was an unrealistic amount. He replied that of course he knew that it was a lot of money, but his drug was the only one in the world, so she could not buy it and leave here. The guy turned around. Anki shouted that he had gone too far but then calmed down and said that they could not provide such a large amount right now. Chen Fan turned around and said that he would give them time to collect enough money and was ready to give the woman the jar of pills. The protagonist threw the jug at the girl, telling her not to delay payment because he was not a very patient man. Zheng Anki promised that she would collect the required amount and would not keep our hero waiting long. She was happy to make a deal. She asked if she was really going to give Chen Fan that much money. The woman asked who said she was going to pay. Old Man Shai understood from the woman's smirk and gaze that she was planning to deceive the protagonist. Anki explained that she had not entered into any contract and there was no evidence of the transaction, so Chen Fan would not be able to present any charges against her. In the woman's opinion, this young man Chen only knows a couple of magical arts. While the modern world follows different rules, Master Shai was not happy with the mistress's plan. He believed that it was not worth breaking the deal with the immortal so easily. But the old man understood that he had no right to interfere in Lady Zheng's affairs, even if it led to great tragedy for her family. Wu asked Chen why he gave the woman the pills in advance. Xu wasn't thrilled either, but our hero was confident in his actions. The protagonist said that if Mrs. Zheng did not give the required amount, Her entire family and she would have to pay with their lives. As Chen rested on the rock, he thought that some people think that rules are the most important thing. But they have no idea what these rules actually mean. He compared these people to sandcastles that become nothing once they hit the wave. Him, the immortal sovereign of Baeksuan. The protagonist told the disciples who knelt before him that he wanted to live in solitude, but first they had to listen to his instructions. Soon, Chen Fan began to form a spiritual condensation alone, created from jade and yin crystals placed at the bottom of the pond. He chose the pond as his sacred place for cultivation, as the art of tempering could absorb the dark energy of the evil dragon. With the soul formation pill, Chen wanted to gather all his spiritual power together and also improve his thought processes. The protagonist swallowed it and immediately felt himself getting stronger. But his body still found it difficult to withstand such stress. Now the master needed to correctly direct the flows of this force, and the art of tempering the soul would help him gather this force in one point. When the boy completed this task, he stood up and noticed that he could now see the invisible power of this world. 7 days later, the protagonist was about to create a spiritual item, now that he had enough spiritual energy. To do this, he imbued the preserved spine of the evil serpent with spiritual energy. He had one last step left to complete the creation of the item. Chen said it wasn't every day that he had the opportunity to work with a ridge nearly 19 meters long, so he wanted to test the item's power right away. The protagonist used the ridge as a rope, swung it and hit the rock, causing a deafening explosion. He liked the effect. The power of the spiritual item was excellent. Chen Fan decided to call it a ferocious bone whip. Meanwhile, Shu's student was working on practicing true martial arts. She cast the air hammer spell and struck the stone, leaving a dent in it. Wu noticed this and praised the girl for being able to master the air hammer formation in just 3 months. The girl turned around and the first thing she asked the guy was whether their master, who had lived in seclusion for so long, was okay. Master Wu placed his hand on Shu's shoulder and said that Chen Fan would be fine as long as they didn't bother him. Wu was curious about what the girl was thinking about now, but all her thoughts were actually occupied by the main character. Suddenly, the boys grabbed their heads as a loud explosion thundered and streaks of bright white light filled the sky. Shu smiled because she realized that it was the protagonist who had finally ended his seclusion. Wu didn't understand what kind of golden energy, similar to that of the evil serpent, was surrounding the dark silhouette. He covered his face with his hands and sighed heavily when it turned out that it was Chen Fan who had come. Shu couldn't believe her eyes at first. Wu was delighted to learn that it was because of the snake's golden eyes, and Shu congratulated the master on how well he had done. Chen Fan stated that now that his training had been successfully completed, it was time for them to return back. Shu became worried when she heard that he was going back to Chuzhou and asked him to take her with him, but he did not allow it. Chen Fan returned to his villa, and in 3 months he had developed his cultivation, trained his consciousness, and much more. Wei Ziking met him near the villa. The guy immediately asked what happened, since she was expecting him to appear here. The girl said that her father and grandfather would like to meet him. Chen remembered that her father was a senior colonel in the Jinling military region. The protagonist said that since the girl's father so desired it, he would not mind meeting him in person. A white car was already parked at the villa, and Sitson pointed in the direction of the car, asking him to get in. Soon the guys arrived at the Wei family mansion, and Wei Chang'an and Old Man Wei were already meeting our hero at the door. The old man put his hands on Chen's shoulders as he was glad to meet her, and said that the pills had helped him well, and now his son needed help. When everyone sat down, Lieutenant Colonel Chang'an said that he had heard that our hero's martial arts had reached perfection. The protagonist replied that it was true, but did not understand how it related to Wei's son, to which Chang'an asked him to demonstrate his skills. Chen Fan asked the man if he had a gun, and when Chang'an grabbed his holster, he ordered him to shoot him. Ziking, her grandfather, and the others were in shock. But Chang'an was not against shooting the guy. He took out his pistol from his holster. He pointed the gun at the guy and warned that he would actually shoot. Our hero didn't mind, but Sitson wanted to stop him. The man fired. The bullet approached our hero at lightning speed, but the guy reached out in time to grab it. The protagonist deftly caught the bullet in flight and squeezed it in his fist, after which he showed the caught bullet in the palm of his hand. Ziking was amazed that he actually caught the bullet, and her dad patted the boy on the shoulder, saying that his abilities lived up to his reputation. Chang'an admitted that he was here to ask Chen to become the leading instructor of the Kanglong Battalion. Chen knew that the Kanglong Battalion was a training ground for special forces, and the instructor was responsible for training the best soldiers. The military man promised that he would grant our hero a rank no lower than Major General, since due to his age it would not be possible to give him a higher rank. Ziking said that in a couple of years the boy would become a Major General in Huaxia County, even though he was only 20 years old. Chen didn't understand why they wanted to put him in such an important position. The military man explained that the previous instructor had been removed. The man said that recently there was a military competition, and Sanlong ended up in third place from the bottom, which is a very bad result. Zitzen screamed, telling everything she knew about the incident and the 10 teams that were involved. Her father was ashamed to admit that his Kanglong battalion had become the worst among the 7 squads, but Chen still didn't think they needed him. Chen Fan believed that this position required an elite fighter who specialized in military operations in modern conditions. Chang'an tried to convince him otherwise, saying that it was enough for a specially hired instructor to be responsible for personal combat training. The man explained that the reason they lost was because their fighters were bad at individual sparring. Unlike other battalions, his fighters could not defeat even one person. And the winner was the Longya battalion under the command of Ye Nantian. Chang'an was angry that Longya had won for 15 years in a row, and Chen Fan said that he had no time to train children. Lieutenant Colonel Wei tried to convince him otherwise, saying that Chen would only need to train the fighters twice a week, and the training ground was not far from here. The man grabbed the boy by the hands and said that if Chen Fan agreed, they were ready to consider any of his conditions. The grandfather thought his son's promise sounded very convincing when the soldier promised the boy the safety of his family and a place in Jiangbei. Chen Fan agreed on the condition that he use the pseudonym Chen Beishuan. Chang'an didn't see any problem with that. The old man told his son that if it weren't for his last offer, Chen Fan would definitely have refused, and it was about the safety of his relatives. Chen Fan returned home and opened the suitcase. He decided to unfold the soul-attracting spiritual constructions. He finished doing this only 3 days later. He activated the magic seal and decided to begin the final stage of construction. Yin energy began to spread everywhere, not only within the villa but also beyond our hero's mansion. Chen Fan noticed that he could now breathe easier, as the air was charged with qi energy, and he decided to begin cultivating. A whole week later, a man and a woman in military attire appeared at the door, and Chen Fan allowed them to enter. The bearded man had a negative attitude towards the instructor after seeing where the boy he had taken an immediate dislike to lived. The woman told him to respect the chain of command, since Chen Fan was a leading instructor invited by his superiors. The soldier replied that he didn't care who he was, because he was just a boy, and the woman asked him to moderate his hostility. The man was outraged, as it was unacceptable to give such a position to a teenager, but his colleague replied that Chen Fan was at least at the ascension level. He didn't. The military man said that she had simply made a mistake somewhere, because Ye Nantian, the strongest in their realm, had only reached the level of profound strength at the age of 17. The woman knocked on the door and asked if Mr. Chen was home, introducing herself as a man from the military district. The protagonist changed into a military-style jacket and finally allowed the military to enter his luxurious villa. The man introduced himself as Huo Donglai from the Central Military Command and said he was glad to meet our hero. The woman tensed when she saw Huo looking suspiciously at Chen Fan, suggesting that they not address each other by their ranks. Huo Donglai extended his fist and declared that if the guy could defeat him, he would believe in his strength. Otherwise, the other soldiers would not believe in his abilities either. The woman defended her colleague, saying that the close combat instructor had a hot temper, and our hero did not understand why he had to fight his subordinate. The boy's words angered Ho even more, and he asked if he really didn't care about the rules of martial arts, to which Chen ordered the man to shut his mouth. Chen Fan looked at the man arrogantly and patted his face, after which the man calmed down and did not argue with the guy anymore. When they left the house, the woman wondered why our hero hadn't taken anything with him, and was going to the mountains on foot. In the car, she introduced herself as Yu Qing and said that she would be his personal consultant, and that they would go to the closed military zone by helicopter. Yu Qing promised to sincerely answer all the guy's questions if he had any, to which Chen replied that he had nothing to ask. Huo Donglai thought he would see how this kid would handle it when they arrived in Kanglong, and he met the wild and uncooperative soldiers. Meanwhile, the Changlong battalion was already waiting for a new instructor. One of the soldiers was angry, because they had been waiting for him for 3 hours. The guys treated the new instructor with disdain, saying that he wasn't worth a dime, since he wasn't even 20 years old. They remembered their former instructor, who was twice their age and had gone through thick and thin while continuing to serve the army. The soldiers were brought to heel by a stern captain who told them not to discuss the lead instructor, but to follow orders, and the boys stopped. The bald soldier told Wu not to worry, as he had just joined the Kanglong battalion. The guy replied that he was following the captain's example, and the bald soldier offered to show the new instructor how they treat new superiors here. The soldier with glasses reminded them that the captain had told them to obey the orders of their superiors, to which the bald man replied that he simply wanted the instructor to show what he was capable of. The bald-headed guy said that the new instructor should not interfere with their training if it turns out that he doesn't know how to do anything. He wanted to have a one-on-one sparring session with the instructor since Chen Fan would be teaching them hand-to-hand combat, and the helicopter was almost at the base. Yu Qing warned our hero that they were almost at the Kanglong battalion. Chen Fan reacted to this news with indifference. The woman said she was afraid that the boy would have to show his strength to the fighters, and Chen Fan was understanding. Huo Donglai couldn't help but feel angry, thinking how ridiculous our hero was, and Yu Qing knew that the fighters would laugh at him if our hero showed his weakness. When they arrived, the woman asked whether to begin boarding. The protagonist refused, stood up and walked to the exit. The military men tensed up when Chen Fan simply opened the helicopter door and stood in the doorway, not understanding what he was planning. The woman was taken aback when Chen Fan reminded her that she herself had asked him to show what he could do so that the soldiers would obey him. The protagonist laughed and said that he would just jump down, which left Huo Donglai and Yu Qing in shock. Chen Fan confidently jumped down without a parachute or any other equipment. He began to fly down. Approaching the surface of the earth, the soldiers saw the helicopter and realized that their new instructor had arrived. The bald guy was already flexing his fists, getting ready to teach Chen Fan a lesson. Chu was thinking about Chen Fan at this time, dreaming of teaching him a lesson when he became stronger, and the soldiers did not understand why the helicopter did not land. The guy in glasses screamed when he saw a man jump out of the helicopter. Everyone was stunned, and our hero was already ready to land. When the protagonist landed on the ground, the soldier at the command post suggested that an earthquake had begun. All the soldiers stared in shock at the dent in the ground that was smoking after our hero landed there. The bald fighter stuttered in shock that the instructor had jumped straight from the helicopter, and Chu was amazed by Chen Fan's abilities. When the smoke cleared and the new instructor finally appeared before the soldiers, Chu frowned because he recognized him as his enemy. The instructor greeted the soldiers of the Kanglong battalion and introduced himself to them as Chen Beishuan, using a pseudonym. The guy with glasses asked if his friend still thought he could beat Chen Fan in a sparring match, to which he replied that he was now sure that even bullets wouldn't harm the instructor. Chu was furious. He couldn't believe that Chen Fan was now his leading instructor, and the captain greeted our hero. Chen Fan claimed that he heard that the soldiers wanted to trample him into the dirt and ordered anyone who wanted to challenge him to stand down. There was a deathly silence, and then Chen assumed that there were no objections, and the frightened soldiers confirmed this. The protagonist ordered the soldiers to answer him louder, while the helicopter was about to land at the base. Huo Donglai and Yu Qing were trembling with fear after our hero's prank. While Chen Fan was training new subordinates, the battalion captain loudly reported to the lead instructor that they had no objections, and the others repeated. The angry instructor criticized the soldiers for their sluggishness and said it was no wonder they had finished last in the competition. He stated that if the boys behaved like animals, he would train them to become physical animals that would swallow the heavens. When the helicopter landed, Yu Qing came out and praised our hero, saying that the lead instructor was full of extraordinary talents. Huo Donglai was ashamed, but he acknowledged the new instructor's strength, and Chen Fan dismissed everyone, saying that the meeting would take place after lunch. The soldiers were thrilled with their new lead instructor, discussing how this amazing man had jumped out of a helicopter. Chu and his buddies weren't so pleased, the bald-headed guy lamenting the fact that he had dared to underestimate the lead instructor. The captain told the boys that the lead instructor would teach them, and the guy with glasses asked if Chen Fan wasn't of the same level of profound strength as Huo Donglai. Chu said Ho wouldn't jump out of a helicopter, and the bald-headed guy agreed that Donglai was no match for the new instructor. The guy was furious with Chen Fan, who now dominated him, while our hero met with the command. Yu Qing gave him information about the Kanglong battalion. The guy replied that he did not need it, because he would leave this place after training. The protagonist understood that if he became familiar with the secret documents, he would not be allowed to leave this base in the future. The woman asked how the guy was going to train the soldiers, saying that they had everything they needed to help with this. The guy replied that he wouldn't need them. He needed special techniques to develop soldiers to the level of Longya in a short time. Huo Donglai was amazed that the instructor was going to develop the soldiers so much, and Yu Qing was shocked that he wanted to do it quickly. The man warned Chen Fan that the Longya fighters' abilities were unmatched, and it would be extremely difficult to surpass them. Chen Fan propped his head up with his fist and replied that it would be as easy for him to do it as bending a finger on his hand. The protagonist took the blue folder from the table and silently handed it to his new consultant Yu Qing. She was shocked when she saw that this was a technique specially developed by Chen Fan, which would allow the children to develop almost to the level of internal strength. Military instructor Gu Liuzu, another instructor, asked the young man what the secret of the technique was. Chen explained that learning the tempering skill would allow soldiers to fight against internal fighters without magic. Huo Donglai asked if this was like Muay Thai, and the second instructor doubted that ordinary people could handle such training. Chen replied that his tempering skill was much easier than Muay Thai, and with the secret formula, soldiers would learn the skill very quickly, but would not be able to develop further. Yu Qing stared in shock at the new lead instructor who mentioned the secret formula of his training pills. Gu Liuzhu asked if the guy could show him the formula, knowing that it was the secret of any sect, and it was unlikely that Chen Fan would agree. But the protagonist immediately gave the envelope to the instructor. Gu Liuzhu was stunned, because this formula is worth 1,000 gold bars. Chen said that this was a formula for a cultivation pill, and only those who practiced the Kanglong tempering skill would receive the effect, and it was useless for everyone else. Later, the soldiers of the Kanglong battalion began training under their new lead instructor. They were sweating from fatigue, complaining that their body felt like it was on fire with pain, and energy was gathering around their bodies. Donglai and Liu Zhu watched this, calling Chen Fan a God-given instructor. Huo even admitted that the guy's strength was far beyond his imagination. Chen Fan asked Liu Zhu how the training was going, and the man with the scar on his face reported that his method was truly incredible. Ho Donglai asked permission to speak to the leading instructor, who happily agreed to answer his question. The soldiers praised the new instructor as they trained, saying out loud that he was simply incredible. But only Chu was dissatisfied. Chu was angry that Chen Fan was completely ignoring him. He had just arrived in Kanglong and was afraid that he would never reach the level of our hero. Seeing the captain telling the soldiers to gather, Chu thought that he had to do this so that he could someday see a bright future. While training, Chu decided that he would one day become stronger than our hero, since he received secret knowledge about the tempering skill from him. Huo and Chen Fan stepped aside, and the man admitted that he had been a complete asshole earlier and had failed to recognize the boy's great strength. Chen Fan didn't care about such a triviality, so he didn't take offense, and Huo asked if the instructor would participate in the event in Linzhou. The protagonist had no idea what this event was, which shocked the military man, and Chen admitted that he did not attach any importance to such events. Ho said that it was a large gathering that was held once a year, and all the martial arts sects gathered there, and trade was also conducted there. He said that Ascension-level masters could even display their skills there, and Chen Fan then understood why he asked him. Dunlai invited our hero to an event as part of their association and said that the last time they even sold thousand-year-old ginseng there. The protagonist asked if there would be any fights at the event, since they were going there as a whole group. Chen realized that Huo wanted him to go there to participate in the fight, since many of his team had lost their skills, but he still agreed. The guy grinned. He wanted to attend this event because he wouldn't mind meeting the warriors of the earth and seeing their strength for himself. Huo Donglai was happy. No one would dare to mock his unification now that he had such a strong master on his team. 2 weeks later, events were still unfolding in the Kanglong battalion, with soldiers continuing to train outdoors. Now the Special Forces soldiers looked more muscular, strong, and self-confident guys. Chu also continued to train. He jumped up and down, performing leg movements, and the bald guy mocked his abilities. After kicking the guy in the chest, Chu told him that he was simply a monster, because they trained as a group, and the bald-headed one showed the best results. The bald guy laughed and admitted that he felt like the tempering skill was created specifically for him, which irritated Chu. Liu Zhu told his colleagues that the bald-headed soldier was indeed strong. Tests showed that his muscle density was 3 times higher than that of an ordinary person. Yuting reported that all the soldiers were already at the limits of human capabilities, which shocked the men, and Liu Zhu began to dream of spreading the tempering skill to all troops. The protagonist reminded Luce that the training was very difficult and asked if he really thought that ordinary people could withstand such stress. All the soldiers understood that the Changlong battalion had lived the last 2 weeks as if in hell, and without medical support they would not have lasted. Ho decided that they had had enough training, and a bald soldier approached him and asked if he wanted to fight him. Liu Zhu kicked Ho to teach these brats some sense when the bald-headed fighter provoked the military man, saying that Ho was afraid to fight him. Huo Donglai straightened his tie, smiled ominously, and declared that today the soldier would taste the power of the boxing he had learned in the association. But the bald guy was also confident in his strength. He extended his hand forward, directing a clot of white light, his energy, at the military man. Dunlai caught the blob and praised the fighter, saying that his skills were not bad, and then rushed forward to counterattack. Liu Zhu was shocked when he saw that his colleague was going to use a special move used by the boxing fighters from the association. Ho Donglai was distinguished by his speed. He rushed past his opponent so quickly that the bald guy only came to his senses when the instructor was already very far away. The man jumped to the side when he noticed that his opponent was about to attack him from behind. Dunlai grunted in pain as the bald-headed fighter managed to successfully attack him, leaving scratches on his shoulder. Hu realized that the lead instructor was truly immortal, and he couldn't understand how he could underestimate what Chen Fan had taught their fighters. The soldiers, delighted with our hero, began to beg the lead instructor to show them his skills. Huo and Liu Zhu had never seen Chen Fan fight, and they were also very curious, and our hero asked who wanted to fight him. The captain expressed his desire to fight the protagonist, and Chen Fan praised him for this and for being a very capable fighter. Chen Fan praised the captain for having the best talent in the Kanglong battalion. His mind was the strongest, and he had practiced very well. The captain bowed before the instructor and asked him to enlighten him, and Chen said that the captain would win if he could at least move our hero from his place. But then their duel ended before it had even begun, because a mysterious trio appeared before everyone. An old man and a young girl, And boy, a dumbfounded Luzhu asked his uncle why he was there and why he had not allowed them to greet the senior instructor with full honors. The grandfather smiled and said that there was no need to do that, because he was already a simple man, and his grandchildren greeted the military. The girl asked Dunlay where the new instructor was and why she didn't see him anywhere. They explained to her that the guy standing behind was him. All three were stunned that the young man was that same Chen Beishuan, and the girl decided that the instructor was at her level. The red-haired guy said that Chen wasn't fit to hold a candle to his uncle and grandfather, and Ho explained that the instructor was simply holding back. Uncle knew that Chen was stronger than he appeared and was probably at the peak of his profound strength, and he declared that such people were not suitable for supporting the unification. Ho tried to explain to his uncle that he personally saw Chen jump from a helicopter and leave a huge hole in the concrete slab, but the girl didn't believe him. But Chen still praised him, saying that in the future, the boy would even be able to break free from the restraining chains of Kanglong tempering. Ho was taken aback when the red-haired guy offered to spar with Chen Fan. Our hero asked the stranger who he was. The stranger introduced himself as Gao Baisheng from the association, and Huo told Chen that he was his nephew with a lively temperament. Cao said that he heard that Chen had strong martial arts skills, which is why he wanted to fight the instructor. All the fighters sided with the lead instructor, threatening to throw Gao out of here if he said anything provocative towards Chen Fan. The red-haired guy, seeing our hero's students, called them not very strong, and then stomped on the ground, leaving a dent in the concrete floor. All the fighters began to support the leading instructor and cheer for him. Gao also provoked him to start the fight. Chen was outraged that the association was inviting him to the event in this way and declared that he would have no dealings with the association from now on. Ho tried to stop our hero and explain everything, and the girl said that Chen was simply scared because he was afraid to fight her brother. Donglai asked his uncle to talk some sense into the boys, but he replied that he also didn't believe that Chen Fan was a martial arts master. Huo Donglai tried to stop his eldest uncle and explain everything to him, claiming that he didn't understand anything. Chen told Gao that he was not worthy of fighting him, and explained that someone at least on the level of Ye Tianan or Lei Qianjue was worthy of fighting. The red-haired guy said that since they hadn't convinced him, he would forcefully instill respect for martial arts masters in him. The soldiers were astonished to see the power of a profound practitioner as Gao swung his energy-charged fist. The protagonist still stood there, doing nothing, and the fighters were curious to see what their leading instructor would do. The girl was confident of her brother's victory, since even Uncle Mu was weaker than him, and then she was shocked to see Chen Fan's abilities. Gao had already approached our hero and was about to attack him, but Chen Fan simply held out his hand, protecting himself with his energy. The red-haired guy immediately covered himself by crossing his arms in front of his face, but our hero pushed him to break his defense. One push was enough to send the defeated Gao to his knees, and then the uncle realized that he had been wrong about Chen Fan. Uncle Mu entered the arena, introduced himself as Mu Shan from the Union, and stated that he wanted to get the opportunity to join the fight. Ho was shocked that this had happened, and the soldiers defended their inimitable lead instructor and wanted him to finish off the people from the unit. The eldest uncle accused our hero of cruelty, to which Chen replied that he should be glad that he did not kill the provocateur. Mu Shan from the association was curious about why the teenager had such a look and asked Chen Fan to enlighten him. The uncle was stunned when the protagonist repeated to him that he was not worthy of enlightenment. The eldest uncle tried to stop everything and admitted that the lead instructor was strong and they were wrong. Chen Fan asked if they were just going to leave without apologizing and declared that he would not allow others to walk all over him. Huo Donglai was dumbfounded and screamed, trying to dissuade the lead instructor when Chen told his uncle to break his legs and get out of there. Mu Shan asked if Chen Fan would take revenge on them otherwise, and the boy hinted that his uncle was right. Uncle praised Mu's ambition when he agreed to take revenge, as this way he would be able to learn our hero's fighting style. Chen Fan was not averse to fighting, but Mu Shan realized that the boy was looking down on him because he did not bow to him in return. Master Mu decided to demonstrate his power. He released his energy and destroyed the concrete floor beneath him, dismantling it into tiles. He threw one of the tiles straight at our hero, and Chen Fan had no trouble breaking it into pieces with a single movement of his hand. But Master Mu did not stop trying to attack the instructor. He rushed forward, while Chen Fan stood there with his hands in his pockets. The bald-headed guy insisted that their lead instructor was much stronger, while the others doubted it. Master Mu was angry at our hero for acting so arrogantly and was about to attack him with an energy sphere. He thought that the instructor certainly wasn't expecting such a blow, so he jumped into the air and tried to hit the guy. But centimeters from the guy's face, his hands simply froze. The eldest uncle and Ho were in shock, not understanding what had happened. Mu didn't understand how this was possible, because Chen had just used his hands to reflect the man's full force, and there wasn't even a scratch left on him. Shaking the dust off his shoulder, Chen Fan once again told the master that he was not worthy of being his rival. Lu Zhi grinned. Recognizing Chen Fan as a martial arts master, the eldest uncle bowed before the boy, and even the girl realized that a strong man stood before them. The soldiers began to wish the lead instructor a long life, and our impregnable hero ordered Mu to break his legs and get out of there. The eldest uncle came over and said that they deserved such punishment. Master Mu clearly did not want to injure himself. Uncle declared that it was unacceptable to humiliate the masters, so Mu would have to carry out this punishment, and Shan realized that this was inevitable. He swung his arm and hit himself in the legs, after which he immediately fell to the ground, having carried out the punishment. The eldest uncle's nephews were stunned, and the man with long gray hair asked Chen Fan if he was satisfied with this. The beaten and punished masters of the association asked for permission to leave the place when Chen said he was satisfied. Finally, the old man warned that their union also had a master and they wanted revenge for this humiliation, and Chen Fan replied that he would wait for it. Quodong, the joyful soldiers threw their instructor into the air. Lu Zhu now had no doubt in the strength of the young master, and Ho cried because of the loss of the union. So our hero attended the martial arts event. Ho Donglai was upset, thinking that they had simply wasted their time. Chen Fan patted Huo on the shoulder, saying that unification is unification and a soldier is a soldier. And this inspired the man. The woman stated that she had already reported everything to her superiors, and now Chen was free to go wherever he wanted. Turning around, our hero replied that she was very polite. They boarded the helicopter, and Chen ordered them to go to Chuzhou. Soon the protagonist returned to Chuzhou. He thought about the overseas Hong family and other organizations, and whether he had the strength to resist them. Ranran was surprised to see Chen and asked when he returned, and her friend nudged the girl, saying that her boyfriend would be jealous if he knew she was hanging out with others. The girl said that she saw that our hero had changed after training, and asked if her mother knew that the guy had already returned. Chen replied that he had only returned today and wanted to see Ranran first, but the girl was indignant that he had made her mother worry. She felt awkward and suggested that they go home separately because she would feel awkward going back together. Our hero asked why, but the girl didn't have time to answer because they were interrupted by the school president, who called Chen Fan. The school president approached the black car and asked if Chen Fan had decided to return to school. He told Ranran that the performance on the coast had already begun, and it was time for them to go. Ranran quickly said goodbye to our hero. Ranran and the blonde guy got into the car, leaving Chen standing alone. The school president smirked at our hero and drove off. The protagonist was unhappy that Ranran was still dating Li Yichen. History repeated itself exactly like in his past life. He concluded that the hurricane of his interventions in destinies was still insufficient, and that he only had a slight influence on events. Chen Fan returned to school, and his classmates immediately began gossiping about him going on an exchange program to another country. Zhang hugged his friend after a long separation and asked how his exchange trip went. Chen Fan admitted that it was so-so. When the bell rang for class, they sat down at their desks, and Chen Fan asked if Zhang had made a new friend. Chen Fan was horrified when his friend confessed that his girlfriend was the girl who lived next door, Xiao Qian. Our hero knew that because of this girl, Zhang killed a man in a bar in his past life, went to prison, and this put an end to his life. The boy concluded that his reincarnation had no effect on the fates of others, which meant that he too would have to waste 30 years of his life again before leaving the earth. Zhang noted Chen Fan puzzled his friend even more when he revealed that he had simply become sentimental because he found himself in a young body. The protagonist decided for himself that he was going to take the lives of Xiao Qian and Li Yichen so that the destinies of his loved ones would change. The guy said that there is no fate that cannot be changed, there is only absolute power that he possesses. He began to lecture his friend, arguing that the most important thing in the world is the power you hold in your hands, and that is the only thing you can rely on. Zhang became worried about his friend, asking if he should take a rest, but Chen Fan told him that he was fine. After school, Chen Fan went outside and noticed that Ranran was following him, and asked the girl what was wrong. Ranran said that her mother would like to invite him to dinner. Chen Fan agreed and waved goodbye to her. She stopped him and said that she wanted him to know that she had only agreed to have dinner with Li Yichen and that she did not want to be his girlfriend. Ranran, unable to hold back her tears, lamented that Chen Fan had disappeared for 3 months and admitted that she and Shu had feelings for him. Chen replied that he had no romantic feelings for Shu, and Ranran asked if he didn't know how good Shu was. Ranran said that after starting her career in the entertainment industry, Shu will attract the coolest guys as fans. The girl and angry Ranran left, and Chen smiled because he was pleased that someone was actually worried about him. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at the dinner he was invited to and was met at the door by the school president, Li Yichen. When our hero entered, he saw many people. Shu, Yang Chao, Meng Meng were also invited, and Father Ranran was sitting on a chair. Shu was delighted to see Chen Fan return, and Auntie Tang, seeing our hero, offered her daughter to make tea for him. The head of the family was not happy when he saw the main character in his house. He just looked at him silently. Zhu grabbed Chen Fan's hand and asked him to sit next to her. Ranran silently watched as they interacted. Uncle asked the boys if Yang Chao's father's hotel was really going to get 5 stars. The girl confirmed, and said that the government would come there for an inspection. Yang Chao and his girlfriend began asking Mr. Jiang to express his opinion and help them stir up the public. Mr. Jiang said that Deputy Mayor Li had done a lot for Yang Chao's family, and once the permit came from the tourism administration, the hotel would be fine. The hotel owner's son thanked Li Yichen, the official's son, for his help, and he replied that they were friends, so he was always welcome. Jiang thought that Ranran's friends had impressive backgrounds, but he didn't understand how his daughter liked Chen Fan. Dinner was ready, and when everyone sat down at the table, Meng asked Jiang if he had heard of Great Master Chen, and he indicated that he had. Yang Chao, while feeding his girlfriend, told him that Master Chen had recently appeared in the city and had achieved great influence in the province. Ranran said that Master Chen was rumored to be stronger than any human, could walk on water, and could stop bullets. And Jiang asked Shu to tell him something about him. Shu was surprised that she was asked, and Jiang explained that her father must know something about the mysterious master. Jiang knew that Master Chen had recently received favor from the big bosses of the province, including Zhou Tianhao and Shu Ao. Uncle told Yichen that he would quickly take his place if he entered Jinling University. But the boy replied that he would prefer Zhonghai University. Jiang told the boy to try harder and said that Zhonghai University was the educational institution his daughter also wanted to attend. Ranran felt awkward. She tried to stop her dad when he told her about her plans, and then looked at our hero. Shu thanked Uncle Jiang when the man told her that she had a bright future ahead of her. Looking at Chen Fan, the man chose to remain silent, and Yichen noticed that our hero had not received an assessment about the future from the head of the family. After dinner, everyone gathered together at the house. Chen Fan asked Ranran to give him the key to his villa. The girl went back into the house to get the key, and Meng was puzzled, not understanding which villa they were talking about. Auntie Tang explained that this was the key to the villa on the top of the mountain. Yichen asked if this was the #1 villa in Yunwu. Yang Chao and his girlfriend couldn't help but laugh when Yichen asked how Master Wei's very expensive villa could belong to our hero. Li Yichen didn't believe the protagonist when Chen Fan told the guy that Master Wei III gave him this villa. Our hero declared that he was leaving them, but Meng stopped him, asking why the guy didn't show them the villa so that they could see for themselves. The main character was already approaching the gate. The guys looked at him with a grin, because they didn't believe that he had a villa, and the girls were visibly worried. Meng, wanting to expose Chen Fan's lie, asked the guy if he would mind showing the guys his mansion. Auntie Tang asked Chen to forget about Meng's request, saying she was just joking, and the girl decided not to insist for her auntie's sake. Everyone was stunned when Chen Fan turned around and said that he was ready to show the villa now, since he had promised to do so to his auntie a long time ago. Ranran got angry, asking if he was crazy because her mother had just given him a chance to get out of it, and he was so stubborn. Shu wanted to say something to Chen, but she was interrupted by Li Yichen, who accused our hero of asking for the situation to become even more awkward. Meng was delighted when Chen Fan called them himself, took her aunt's hand, and asked them to go there together. Chen Fan silently walked past Ranran, who was staring at him with a dissatisfied look, and past Yichen, who was looking at him with an arrogant expression. Mr. Jiang sighed heavily and complained about the children who were always so proud. Chen reassured Shu that he was simply inviting them to see his house, and the girl remembered her father's advice to be closer to this unusual young man. The girl wondered if Chen Fan really had another secret identity, as her father had told her. Meng was eager to get into our hero's house. She asked the rich man to open the doors to a rich life for her. Ranran tried to stop her. Yichen smiled and asked Chen Fan to just not listen to Meng, claiming that she was just joking, and Jiang was delighted with Yichen's behavior. When the protagonist arrived at the door of his villa, he was met at the threshold by a maid. The woman looked stunned. The maid was surprised that Mr. Chen had already returned because he had been absent for a long time, and our hero greeted Aunt Lu with a smile. Aunt Lu told the boy that Mr. Wei had asked him to call him as soon as he arrived, and Chen promised to call him immediately. The whole crowd was shocked. Chen explained that Aunt Lu was a servant and invited everyone to come into his house without hesitation. He personally invited Auntie Tang to come inside, and she was stunned because she didn't expect that Chen Fan actually owned this villa. Yang Chao didn't understand how Chen Fan, an ordinary person, had this luxurious house in Chuzhou, and Auntie Tang was also at a loss. Yichen thought about the maid's words that Mr. Wei III asked Chen Fan to call him, which meant they were acquainted. The fair-haired guy was furious. Now Chen Fan had become his worst enemy, because he knew Master Wei. Mr. Zhang was stunned to see that Chen Fan actually had a villa on the mountain. He said it was beyond his comprehension. Smiling, Chen asked Uncle Jiang to come in and sit down, and asked if he also thought his new house was wonderful. Meng lied that she was tired and had to go home. Yang Chao said he would walk her home, and Uncle Jiang dragged his stunned wife away. Su told our hero that his house was just wonderful, and Ran Ran was upset when she saw this and decided to leave. Meng Meng assumed that Wei had given the villa to the guy for temporary use, and Auntie Tang was glad that Chen Fan hadn't lied about the house. Ran Ran was confused when she returned home. She didn't know what to feel now: regret, awkwardness, surprise, or happiness. She understood that Yichen's position was very good, and her father wanted her to be like him, and to be in a relationship with him. The protagonist was finally left alone. Under cover of night, he went out onto the balcony of his luxurious villa. Great Master Chen took out a magic crystal emitting cosmic light from his pocket and began to chant. The spirit of an evil snake appeared before him. Chen said that he killed the monster just for this moment, and stroked the monster. Chen Fan told the monster that it looked like a real dragon surrounded by fog. That's why he decided to give him the name White Dragon. The guy wanted to turn him into a spiritual beast so that he could gather his physical body together and exist in this world again. After all, the local Master Wei was shocked that our hero could use telepathy, because these were abilities that only Buddha and Shakyamuni had. Everyone was immersed in bliss when they felt the spiritual power of Master Chen's formation. The bald man even said that his wound felt like it had healed. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to cultivate on the balcony, absorbing spiritual energy. All the bosses greeted Master Chen respectfully. Hao declared that they would no longer have to fear the bastard Tang Yuanqing if the guy helped them. Hao said that Tang Yuanqing had great influence in Jinling, but in Jiangbei, everyone had decided to boycott his activities. Chen asked if this Tang Yuanqing was really that strong. Hao also didn't understand why they, having united, were still afraid of him. Master Wei explained that Yuanqing was indeed strong, and the Tang family had many connections in Jinling, and their background was extensive. Brother Hao tensed up when Master Guo told him that he was afraid that the man simply hadn't seen Yuanqing and therefore doubted his strength. Hao said Master Wei III and Hao agreed that Tang Yuanqing was strong, but they had Master Chen, who could take the bastard's life with one blow. After listening to the boss's complaints, the protagonist looked at them indifferently and asked the men what they wanted from him. Wei said that the bosses from Zhongbei wanted to meet him. Chen Fan grinned and replied that he didn't mind meeting them. Hao stated that they needed someone who could take charge and take control of Zhongbei. Master Wei agreed with him. As he continued to cultivate, our hero reminded himself that the power was in his hands, and he would take the lives of any bosses he could not convince. The owner of the villa stood up and invited the guests to go into the living room so that they could each drink a cup of his signature tea. Master Wei III was at a loss as to why Chen was suddenly treating them, and Brother Hao didn't understand either. Guo decided to take a sip first. His body was immediately pierced by an extraordinary feeling. He asked Chen what kind of tea it was. Master Wei and Brother Hao also took a sip of tea, and it had the same effect on them as it had on Master Guo. Wei shared that his whole body felt like it was filled with energy. Nothing in Hao's body had stopped hurting, and Guo said that it was as if he had drunk an elixir. The man with the mustache asked what kind of magical water it was. Chen Fan replied that in a way that was what it was. How was Master Go bowed his head before our hero and thanked him for treating him to the miraculous drink. Wei asked if it was possible to produce such water daily. Chen knew that its production could be put on stream. The protagonist replied that he could provide the men with 20 bottles of the magic drink a day. Master Wei realized that this was about 400 cups a day, which meant it could be sold, and asked if this tea could cure all diseases. Chen replied that the water had absorbed the spiritual energy of the villa, and drinking the tea would prolong life and overcome all illnesses. Hao asked how long the water would last. Chen Fan replied that it had a long shelf life, but the tea would lose its properties outside the villa. The guy said that if you pour tea into a jade vessel, the effectiveness of the drink will remain for up to a week. Guo asked Wei if he was really going to buy such expensive water, but Wei replied that he wouldn't think about it if he didn't have the money. After these words, our hero remembered that the Zheng family, to whom he sold the pills, did not seem to be going to pay off their debts. Chen decided to go to Gan Island and demand payment of the debt, and Wei asked the guy how he was going to sell the magical water. The protagonist asked who said he was going to sell tea and stated that his miraculous drink was not for sale. Wei slammed his hands on the table and said that he would only take 10% of the profits if he trusted him to sell this water. But our hero was not going to entrust this to anyone. Chen Fan stood up and declared that this spiritual water would be the key to his power over the Jiangbei forces, and he would sell it to those who recognized his power. The boy allowed Master Wei to use this water to transform all the powers of the province, and if the man failed, he would entrust this task to someone else. We agreed, but his spirit sank after these words, and the others congratulated Mr. Wei on such a great opportunity. Outside, Hao asked Wei what was wrong with him, and the man replied that he was confused by how quickly things were moving. The man said he saw that Chen was worried about something, which meant that the guy had been dealing with someone for the last 6 months. Wei was curious about who it could be and for whom Chen had been accumulating his strength all this time, and Hao suggested that it could be the richest man in Jiangbei. Chen Fan was pleased with himself and the random idea of magical water that could enslave the entire province, although he still had many tricks up his sleeve. He dropped the jade vessel, remembering Shen Junwen, who in his previous life had caused him to fall from the very top and brought him into hard times. On Sunday, a week later, all the bosses and rich people of Jiangbei gathered for a conference, including Jinling and Li Dongjiang. Ranran guessed that Master Chen would soon become the first in the province, and then they were met by Yang Chao, who told the girls to hurry. Yang Chao complained that it was difficult to get his father's number, and Meng Meng didn't understand why, which upset the guy. Xu explained that only people of Master Wei the third level, meaning those who own hundreds of millions, could attend this event. The boys went inside, the four of them sat at a round table, and Ranran's friend told her that Wei Zipping and Li Yichen were also there. Ranran, the main character, also came to the conference, and the first thing he commented on was how lively it was there. As he passed the guard, the boy thought that he was afraid that Master Wei III had spread rumors about the spiritual water. Chen Fan turned around and saw Ranran, Xu, and Meng Meng standing in front of him. They called out to him and were surprised to see the guy here. Our hero, a cheeky guy called himself Wei Zipping, appeared before him and said that our hero looked like a simpleton. The pompous Wei Zipping explained that Wei Fu was his grandfather, Chang Feng was his father, and Ziking was his sister. Yichen explained that Zipping had only recently arrived in town, and Wei boasted that he had recently beaten up Jun Jie, who, like our hero, was from Sishui. The protagonist admitted that Jun Jie was one of his old friends and asked if Wei dared to cross his path. Zhu got angry at Zipping and came and said that if he continued to say such things, she would be very angry. Zipping agreed to shut up, knowing that this was Master Ao's daughter, but he understood that after meeting the legendary Master Chen, he would have no business with this family. The boy said he heard that his sister had lent Chen a villa on the top of the mountain, and he didn't understand how she had persuaded his grandfather to give the house to a stranger. Chen replied that even if Father Wei were here, he would not dare speak to our hero in such a tone, and asked where the boy got so much confidence. Meng Meng and Ranran tensed up, because our hero couldn't keep quiet when he had to, standing in front of the biggest villain in the city. Yichen watched their squabble with a grin, knowing that the outcome would be very interesting, since it was Zipping himself who faced Chen. Zipping got angry and asked Chen Fan how dare he talk to him like that. And did he really think he would get away with it since his sister was protecting him? Chen replied that it seemed like, in the year he'd been gone, there were a couple more people in town who didn't know how incredible he was. Yichen asked our hero if he didn't respect Mr. Wei, and Ranran advised Chen Fan to apologize. Zipping gave the young man a chance to apologize right now, and then he would forgive him. Our hero also decided to give the guy a chance. Chen declared that if Zipping bowed down now, his legs would be intact. Xu tried to stop our hero, and Wei became even more angry. The main character stepped aside when someone unexpectedly called him. The guy answered the phone call. Zipping was angry that the boy was talking on the phone when he was threatening him, and our hero told the young man that his father, Master Wei III, had called him. Frowning, Zipping accused Chen Fan of talking nonsense and became even more angry at our hero. Young Master Wei warned the protagonist that he would deal with him after the meeting ended. Before following his friend, Yichen advised Chen Fan to already look for a memorial tablet for himself. Zhu ran up and asked who called him, and why Chen told the guy that it was Wei III. And our hero laughed and replied that it was really Father Zipping who called him. Ranran was furious that Chen Fan continued to lie, but Xu laughed, praising her friend's acting. Meng Meng advised the boy to think about what he would do with Zipping's anger, and Chen replied that it was Zipping who needed to think about how to withstand his anger. Soon, the conference meeting began, with the big bosses of the city and province gathered around a common table. Li Yichen thanked Lord Wei for being promoted to such a high position thanks to his patronage, but his thoughts were occupied with Master Chen. An angry Zipping declared that he would have crushed our hero to the ground if it weren't for this meeting, and Yichen asked where Master Chen was. Zipping boasted that his father would introduce the boy to Master Chen, and Xu and Meng Meng were also eager to see the mysterious, influential man. Master Wei III came onto the stage and immediately offered to greet Master Chen, because he knew that the bosses had not gathered to listen to his nonsense. Meng Meng was full of anticipation, her eyes shining as she looked at the stage, because finally, they would all be able to see Master Chen. Clutching, our hero stood up to go on stage. Ranran asked where he was going, since Master Chen was the one who was called there, not Chen Fan. With his hands in his pockets, Chen Fan walked confidently towards the stage as the girls asked him where he was going. Yu shouted after him, trying to stop him, and Ranran accused our hero of madness. Zipping, noticing our hero, said that this guy was looking for death since he was planning to laugh at everyone here. The protagonist was met by two security guards near the stage, and then Brother Hao personally greeted Chen Fan. Ziping felt awkward in front of his father when he saw his dad also greeting Chen Fan. Ran Ran and Meng Meng's eyes widened in surprise upon realizing that Chen Fan was indeed Master Chen. But Shu was the one who was the most delighted. They were shocked because Chen Fan, an ordinary high school student with unremarkable strength, turned out to be a boss with the entire city under his gaze. Ziping still couldn't believe his eyes, and Yichen clenched his fist in anger at Chen Fan keeping the secret all this time. Yichen realized that he had completely lost to our hero because his family and abilities were worthless dust compared to Master Chen. Chen Fan decided not to be verbose and announced from the stage that due to some problems, Hao and Wei the Three would be handling the event. All the bosses in business suits surrounded the young man, claiming that it was a great honor for them to meet him, and began inviting him to their events. As Chen Fan was returning to his seat and passed by Ziping, he told the boy that it was indeed a call from his father. Ziping slammed his fists on the table in anger, and Zhu was surprised to see her father, who also greeted her. The protagonist told Zhu that he needed to settle some business with her father, and the girl did not interfere in their conversation. Wei the Third was upset because he realized that his son had been rude to Master Chen, and Shu Ao's daughter was close to our hero. Chen Fan approached Ran Ran and reminded her how she didn't believe him when he first confessed that he was Master Chen. Without listening to the girl's explanation, the main character drank a glass of water and put it on the table, after which he silently left. Ziping, the city's top bosses had already gathered on the 30th floor of the building, including our hero, who stood and looked out the window. Master Wei became angry at his son, calling him a bastard, and asked how he dared to threaten Master Chen himself. The man with the mustache slapped his son in the face. Ziping looked angrily at his father after the treacherous slap. Ziping was forced to apologize to our hero, and Master Wei also apologized to Chen Fan. But Master Chen was still silently looking out the window. Ziping asked if the guy really wouldn't answer them. Sweat ran down Ziping's face as an angry Chen Fan reminded the boy that he needed to kneel to save his legs. Ziping asked what else Chen wanted from him, since he had already apologized. But our hero was not satisfied with this, since the guy did not bow down. Wei the Third asked Chen Fan to forgive his son, but our hero declared that he knew no lies and could not break his word. The man with the mustache lowered his gaze to the floor and hesitated. He no longer dared to defend his son in front of our hero. Ziping thought that Master Chen was not the same guy he had seen before, and he realized that even his father was unable to help him. Wei told his son to stop when Ziping started accusing Chen Fan of being nothing without their family and using Wei's help for his own gain. Without further ado, the protagonist extended his hand forward and released a stream of spiritual energy that hit the guy's leg. Ziping collapsed to the floor and grunted in pain, clutching his leg. Master Wei the Third was afraid for his son. Chen said that he was grateful to Wei for his help, so Ziping only broke one of his legs, and asked if Master Wei the Third was happy with his generosity. As Master Wei left, he thought that he was afraid that in the future, no one would be able to resist our hero in Zhangbei. The bald guy praised Chen's magical water, saying that the examination showed that it was no different from spring water, and our hero looked disdainfully at the stupid boss. Ao asked how much water Chen could provide per day. Our hero ordered Master Wei the Third to report on this. Wei said they could supply 200 or 300 bottles a day, each costing $50,000. The man warned that water would not be given to the bosses for free, and Ao announced to Master Chen that all the Zhangbei bosses except Old Man Wu had already arrived. It was news to Chen that there were people under Yuan King's control living in Jinling, and the bald boss explained that Old Man Wu was working with them and others. Chen declared that he would handle it, and one of the bosses chuckled, imagining how Old Man Wu would make fun of our hero. Ran Ran returned home. Dad asked if she had been to the conference and if that naughty boy Chen was there again. Auntie Tang became angry with her husband when he said that Li Yichen was perfect for their daughter and that no one cared about Chen Fan. Ran Ran puzzled her parents when she asked them if they thought there could be anything in this world that was more important than everything on the planet combined. The girl said that someone unremarkable in her life suddenly became incredible and incomparable, and she does not understand why. The father scratched his chin and replied that what she described was rare, but not impossible if he was raised by respectable people. Mr. Jiang told his daughter that she clearly underestimated the rich Shen when she mentioned him, and the girl went up to her room, asking them to forget about it. Ran Ran couldn't sleep that night. She couldn't believe what she saw today, so she decided to go to our hero's villa. The girl saw that it was not locked and entered. Seeing our hero, she asked how he knew that she would come. She started shouting that she didn't believe that Chen Fan was the same master, and the guy replied that for some reason all the people from the high society thought differently. Ran Ran explained that she just felt that way, because the guy didn't even have any benefactors to make him so inimitable. Chen Fan simply yawned as he listened to the girl's insults about how he was a spineless simpleton who ignored common sense due to his stubbornness. Tears welled up in her eyes as Ran Ran continued to insist that our hero had nothing, so he couldn't be Master Chen. Stepping out onto the balcony, The guy asked her not to judge him by her prejudices and said that she would never understand who he really was. He turned around and declared that today he would show Ranran why he was Chen's master since she didn't believe him. The protagonist activated the formation. A circle appeared under his feet, emitting a bright blue light, and the entire space around him was transformed. The girl froze in shock and looked at what was happening before her eyes. She saw the spirit of a giant dragon. She stepped back and asked what it was. Chen stated that with his true strength, he could easily suppress everyone in Jiangbei. Ranran was truly amazed by all of this. She acknowledged Master Chen's incredible strength and left, believing that there could be no more connection between them. The protagonist, looking at the rising sun, declared that it was time to return to Sishui, his hometown. 6 months ago, he woke up and was reborn on a bus. Back then, he was an ordinary student, but now he can take people's lives with the flick of a finger. He was wondering how his family was doing and if his friends were still the same. Meanwhile, the bus had already arrived at its destination. But he immediately told Sun not to hurry because he saw Junji, his friend, who was already waving at him at the bus stop. Chen laughed when his friend came up to him and asked if he still remembered him, since our hero hadn't even written to him during his absence. The guy with glasses stood up for our hero, saying that Chen was busy with his studies, but Junji became indignant and replied that he was simply caring about his friend. Fan was happy for his friend who bought himself a BMW. Junji replied that it was a standard model 320. Junji said that he had been to Jinling, and the coolest gentleman there had much cooler cars and villas than he did. The guy told our hero that today's dinner in honor of Chen's return will be held at the Denying Tower. And Bai, Wei Wei, and Yu are already waiting for them. Soon the girl and the guy started joking that Chen Fan had already forgotten the way home since he had been gone for so long, and Yu asked the guys to stop asking him questions. He noticed that everyone remained the same, except for Yu, who had a strange aroma. The guy remembered that she was the most beautiful girl he met in his past life. Now Chen was determined to find out what was wrong with her, something he hadn't done in his past life, because Yu's fate was surprising to him. Junji suggested that they go inside first to talk during dinner. A separate room with a large table had already been prepared for them. Yu asked the girl. Yan Xiaobai, his chubby friend, brought a beautiful girl home in his previous life, right after entering school and inherited his father's property. Wei Wei Yu disappeared completely unexpectedly in her past life, most likely because of her grandmother, with whom she hastily left somewhere, leaving no information. In his past life, the girl had broken Junji's heart by saying they were from different worlds. But now Chen knew it was different. The protagonist, having been reborn, already saw that Yu was a cultivator. The smell of dark souls hung in the air around her. While Chen was analyzing the girl, Yu also noticed that the guy had changed a lot in 6 months, but she couldn't recognize any other dimensions in him. Junji suggested that our hero step away for a minute. The guy agreed, and the two of them went away to talk in private. A saddened Junji said that he would only confess to our hero that he was very scared because of what Wei did to him. The guy said that he would no longer participate in drifting, would take control of his destiny, and would one day return this slap to Mr. Wei. Our hero replied that he had already taught Ziping a lesson and broken the guy's leg, and if his friend wanted, Wei Jr. would lose his other leg as well. Junji felt much better after his friend's words, but Chen said that Yu was a bad match for the guy, so he should stop being so stubborn. Wei Wei interrupted the boys' conversation by sneaking up behind them and asking what they were whispering about, then grabbed their hands and led them along. When Chen Fan and Junji returned to the table, they had become noticeably quiet, and Yu asked why they were so silent. Chen glanced sideways at the girl, knowing her secret, and then asked Yu Wenjing if she really was going to leave the city and leave them. The girl pretended not to understand what he was talking about, and Chen declared that he would help Yu no matter what her problems were. Yu lied that she had no problems. Junji asked what they were whispering about, and the girl replied that she had nothing. Junji wanted to talk to his beloved alone and took her hand to lead her to another place. Chen could no longer ignore the mockery of his friends in this life, remembering that in the past life, he did nothing to prevent Yu from disappearing. He didn't care whether the enemy was a demon or a spirit. If he dared to touch Chen Fan's friends, he intended to let him taste his strength. When dinner was over and a dozen empty glasses were piled on the table, Junji suggested sending Wei Wei and the other girls home. Yu asked him not to worry, saying that she could get home on her own. Chen Fan said the same thing, and this angered Junji, but Junji forced a smile on his face and replied that he didn't mind, and then he would go home first and got into his car. Yu and Chen Fan walked home together. The girl said that she noticed that the guy had changed a lot. He replied that anyone would change in 6 months. She was surprised when Chen hinted that he hadn't gone home with her for that reason, and the guy asked if she remembered what he said during dinner. He said that she could contact him so that she wouldn't be disturbed, and Yu replied that she had no problem, and that her uncle had already arrived to pick her up. The school's most beautiful girl thanked him before going to her uncle, who who was already standing across the street. The protagonist turned around and looked closely at the mysterious man who had come to take the girl home. Chen Fan noticed that this man was a master with a high level of profound strength and concluded that Yu Wenjing was very mysterious. Our hero immediately activated the seal of divine supervision in order to keep an eye on Yu from a distance while she was in the city. Uncle took Yu away. The man concluded that Chen Fan was just an ordinary person, unaware of the abilities he possessed. The man reminded the girl that he had already told her to stay away from these guys, otherwise he would take their lives. Frightened, Yu replied that she understood everything and that she was sorry that she couldn't tell our hero the whole truth, because otherwise he wouldn't be safe. After applying the divine seal, Chen Fan returned home, where a young man met him and said that Magistrate Chen was waiting for him for dinner. But our hero did not arrive. Magistrate Chen, the protagonist's father, was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. He glanced at Fan when he entered the house and greeted him. The father, Chen Fan, sat down on the sofa and replied that yes. His father poured him some tea and asked how his studies had gone during the past 6 months in Chuzhou. The protagonist remembered how he disappointed his father in his past life. But now, having become an enemy of the whole world, he will not allow his father to leave him. The magistrate was surprised that his son was behaving so submissively and answering questions, and said that he would inform his mother that he had arrived. Chen Fan behaved diligently and smiled, and Secretary's son noticed that the boy's character had improved after staying in Chuzhou. The secretary informed the boss that he had a meeting on agriculture that afternoon, and the magistrate replied that there was no need to reschedule it. The head of the family told his son not to go anywhere for 5 days until his sister and mother returned. And Chen Fan noticed that the seal of divine supervision indicated fast movement. The guy assumed that Yu had decided to disappear from the city again right now and decided to look into the matter. Meanwhile, Yu returned home and met her grandmother, who saw that her granddaughter had already returned. Yu was visibly happy to see her grandmother, and the older woman asked if she had already said goodbye to her friends. The uncle warned the grandmother that he would not be able to explain to the young lord of the Witchers if Yu approached a man again. The woman replied that this was not surprising, because her granddaughter was very beautiful. Grandmother reminded Zhang Ben that the lord had sent him only to protect the girl, but uncle insisted that he must destroy anyone who touched Yu. Yu was sad, because now she belonged entirely to the young ruler, and she did not understand why. Nevertheless, she had never seen him before. Granny said that if Yu married the lord, she would rise above many people, and the Yu clan would gain even more power throughout Chishui. Zhangbin declared that the young witch lord would take the girl away and she would not have to live in the ordinary world. And Yu acted obediently. Yu heard that the lord had amazing magical skills. He could control the spirits of the dead and take people's lives remotely. The girl realized that she would have to accept the fate that had been prepared for her because she did not want to involve her parents, and resistance was useless. Zhangbin asked who he was when the stranger appeared at the door, and Grandma Yu's snake immediately bared its fangs. Adjusting his hat, the stranger in the blue outfit greeted Grandma Snake and Zhang, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man laughed when Zhang Beng asked why Patriarch Bai was here and not in the Southwest lands. Patriarch Grandmother Snake got angry, asking why he cared since this was her granddaughter. Bai laughed, since this granny was cruel and was handing over her own granddaughter to be torn to pieces by the ruler. The woman tried to stop him when Patriarch Bai asked Yu if she knew why the young lord had chosen her. Patriarch Bai stated that the young lord was going to use the girl's dark yin energy to aid his cultivation. The man said that the lord intended to process the girl's energy so that the power of the spirits would transform the southwestern lands into the Witcher's domain. Yu asked her grandmother if this was true, and the snake replied that it was worth all the difficulties that awaited the girl if she married him. The girl could no longer hold back her tears. Patriarch Bai asked the old woman to stop talking nonsense and said that he wanted to take Yu away. Grandmother Snake did not agree to give her granddaughter to Patriarch Bai. She asked if the man was afraid of the ruler's wrath, and he clearly was not afraid. The woman warned Bai that 6 families in the southwest region had united, but the man was not afraid, because they would all be dead when the lord arrived. The snake looked at the patriarch with fear when he asked why only he was here if all the families of the southwestern region had united. Bai said that the other 5 families were going to fight the lord, and they would be able to delay him for at least 3 days. The grandmother was determined to fight for her granddaughter. She released her snake and stretched out her hand, after which everything around was filled with smoke. Patriarch Bai called the grandmother a cunning woman and ordered his minions to find Yu and the others in the fog of poisonous gas. Chen was already there. He asked Yu if her uncle was trying to escape somewhere. They were surprised to see him. Our hero asked if someone was following them when Zhang Beng told the girl to run away from there as quickly as possible. Zhang Beng asked the protagonist to help Yu escape because someone was trying to harm her, thinking that our hero was her classmate. Chen Fan asked why they were running away. Yu accused him of being slow-witted and admitted that someone was trying to kill her. The protagonist smiled and asked her not to worry, saying that he came here to protect the girl. Jang Bung asked the fool if he knew who the pursuers were, because they were not school punks, but murderers who easily took people's lives. Chen asked the girl to trust him that he would not allow her to be touched. And Yu, crying, resigned herself to her fate. They were caught up by a black car in which Bai was sitting. He was upset that they did not run away, because he wanted to see how quickly his car would catch up with them. Bai revealed that this old woman had used miasma to deceive him, and now he was ready to meet the beloved lord. Jang Bung said that the patriarch's boys were no match for the lord. Bai agreed that the young lord was a true genius. But the patriarch had no intention of allowing the lord to take the girl, otherwise his domain would not be under their control. And Chen became curious about what kind of spirit domain this was. Patriarch Bai laughed, saying that he was sorry that the lord was cheated on. Seeing Chen, and thinking that it was the Yu guy from this small city, Zhang Bung became angry when he heard the patriarch accuse the girl of cheating, ordered him to shut up and swung his fist. Bai commented on his action as foolish and reckless, and took the magic seal that was burning with a powerful flame. He turned it into a fire charge and launched it at Zhang Beng, who protected himself with a dome. But the defense was broken through, and the guy barely dodged. The firebolt hit the tree and left a hole through the pillar. Zhang Beng was shocked by the power of the patriarch's attack. Grandma said that the Bai family specializes in fire control, and the patriarch said that it was just a little trick, and Yu should give up if she didn't want her grandma to die. When the protagonist intervened, Bai looked at him with disdain and ordered the boy to stay out of his way. Chen stated that given Bai's fighting style, he wasn't even worthy of knowing my hero's name, especially since the patriarch even needed a talisman to control fire. Grandmother Snake and her granddaughter were perplexed when they saw our hero's abilities, and Patriarch Bai also didn't understand who was really standing before him. Patriarch Bai realized that this was not an ordinary person, but most likely a master hiding his true strength. The protagonist answered the question of who he was, and stated that he was just Yu Wenjing's classmate. Chen Fan remembered that he still had a nickname, grinned, and introduced himself to them as Master Chen. Patriarch Bai's assistant advised the boss not to get involved with Master Chen, and the patriarch had no idea who he was. Patriarch Bai asked if this Master Chen was so strong that even his assistants trembled in fear of him. The guy explained that Chen had taken over the entire shadow world of the province. But Bai was still not afraid, because Master Chen was here alone. Bai thought that Chen Fan was a real hero, having managed to take control of an entire province once every 16 or 17 years. Yu didn't understand what all this meant, and our hero explained to the girl that it meant that the entire province belonged to him. Chen suggested that Bai beg for forgiveness now that he knew who was standing before him, and the patriarch accused the boy of arrogance. Demonstrating control over fire, Bai declared that his family did not fear Master Chen, and the boy would be incinerated if he did not obey. He charged his hands with fiery power and asked the boy if he wanted to taste his magical flame. The assistant still tried to reason with the patriarch, claiming that this was no ordinary master, but Bai did not believe him. He said that Chen was at the peak of his profound strength, had taken the life of Qianjue's apprentice, Hong Men, and was a true ascension-level master. Now Patriarch Bai tensed up. He asked his assistant why he didn't tell him this right away, but it was too late. Chen Fan had snuck up from behind. Jumping back, Patriarch Bai stated that he did not believe that the protagonist was at the peak of his inner strength. Having revealed his fire spirit, the man wanted to fight, and Grandmother Snake saw that Bai was an unrivaled manipulator of fire. The Patriarch's assistant grinned, saying that they could no longer give up the battle, and also released his fire energy. The boy, whose eyes were filled with fire, pushed off the ground with a crash and rushed forward with fury. He ran forward, using his fire spirit to help him, to pounce on Chen Fan, who stood motionless with his hands in his pockets. Zhang Beng, observing this, said that our hero would now meet his end if it turned out that he did not have the mentioned powers. It was time to defend himself, and the protagonist jumped to the side, watching the actions of his opponents. Patriarch Bei commented mockingly on the boy's actions, asking if this was really Tai Chi Chuan. But after a moment, he was no longer laughing. It was too late to hide. Patriarch Bai put out his fist to protect himself from the flow of fiery power. The collision between the stream of flame and the fist was so powerful that an explosion occurred. Bai flew back and fell onto the asphalt, destroying it. Yu didn't understand how Chen Fan could be so strong, and didn't recognize him as the boy she played with as a child. Zhang Beng was also shocked that our hero's strength was so great. Granny Snake said that it was beyond imagination, and Bai said that Chen Fan convinced him. Yu was finally reunited with her grandmother, and Bai said that the young lord had good connections, thinking that Chen Fan was working for him. But our hero made it clear that he did not know what the young lord and his spirit realm were, and Bai asked if Chen was not one of them. Chen repeated that he was an ordinary classmate of Yu Wenjing, and the patriarch asked if Chen didn't know about the art of planting witch roots. Bai told the boy about a demonic art that takes away spiritual energy and interrupts the development of the body's vital energy. The grandmother asked our hero not to listen to the patriarch, claiming that the young witch lord was their benefactor. Chen smirked and didn't believe her, asking if she was really going to throw her granddaughter out of the frying pan and into the fire for the sake of petty gain. Chen Fan declared that he would take the life of the lord and destroy his spirit realm because he dared to imprison Yu and take away her happy years. Zhang Bong stood up for the lord, believing that Chen was not even worthy of calling himself his master's opponent, and our hero accused him of rudeness. The protagonist slapped the man, after which he, unable to withstand even one weak blow, collapsed right onto the asphalt. The patriarch suggested that our hero gather other masters and get rid of the ruler, who possessed a powerful magical weapon. But then Bai received a shocking call. He told the guy that the lord had broken through the blockade and was already heading in that direction. Chen replied that he had arrived just in time, and that the arrival of the ruler did not frighten him. But Zhang Beng warned that our hero would soon lose his life. Our hero replied that he had just figured out how to use the lord's blood to upgrade his abilities, and 2 hours later the lord had already arrived at Yu's house. The young witch lord turned around and ordered another assistant named Tung Shan to follow them. A strong guy with a fierce look in a black suit followed the order and followed the young ruler to the house. Zhang Beng met the lord and said that the others were waiting for him inside. The man was offended, thinking that they considered themselves higher in status than him, since they did not come out to meet him. The young ruler entered the house and saw our hero sitting at the table, with Patriarch Bai, Yu, and her grandmother standing nearby. The lord was satisfied when he saw Yu Wenjing's beauty for the first time, and also praised Master Chen's abilities. The man tried to convince our hero to hand over these people to him, and in exchange they could remain friends. Patriarch Bai and Yu were frightened when they heard this, and the lord was perplexed when Chen Fan asked who had given him permission to sit. The lord's assistant called Chen insolent when our hero said that he would consider leaving the lord alive if he knelt down and begged. The lord replied that if he did not respect the boy, he would not have sat with him as an equal, and decided that Chen looked down on him because he knew little kung fu. Tongshan rushed forward to pounce on the protagonist. Patriarch Bai interceded for him using fire control, but Tongshan turned out to be stronger. He managed to stop the flow of flame with his chest, creating a protective barrier in front of himself. Yu was frightened when she saw the metamorphosis in Tongshan. The guy's clothes were burned, but he himself remained safe and sound. Bai saw that Tongshan had used the secret copper body skill that had been lost long ago, and the lord confirmed that he had used the secret forbidden arts before. The lord asked our hero what he thought of his people, and Yu was horrified that the lord had added molten copper to Tongshan's body. The protagonist scratched his head and asked the lord if he really dared to boast about some kind of body treatment. Chen Fan decided to use the magical bone whip, which, shimmering with gold, flew straight towards the sovereign. Noticing the magical object, the ruler tensed up and managed to jump back at the last moment, but his assistant was defeated. Our hero used a bone whip against Tongshan. The guy defended himself with his hands, but the blow sent him flying into the wall. Tongshan's body shattered the stone wall and he fell, no longer having the strength to continue fighting against Master Chen. Patriarch Zhang Beng was also shocked to see that the young lord's invincible subordinate was defeated, because he believed in his strength. But the young ruler still did not give up. The man smiled and confidently declared that he would get rid of our hero personally. He took the magic flute and started blowing into it. Then a green musical magic circle appeared. Bai shouted that it must be stopped. Patriarch Bai knew very well this object in the hands of the ruler, which is needed to protect the witcher's possessions of the spirits. Grandmother also knew that this was an ancient ghost flute, and now it was no surprise to Bai that all 5 families had died, because the lord had taken this item with him. Bai shouted, calling upon the divine formation of the 8 fire gates to stop the ancient flute's effect. The formation was enveloped by a horde of zombies, which the young ruler summoned by playing a magic flute. But the ruler was not frightened by this. He admitted that the fiery formation was impressive, but with the support of the talismans it would only last 3 minutes. The young ruler declared that as soon as he broke through the patriarch's feeble construction, he would know the full power of his spirits. A frightened Yu asked her classmate what they should do now, but our hero didn't seem to be frightened by what was happening. Bai told our hero that they needed to get out quickly, and Chen asked the patriarch to tell him more about the ghostly flute. Yu was angry that Chen was interested in it now, and Bai said that it was a magical item for protecting the spirit lands. According to him, the flute controls an infinite number of evil spirits, and playing it creates a ghostly structure. After hearing this story, our hero struck the spirits with a bone whip, and Bai was taken aback to see that his magical item could devour souls. The young ruler stepped back, and our hero declared that the man's magical arts did not impress him. The lord did not understand why he had to humiliate himself so much when Chen had given him another chance to bow down and die in exchange for the preservation of his spirit lands. Patriarch Bai shouted, asking if the lord had decided to use his own blood to perform the sacrificial ritual. The grandmother decided to detain the Lord when he, maddened, shouted that he was ready to sacrifice his powers to take the life of our hero. Bai also agreed that they needed to run. But the ruler shouted that it was too late and released a multitude of angry skulls. The protagonist stepped outside the defensive formation. Grandmother Snake and Patriarch Bai tried to shout to him. Smiling madly, the overlord shouted for them to be prepared to feel the pain of these spirits, as even Chen Fan's peak ascension wouldn't save them. Chen Fan, grinning, asked the Lord not to blame him later since he himself wanted to die, and the Lord asked what he meant by that. The protagonist covered one of his eyes with his hand, and at that moment the young ruler's self-confidence suddenly evaporated. Incinerating the sovereign with his gaze, Great Master Chen shouted that with the gaze of his eyes he could even burn the heavens. The patriarch, grandmother, and you were shocked to see what our hero was capable of when fiery comets began to fall from the sky to the earth. The young ruler, seeing the boy surrounded by flames, began to beg him to listen and spare him, and refused to take possession of Yu Wenjing. Chen Fan asked if the Lord was threatening him when he proposed to be in an alliance, since the Spirit Lands were a powerful region. The man in glasses replied that he was not threatening, but simply analyzing what benefit the guy could get from their benefit. The Lord, Bai and Zhang Beng warned the boy to be prepared for revenge if he dealt with the Lord, and the Lord was already thinking about his next move. But Chen only smiled and reminded the Lord that he had already said that if he did not bow down, he would take the life of not only him, but also everyone in the spirit realm. After striking the overlord with a fiery laser from his eyes, Chen Fan shouted, asking if the man thought he was joking. The fire completely engulfed the young lord, and the man screamed in horror, asking how Chen Fan dared to take his life. Patriarch Bai was shocked to see the soul of the defeated young lord, meaning Chen Fan had used Divine Soul Incinerate. Grandma and Bai immediately fell to their knees, bowing to our hero, and Yu thought that the guy now seemed completely unfamiliar to her. Chen Fan was not impressed when Zhang Beng warned the boy that after the death of the ruler of their spirit realm, our hero would not be spared. Zhang Beng closed his eyes and resigned himself to his death as the protagonist looked at him with a withering gaze. The man was surprised to realize that he was not dead, and Chen told him to convey a welcoming gift to the estate and warned that our hero would soon arrive there. Zhang Beng smirked and asked if the young man was planning to kill him. Chen, understanding his intentions, replied that he could try. Zhang ran away, thinking that Chen Fan's family would be in trouble now, and Yu asked if the master was really going to let him go so easily. Chen Fan asked the girl not to worry and said that this welcome gift would definitely please everyone in the spirit realm. Our hero took the artifact, a ghostly flute filled with spiritual energy, with which he planned to create more powerful magical items. Yu turned awkwardly to our hero. The guy smiled and asked if she really didn't recognize her old classmate now. The girl admitted that she did not recognize him because of his frightening behavior, and the guy asked what the consequences would have been if he had not intervened. Our hero told Yu that the art of the witch's seed would drain the girl of all her blood and life energy if the Lord took her. Yu looked at the guy with fear, and he explained that this was precisely why he incinerated the Lord, and that it was still a very weak punishment. The girl said that she wanted to return home and study under the patriarch. Chen replied that in 10 years she could become stronger than any ruler. Looking sternly at Bai, Chen Fan declared that he was handing Yu over to him as his disciple, and he knew the consequences if she was involved in shady dealings. As they were leaving, our hero thought that he had been reborn and had managed to save the girl, but he was not going to become Yu's nanny either. The guy was not averse to lending a helping hand to the girl if she developed in cultivation, and then approached Tongshan. Chen said that it would be funny to see Tongshan destroy the spirit domain, since they didn't even know what the true art of restoring the dead looked like. The following actions took place on the main altar of the witch's spirit domain, with the leader sitting on the throne. The hooded men reported to the leader that the young lord had been killed by the insignificant Master Chen, and this was an open slap in their face. The leader told his subordinates to call Zhang Ben here because he wanted to hear more details. Zhang Beng himself, who witnessed these events, came to the altar and asked the leader to listen to him. The guy said that Master Chen's eyes could incinerate a person, and in a couple of days he would arrive on their lands to destroy everyone here. The demonic spirit was angry that young Chen was threatening them, and Zhang Beng also stated that our hero asked him to give them a welcoming gift. The next second, Zhang Beng's body was surrounded by a bright yellow aura. He screamed in pain. His eyes turned into two flashes. In a few moments, the man was incinerated by flames, and this was a welcoming gift from our hero. The leader, as Chen returned home, he thought that the red lotus he had planted had already blossomed, and it would help leave a lasting impression on the elders and the leader of the spirit realm. Junjie, noticing his friend's mood, asked what happened. The guy replied that there was no need to worry. He just took the life of a small bug. Our hero's friend said that Yu went home earlier than usual for the New Year's celebration. Otherwise, they would have been able to see her figure during their trip to the hot springs. Wei Wei stood up for her friend, saying that Yu simply knew what leeches they were, which was why she had rushed out of the city early. Friends began to tease Junji when he became jealous of the girl towards our hero, saying that Chen Fan was the kind of person who would immediately get you if he wanted. Soon, Junji's car arrived at the Wushan Hot Springs, where the whole group of friends decided to relax. Junji was proud to have secured tickets for himself and his friends, as they sell like hotcakes at this time of year due to the popularity of the springs. Everyone agreed when the guy suggested first parking the car and then booking a hotel room and getting something to eat. Junji asked where this bodyguard was from. Chen Fan replied that Tushin was his cousin with some intellectual problems. Wei Wei said that taking him along was quite ostentatious, and Junji said that now no one would dare to joke with them, having such a strong guy in their company. Our hero's best friend, already at the restaurant, said that he had heard from his parents that this was one of the best establishments, and Wei Wei was furious at the prices on the menu. Junji asked Chen Fan to turn around and look at the person behind him, and he saw a mysterious girl wearing glasses there. Wei Wei was indignant that Junji was acting like a leech again, but he explained that he had noticed her because she looked very familiar. Junji kept talking and thinking about how suspicious this girl was, and he wondered who she really was. Chen Fan was about to tell his friend who she was, but Junji interrupted him when he realized that she looked like Yun Qianqian. His friends didn't believe him because he was a very popular celebrity and had no reason to visit their small town. But Chen knew that Junji was right. Watching Chen, Chen thought that it was really strange, and why would a girl with her personality and status be in the Wushan Hot Springs? When the bodyguard grabbed Qian's arm, Wei Wei immediately stood up for her, asking why they were bullying the girl. Seeing Tushin behind Wei Wei, the guys in black suits immediately let go of the celebrity, scared of the big guy. The guard tried to convey to Miss Yun that her boss was already waiting for her, but the girl refused to go with them. And when the guys decided to leave on their own, Tushin blocked their way. Chen thanked the guys. Wei Wei advised her to hit the clingy ones in the crotch next time so they would leave her alone. Junji invited the celebrity to join them, and Miss Yun, awkwardly stuttering, agreed to sit at their table. When Yun Chen sat down next to our hero, Chen Fan noticed the bracelet on the girl's left hand. Wei asked the girl why she wore sunglasses while eating, and she replied that she had special reasons for not taking them off. Junji was outraged that his girlfriend was setting him up when Wei told the girl that he assumed she was a celebrity, which is why she wore glasses. Analyzing her new acquaintances, Yun thought that Wei and Junji looked like ordinary teenagers from wealthy families, but she couldn't figure out Chen and Tushin at all. Tushin gave the girl an air of danger, and Chen seemed arrogant to her, even though he looked unremarkable. Miss Yun couldn't take her eyes off our hero. She was curious about what kind of family could have produced such an extraordinary young man. Junji decided to defuse the situation, stood up and suggested that everyone go to the Wushan Hot Springs later. Wei Wei invited their new friend, Miss Yun agreed, and soon the guys split up to change clothes. When Tushin appeared before the public with a naked torso, all the girls were delighted with this handsome man, calling him a real man. Junji asked Chen where his cousin used to work, and the boy said that Tushin was in the military where he was injured. Yun complimented Wei Wei on her slim figure, and the girl responded with a new familiar flattery, saying that she still had a lot of growing to do to reach her figure. When the whole company sat down in the hot water pool, the protagonist asked Miss Yun to show him her bracelet. Yun was taken aback by this request, and Junji asked if these were really high-quality yellow rosewood beads. Wei Wei and her friend were shocked to hear how much they cost, and Yun handed our hero the bracelet, saying it was a gift from a close friend. After examining the beads, Chen Fan realized that the girl had gone through a lot to get them, and that she always carried them with her. The protagonist saw that the rosary was cursed, and he became curious because it was the first time he had seen a cursed object in this world. Chen Fan decided to see how exactly the curse was placed on the rosary. He saw a monk handing the bracelet to a girl. The guy concluded that this girl was Yun Qianqian's friend and advised the celebrity to throw away the beads or burn them. Everyone was confused, and Chen shocked Yun by suggesting that she had been having nightmares lately. Everything was going wrong, and her career was in trouble. There was a silence, and Qianqian stood up and said that she needed to take care of some things, so she would go, and the guys could continue to rest. Wei tried to stop her, but suddenly Miss Yun's friend approached her with a stranger, and Qianqian asked Qin who it was. Qin was surprised that the girl was still asking this, because she was the one who turned off her phone and was dodging them, and was now relaxing at the springs. Yun was shocked to hear that Mr. Tang had also come to his senses, and Wei was dumbfounded that the person in front of her was actually a celebrity. The boys couldn't believe their eyes that it was really Yun Qianqian in front of them, and the girl apologized for keeping it a secret. Qianqian asked her friend to take a short walk together before meeting Mr. Tang, but she refused, saying it would be bad to keep him waiting. The angry security guard intervened, saying that his boss had been waiting for the girl for too long, and Qianqian asked who his boss was. Wei stood up for the girl again, asking if they were really going to drag Yun along with them by force, to which the guard called her a dirty girl and grabbed Qianqian by the arm. Our hero's girlfriend got angry at the bodyguard and kicked him in the back, and he ordered her to be grabbed. Two more strong guys in black suits approached. Wei was taken aback, wondering who they were and where they came from. The national celebrity could not stand it any longer and screamed, ordering them to stop fighting. Chen Fan's friends stood up for Wei Wei and protected her with their backs. They demanded that the guards not come near, otherwise they would have to deal with them. Soon Tushin intervened. A tall, muscular guy silently approached the bodyguards, glaring at them with an angry look. The guys in black suits wanted to attack him, but they were too late because Tushin punched one of them in the face. Wei praised our hero's wonderful cousin, and then began to provoke the guards to come and grab her. The bodyguards decided that since their fists weren't enough, they should take up bladed weapons and deal with them. A strong guy in a t-shirt with a scar on his face stepped in front of them and grabbed a huge knife, and then the guards' confidence grew. Chen Fan wasn't worried and told Wei not to worry either, and Qianqian asked her friend to stop this madness. But Qin replied that Yun had offended Boss Han and Mr. Tang because of a group of teenagers, and Qianqian stood up for them because they had saved her from a bad situation. Her friend explained to her that Mr. Tang was the leader of a gang in Tianhe City, who could turn heaven into earth with a wave of his hand if he wished. Qianqian, who was tormented by doubts, still stepped aside and did not interfere, and the guy with a knife attacked Tushin. When the armed youth tried to stab Tushin with a huge knife, the big man defended himself with his hand and didn't even get a scratch. The guy with the cold weapon jumped back. He was perplexed by the strength of the muscular youth's body in front of him. He couldn't, the guards didn't understand what to do now. They didn't expect such a fierce enemy with a steel body to suddenly appear. One ordered the other to call the boss immediately, because no matter how strong Tushin was, he would hardly be able to withstand a firearm. Yun's friend thought things were bad when the guard told Qianqian that she would stop acting cheeky when their boss showed up. Wei made it clear that she was not afraid of them, and Miss Yun suggested that Qin personally talk to Boss Han and Mr. Tang. Yun understood that by standing up for the teenagers, she would later be indebted to Tang, and Qin asked if the girl was sure that she wanted to apologize to her boss. Meanwhile, Qianqian's boss, Mr. Tang, and Mr. Han were spending time together in Jianshen, exchanging pleasantries. Mr. Tang adjusted his tie and looked at Han with distrust, feeling superior to him because he was born into an influential family. Tang made it clear to Han that he knew he was now shining due to his ability to distribute extraterrestrial waters from a mystical source. Han sighed heavily and shared that he could only get 20 bottles of this water a day, and that he had to share it with the other bosses. But Mr. Tang made it clear that he did not believe Han, and suggested that the spiritual source was being developed by Master Chen. Master Han confirmed that all this was the work of Master Chen, and Tang laughed and said that everyone in Zhanghai thought our hero was immortal, but he himself did not think so. Han replied that Master Chen was almost a deity, and he was just a lackey, to which Tang flattered him, saying that in the future the man would definitely be able to take our hero's place. The boss thought that the worthless Tang was throwing around empty words because few people could compare with Master Chen these days. And then someone brought him a phone. The man answered the phone and then told Tan that a couple of out-of-town upstarts were looking for trouble. Han suggested that Tang personally go to the Wuhan hot springs to pick up Yun Qianqian, and he happily agreed. Meanwhile, the guard tried to convey to our heroes who they were, because after meeting with Boss Han, even young Master Wei called him uncle. Wei Wei tried to stop her when Yun decided to apologize to Tang for them, but she insisted that she was doing it for their own good. Our hero's friend asked him if they should apologize too. Chen Fan asked her in bewilderment why they should apologize. The guard continued to call them weak and worthless, and Chen reassured Wei by saying that she was his friend, which meant that no matter what happened, she wouldn't have to apologize. Wei Wei looked at him in confusion when the protagonist explained that it was because his fist was the best in this whole wide world. The girl laughed, asking when Chen had learned to joke, and the guard said he wanted to see where our hero's insolence would go when the boss arrived. Chen Fan smiled arrogantly and replied that when the boss arrived here, he would not say a word, even if he dealt with his subordinates in the most brutal manner. Everyone was stunned when Chen stated that Han was one of his henchmen, so he could not disobey his orders. Yun thought that Chen was incorrigible, because even in such a situation he continued to say stupid things, and her friend asked what she saw in this bunch of brainless kids. Boss Han finally arrived at the Wuhan Springs, and his subordinates were overjoyed to see their master. The guard was already looking forward to seeing how the boss would deal with Chen Fan, but Han was frightened when he saw Master Chen in front of him. Boss Han approached our hero, bowed his head before him and respectfully greeted the young man. The bodyguards were stunned, and Tang thought that he had not expected to personally meet Master Chen, the most famous person in all of Zhangbei. The girls were confused, not knowing who Master Chen was, and the guy's best friend couldn't believe that Chen Fan would be a famous master. The submissive Han asked Chen what to do next with his negligent guard. Our hero replied that he did not want to see him anymore, The boss followed Master Chen's orders without question and ordered his other subordinates to take the guard away from here. The subordinates grabbed the arms of the guy who had been threatening our hero the whole time and began to lead him away from there. All the guys were shocked by what was happening, and our hero said that they had already had a good rest in the springs, so it was time to leave. Han wished the protagonist a pleasant evening, and Tang asked if it was really Master Chen, and the man confirmed it. Yun Qingqian bowed her head to Tang and Han and said that she was very sorry and asked for their mercy and forgiveness. Tan smiled and said that it was okay and that he understood everything, since the girl's recent performances had greatly affected her, causing a lot of pressure. Yun plopped down on the bed, complaining of being tired, and her friend reminded her that she was a celebrity, so she should always be prepared for such attention. Qian waved it off, saying that she knew it, and that she noticed that Han treated this Master Chen as if he didn't respect him, but rather was afraid of him. Jing guessed that Chen was the son of an influential family, and Qian said that was most likely true since the boy was only 17 years old. The celebrity's friend sighed heavily, saying that such a great opportunity had slipped through Qian's fingers, and the girl agreed with her. Qian looked at her rosary, remembering the guy's words. Her friend asked her what it was, but the girl refused to tell her. Miss Yun hoped that her friend Jing wouldn't do that to her since they were so close, remembering Chen Fan's words about the curse on the rosary. At the hotel, Wei asked our hero why those bosses called him Master Chen. He replied that they were probably mistaken, but the girl did not believe him. When the protagonist locked himself in his hotel room, Mr. Tang immediately knocked on his door, and Chen Fan was not surprised that he had already arrived. Mr. Tang apologized for this unexpected visit and said that he had recently seen him at Wushan Springs when he was talking with Han Tiansheng. Tan said he would like to enter into a contract with the guy for the production of extraterrestrial waters, because the effect of it is truly stronger than any medical product. Chen simply chuckled, and Tang said that the guy might be underestimating the value of the mystic water, and the current method of distributing it was ineffective. He said that if they added logistics and celebrity endorsements, sales would skyrocket, and Yun Jianjian would be perfect for the commercial. Our hero was not interested in this proposal, and then the man introduced himself as Tang Jiangfeng, who runs 3 well-known pharmaceutical companies. Tang stated that if he took on the development of the source, the product would be the best on the market, and all he needed from Master Chen was to provide the development method. Our hero remained silent when Tan offered 30% of the profits, and then the man agreed to raise the rate to 40%. Tan's cunning plan was to bring our hero into the company, force him to reveal the formula for producing magical water, and then kick him out. Chen asked how the Tang family differed from the Zheng and Wei families, and the man admitted that his family was not much different from the others. The protagonist asked what status a man had in his family and whether he had the right to vote. The man replied that he could not speak on behalf of his family, but he could guarantee that they would definitely provide all the resources to promote the water. Chen Fan threw up his hands and said that he didn't care, because Tang was building castles in the air when he was unsure of his status and identity. Our hero ordered the man to bring the head of the family to him, because even the head of the Wei family speaks to Master Chen as an equal, and Tang dares to talk to him about sharing the profits. Master Chen pointed at the door and told Mr. Tang to get out of his hotel room. After leaving the room, Tan was angry at the guy's arrogance, and our hero was outraged that the man considered him an idiot, demanding 70% of the profits. Suddenly, someone called our hero and told him good news because the guy smiled and said that it was wonderful. It turned out that the car with his mother and sister Anne would soon arrive in Sichuan province. He was happy because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A couple of days later, the main character finally saw his mother and sister on the street. The boy couldn't hide his joy. Chen couldn't hold back his tears because he again felt as if not even 500 years had passed, and all those years of waiting and longing had come to an end. Mom immediately started scolding her son because his aunt told her that the boy was trying to act like a real tyrant in the city. The son changed the subject and suggested that his mother spend the weekend as a family, something they hadn't done in a long time. For example, going to the Brazilian jungle or East Africa. The woman was angry because she needed to manage Jingshu, as her father's salary was too small to survive on. And Chen wasn't a good student, meaning he would need support in the future. The sister asked her mother to stop humiliating her brother because Chen Fan was well aware of the mistakes he had made. In his past life, Chen was irritated by his mother's lectures, but now everything was different, and his sister Anne was actually an adopted daughter, born to his mother's friend. As a child, our hero was a naughty child. He was constantly getting into trouble, and when his mother wanted to hit him, Anya always protected him. Many times, Anya was the only one who took care of him, lulled him to sleep, gave him pocket money from her savings. Later, when their mother passed away, Chen didn't know what to do, and Anne took over the management of the company on her fragile shoulders. The protagonist understood that throughout his life he had owed his parents a lot, but most of all he owed his sister, and asked why her brother was looking at her like that. And her angry mother immediately assumed that Chen had gotten into some kind of trouble and now wanted to ask his sister for help. Chen replied that he was looking at her because they hadn't seen each other for 6 months and complimented her. But his mother pulled his ear, saying that he was being impudent. At home, Chen took an apple and said that he would peel the fruit. The tired mother sat down and told the children to go for a walk while she and their father talked alone. Anne took her brother by the hand and asked him outside if he was really in trouble. Chen replied that he could easily solve any of his problems. The girl noticed a strong change in her brother, confidence in something mystical, and Chen Fan said that he had a gift for her. The surprised sister asked what kind of gift it was, and our hero presented her with a magical pendant made of natural stone. Grabbing, Chen Fan convinced his sister that the pendant was made of ordinary jade and therefore inexpensive, and placed the ornament on her neck. Anya noticed that as soon as she put on the pendant, her body felt as if it was warm, and her brother advised her to never take it off, because the jewelry brings peace and tranquility to her soul. The protagonist asked his sister to promise him that she could not remove the pendant under any circumstances, and the girl promised. Chen knew that the pendant was made of the finest jade, and he worked on the stone day and night to give it the strongest magical properties. The boy took out 2 more pendants and asked them to give them to his father and mother and say that they were New Year's gifts. He thought about Chen Kexing, his talented son with a nasty personality, who had fallen out with the Wang family and now wanted to prove something to her. The granddaughter approached her grandfather and asked why he didn't take a rest, since the third uncle and everyone else would arrive later. The old man asked her not to worry because he practices Tai Chi, and standing like this is nothing for him. And then he thought about his grandson, Chen Fan. The girl was angry when she heard him talk about Chen Fan because she thought he was a stubborn, cold, and unfeeling bastard. Our hero's parents, as well as himself and his sister Anya, came to their grandfather and joyfully greeted him. The first thing Grandpa Chen did was walk up to the main character and put his hand on his shoulder, saying how good it was that he was back. The old man became wary when he met his grandson, because he had the impression that he despised everyone else. At the family gathering, Chen thought that all generations of his family held various leadership positions and prospered, which is why his family was so famous. As he passed the sofa, the guy in glasses turned to our hero and asked if he wanted to join them. Chen Fan agreed. One of the cousins asked the guy why Aunt Yun didn't buy him an expensive car if she earned a couple of billion this year. It was Chen. The arrogant cousin said that Aunt Yun would have to spend some money, because judging by Chen Fan's grades, he would only be able to enter a community college. When Chen asked what would happen if he entered Jinlu University, his cousin replied that he would call him Big Brother if that happened. The cousin asked what would happen if our hero did not do it. Master Chen replied that then his brother could ask him for any wish. Chen Shu agreed to settle the bet and asked the boy not to forget his words. Cousin Chen Fan looked frowning because she thought about how arrogant our hero was, but she was sure that the guy would sooner or later face reality. The family began to eat dinner, and the old man suggested that they gather and hold a small meeting where they would sum up the results of this year. Grandpa first praised Zheng Xing, who would soon have a chance to become deputy mayor, and criticized Qianxing's performance. The woman stood up for Qianxing, saying that the company's shareholders were holding the man back, and looked at Xiaoyun with envy. The head of the family snorted and said that this time there would be no consequences for his son Qianxing, despite the poor results. Then the old man praised our hero's father, saying that he was showing good results. Kessen replied to his dad that he was trying. Zhengxing offered Kexing to transfer to Jinsu, since Xishui was a backward place, and in exchange he would support him for 3 years. Chen Fan interrupted his mother and stood up for his father, saying that it would be wiser to promote him to mayor of the city because he worked conscientiously, even though it was a small city. The other Keeson brothers tried to shut our hero up, because children are supposed to be silent when their elders speak, and mayor or governor is not a position for someone in a low position. Cousin Chen Shu said that our hero was going to enter Jinlu University, and in comparison, it would be easier for Uncle Kessen to become mayor. Grandma Chen told her son to talk some sense into his child, as his arrogant behavior was always getting him into trouble and was bringing shame on their family. The cousin asked if the bastard understood what happens to those who turn their noses up too high, to which Chen replied that he had nothing to talk about with ignoramuses. The old man thought that, unlike the others, he had a feeling that Chen Fan's arrogance was justified, but he didn't understand where the boy's confidence came from. The protagonist's father, Chen Kexing, looked at his son silently and stood up from the table, wanting to be alone. Chen Fan's mother consoled him by saying that her son's proposal had wiped the floor with the overfed group of bureaucrats who were slandering his father. When night came, our hero did not sleep. He trained in the fresh air, practicing martial arts. The grandfather noticed this and asked what kind of martial arts this was, since he had never seen anything like this before. The grandson replied that this was Zhenwu, and he could teach the old man the same. The old man refused and suggested they take a walk under the moon. During the walk, the grandfather told him about Chen Fan's father, who doesn't understand that in our world, it's much more important to be practical than to be frank and unyielding. Looking at the head of the family shared with his grandson that he was afraid that sometime after his death, the family would fall apart if control fell into the hands of our hero's uncles. The main character asked his grandfather why he was having such sad conversations, since he would live for many more years. The old man laughed and replied that he knew very well how much time he had left, and admitted that among Chen Fan's generation, he was the one he valued most. Hearing that, meanwhile, Chen Xiao from Jinling arrived for dinner. In Chen Fan's opinion, he was the most outstanding figure in his family's new generation. When Xiao approached the table, Shu asked our hero if he really wanted to take part in the banquet while his father was not yet the mayor of the city. The cousin became angry when Chen Fan smirked and told his brother that he was the one who decided where he should be, and that it was okay if he stayed in this wretched hall. Sister told them to stop, and in thought that every year at the Chen family banquet, each family invites their friends and acquaintances to show off their connections. Chen Fan said that even if his family had no connections, even if there were thousands of people here, they wouldn't be worth even one finger of his. The cousins were stunned by our hero's arrogance, but Shu grinned and replied that they would still see about that. Soon, the head of the family's younger brother arrived at the event, and everyone began exchanging greetings and pleasantries. Also attending the banquet were the company's board chairman Di Hao, director Jag, mint director Jingu, and other important people. Our hero's mother felt awkward because so many people had arrived, and they were all friends and acquaintances of other families, while only she and her husband were left like orphans. The cousin approached Chen Fan and asked if the boy now understood that having connections was important. Yu said that our hero said that thousands of people were not worth even one of his fingers, and Anne did not understand what the people from Chuzhou were doing here. Master Chen's uncle thought that the head of the Yan enterprise from Chuzhou had come for him, but the man was wrong. It turned out that the company director had come for our hero. He approached his desk and said that he had finally found him. Recognizing the man as Xiao Yan, he explained that he had obtained a lot of jade and sea stones for the boy with his own efforts, and the audience was shocked that someone had come for our hero. The protagonist asked Xiao Yan why he had come, and he, groveling before the master, replied that he wanted to pay him a personal visit. Our hero's uncle tried to stop Xiao Yan, asking him not to run so fast, and said that Chen Fan was behaving impolitely. The red-haired man asked the director to go into the large hall, which was required by his status, but Yan asked who he was and whether he could see that he was talking to Master Chen. The head of the Chen family's board of directors, taken aback, introduced himself, thinking that Yan had come to meet him. But Xiao snorted and walked past. Xiao Yan asked our hero if he minded if he greeted his parents. He waved his hand and allowed it. The uncle did not understand why this fat man came to his nephew and why he behaved so respectfully towards him. The frowning cousin couldn't understand what could connect a textile company with a real estate company. The guest did not understand why that director Yan came to the main character. Meanwhile, the fat man approached Chen Fan's father. Chen Kexing felt awkward when the company director knelt before him and asked for permission to pay him a visit. Kessin replied that Yan was honoring him too much, but the director said that compared to his family, he was nothing and presented him with a gift. Our hero's mother was stunned when the director handed her the gift, after which Xiao Yan apologized for disturbing them and said that he would not take up their time anymore. The shocked parents did not understand what had happened, and Chen Fan, seeing the director's behavior, decided that he no longer found this man offensive. Ms. Chen felt awkward when people started asking her to show the gift because she wasn't sure what was in the box. When the woman opened the box, her mouth dropped open in delight. She was pleasantly surprised by the gift from the company director. It was a green bracelet made of natural jaded worth 5 million. The famous Chun Manlu, recently sold at auction in Hong Kong. Yun felt awkward accepting such an expensive gift and offered to return it to her husband, but he replied that they would decide this later. The man grabbed his head, not understanding how it happened that he was not even aware of his son's capabilities and connections. The head of our hero's cousins had no idea why such a rich man needed their annual family banquet, that he came all the way from Jiangbei. When the cousins were sure that Jen had come to see the family's eldest brother, but only the cousin guessed that the director had come to see Chen Fan. The girl turned out to be right. Director Jen said that he came to congratulate Master Chen Fan, and not some general director. The red-haired man and the arrogant cousins grimaced when they heard that Director Jen had come to see our hero. Kuzena grabbed her head and sighed heavily, thinking that her intuition had never failed her before. Jen bowed before the protagonist, clasping his hands together, and said that he had come to congratulate Master Chen. Chen Fan invited the man to sit at his table. The boy thought that he would have to lay his cards on the table, admitting to the family that he was Master Chen. Cousin Shu, who was sitting next to him, gave up his seat to Jen, stood up and left, hiding his displeased face. Our hero's uncle asked if Jen had come to visit his nephew, and was shocked when he called Chen Fan a respected man and master. and asked Chen Fan what was going on. And Jen told him that Master Chen had been a great help to him, and he even felt tears welling up in his eyes as he recalled it. The boy's parents didn't understand what was going on, and his older uncle was perplexed as to why the millionaire was speaking so condescendingly to our hero. Also attending the event were Liu Guodong, director of the real estate company, Han Tiansheng, and Zhou Tanhao. The protagonist's cousin was shocked when he saw that Mr. Xu Ao, the CEO of Dongwan Company, also came to the banquet. Chen Fan's cousins were stunned as all four bosses bowed their heads to our hero and wondered, looking at her brother, if this was the same Chen Fan she had known all her life. Mr. Xu greeted the honorable head of Chen, and grandfather thanked him for his kindness and apologized for his discourtesy. Ao laughed and said that he couldn't help but visit Mr. Chen at his annual meeting, and then approached our hero's parents. All the bosses who came to greet Master Chen bowed their heads to his parents and wished them long life and prosperity. The protagonist's uncle was angry that Ao only shook their hands but was so respectful to Chen Fan's parents, and Kexing asked Ao not to show such respect since it was their first time meeting. Mama and Papa Chen looked at each other in bewilderment when Ao said that they had raised a great son who was known to everyone in Jiangbei. Auntie assumed that Mr. Xu was simply mistaken because their Chen Fan was just a poor student. She covered her mouth in fear when Ao told her to watch her words, and the bald boss said he would cripple her if she dared to say such a thing in Jiangbei. Cassin asked Ao to keep an eye on his subordinates, and Master Xu explained that Master Chen was highly respected throughout Jiangbei, so anyone who offended him would become their enemy. Zhu approached our hero's mother and introduced herself to her, saying that she was Mr. Ao's daughter and Chen Fan's classmate. The girl pulled a box out of her bag and asked the woman to accept this gift, which she had been saving up for from her pocket money for a whole year. The main character's mother opened her mouth in surprise when she opened a small box and saw an expensive watch inside. She thanked her for the gift, and the parents immediately thought that their son was dating this beautiful girl. The protagonist's father did not understand why Ao said that his son was a respected man throughout the province. Representatives and directors of the pharmaceutical company, trading enterprises, and joint stock companies also came to congratulate Chen Fan, but he did not even look at them. Then Cousin Xu remembered his cousin's words that even if there were thousands of people here, they wouldn't be worth even one of his fingers. Another cousin, angry at our hero, reminded himself that he was the outstanding heir of the Chen family, and therefore he was the father and future hope of this family. The eldest uncle also didn't understand how he could lose to some schoolgirl, being the foundation and support of the Chen family. Auntie Wang approached Xu Xiaoji and asked the girl to tell her honestly what was happening to her son. Xu told her aunt in secret that Chen Fan was now the most important figure in the province, and even the richest man, Chen Ronghu, could not compare to him. Mother was happy to hear that Chen Ronghua, who was her rival, was now less important than her son. Everyone noticed the car that arrived for the dinner party. They noticed the military pass and white license plates. The Chen family's subordinate reported to his master in a frightened voice, stuttering that Lord Wei himself had arrived, and everyone began to whisper. Everyone immediately began to discuss whether Master Wei from Jiangbei, the general who was known to absolutely everyone, had really arrived. The grandfather immediately ordered his eldest son to go meet the general. The uncle scratched the back of his head, not understanding since when such important people began to visit his family. The man was convinced that it was indeed Mr. Wei in front of him because he looked at his ID, and his granddaughter also came with him. Uncle Chen stated that Master Wei had done them a great honor by visiting them in person, but Master Wei simply walked past the man in silence. Mr. Wei approached our hero's table, bowed before him, and said that he had come to personally congratulate the guy. The red-haired man was shocked to hear this, as were our hero's parents, and Chen Fan dropped his cup on the floor in surprise. Cousin thought that she had underestimated that bastard Chen Fan, and Sister An couldn't quite believe that it was really her brother in front of her. Chen Fan accused Wei of deliberately scaring him, and his uncle asked the honorable guest to go to the reception hall. The next day, the action took place in the Chen family's inner residence, with its most important members gathered around the table. Grandfather Chen demanded that our hero try to explain to his loved ones what happened at yesterday's reception. Grandfather's sons were still in shock that yesterday, the generals, mayors, and all the most important people visited them to congratulate Master Chen. Kessin demanded that his son tell him what was going on. His mother stood up for him, and Chen Fan, sitting down in a chair, said that he had a proposal for them. Chen Fan proposed to hand over the position of head of the Chen family's board of directors to Ims Wang Xiaoyun, his biological mother. Everyone immediately raised their hands and agreed with this, without contradicting Master Chen. Only one of the uncles was against it. Grandfather immediately explained that from now on, the position of head of the family's board of directors would be transferred to Xiaoyun, which stunned Uncle. The woman thanked her father for this, and the main character, sitting in a haughty pose, allowed them to ask him any questions. The old man asked how his grandson personally knew Li Xiling from the Ministry of War, Master Wei, and other famous people. Chen said that Silent asked him for a favor. His uncle asked what it was, and our hero told him about the Masters of Internal Power. The protagonist admitted that in martial arts, a person who has reached the ascension stage may not be afraid of anything, and he is one of them. Grandfather shook his head and said that he was no longer surprised why Silent visited him, and his grandson mentioned that he had also cured Master Wei's illness. Chen asked his grandfather to examine him. He felt his pulse and realized that the heavenly gaze indicated that a tumor was progressing in the old man's body. The main character was very afraid for his grandfather. Having determined from his pulse that the old man was suffering from cancer, he wanted to ask him about it. But the head of the family himself revealed what he had long hidden from his family, shocking everyone by admitting that he had terminal cancer. The old man smiled, saying that he was glad that before he died, he saw what outstanding descendants his family had. And Chen declared that he could cure his illness. Chen Fan asked everyone to calm down and thought, first he would need to use the spirits from his source and spiritual pills, and then find a spiritual medicine. Soon our hero was already spending time in his own villa, and those passing by were discussing that this was Master Chen's mansion, and the white fog was a device protecting him. After the family meeting, he immediately began cultivating the body strengthening stage, after which he only needs to reach the Tao Essence level stage. To reach the final stage, he needed a lot of spiritual energy. To do it faster, he needed to find a spiritual beast. The boy didn't have the necessary ingredients in stock, and none of the families could help him, so he had to go looking for them himself. The protagonist summoned the spirit of the white dragon and fed it, scolding it for the fact that the baby growled all day long, giving the inhabitants of the foothills no peace. Chen stroked the dragon, admitting that it was using up more power than the boy was gathering, meaning he would have to gain a physical form and the freedom to leave the villa. Tushin, standing behind our hero, thought that the witch sect's body strengthening technique was very crude, and he liked the true body cultivation technique much more. The big guy asked the owner if he was going on a trip. Chen Fan grinned and replied that the guy would go with him. Already on the bus, the protagonist complained that it was impossible to pass the security checkpoints with Tushin because his entire body was filled with metal. A girl with glasses turned to them and introduced herself as Liao Xiaoqing. Noticing his companion, she assumed that the tall guy was playing basketball. The main character scratched his head awkwardly and replied that it was his cousin. He had a head injury, but he was a very good-natured guy. The girl said that she was a student at Chuzhou University and that they were going to Linzhou to have fun. Soon the bus arrived at the station and she woke up her friend. The friend took off her blindfold and asked Liao who she was talking to. She turned around and also greeted Chen Fan. In response, the main character smiled sweetly, and the girl stared at the passenger with disbelief. Liao asked the guy to ignore his indifferent friend. Chen thought that it was okay, because such beautiful girls could afford it. The girl asked Chen Fan what he was planning to do in Linzhou and whether he would like to accompany them on a walk. The guy smiled politely and apologized, saying that he needed to visit a friend in Linzhou, and then looked at Liao's strange friend with bewilderment. At the station, a fair-haired guy with a tattoo on his neck got on the bus, and someone inside greeted him, calling him Brother Wu. When Wu entered the bus, he immediately noticed a beautiful girl staring at her phone. He decided to approach her. The guy approached our hero and told him to find another place to sit closer to the girl. Chen asked if he was talking to him. Wu became angry, asking if Chen couldn't understand when he was being spoken to, and shouted at him to get out of there. The driver advised our hero to give up his seat to Wu. Chen Fan sighed heavily and agreed to do so. The guy praised Chen Fan when he stood up, but our hero said that he did not stand up to give him his seat. Wu stared at the protagonist in shock and became frightened, immediately admitting his mistake when Tushin also stood up. The cheeky, fair-haired boy began to yelp and scream for help when Tushin grabbed him by the collar and dragged him toward the exit. Tushin threw the guy out of the bus, and the driver advised Chen Fan not to mess with Wu, promising not to charge him if he left the vehicle now. The main character told the driver that everything was fine and returned to his seat. The beautiful girl looked at him, but immediately turned away. As the bus drove off, Chen Fan declared that his divine intuition was bothering him, and it seemed that they were being followed by several cars. The guy turned out to be right. A couple of cars blocked the bus's path. Thugs with machetes got out of them and began to accuse them of offending their brother Wu. Wu also got out of one of the cars and shouted for the one who threw him out of the bus to come out and meet his death. Liao started to get scared, but her friend Enzu asked her not to worry, and said that they were most likely on the border between the cities of Qingshui and Jiangzhou. The driver said that the soldier standing behind him was a real problem, because he was the one who controlled the border between the cities. Chen Fan thought he was laughing at him when the driver told him to get out, bow, and apologize to those guys, and Shui said that it was too late to regret now. She should have thought about it earlier, and a mysterious smile flashed on Chen Fan's face. Liao tried to stop the guy, because they might not accept his apology. Chen replied that everything was fine, because they were just a bunch of petty hooligans. Enshu said that if Chen asked her, she would certainly help solve this problem. But our hero simply walked past, angering her. The worried girl asked her friend to come up with something quickly. Enshu picked up the phone and agreed. Enshu thought that Chen was in trouble because of her, so she would have to call Uncle Wu. She called her uncle and told him that they had gotten into trouble when one of her friends had hit a soldier, and now the scoundrels had blocked their way. Understanding which warrior they were talking about, Uncle Wu replied that he would resolve the issue. While Chen and Tushin got off the bus, Enshu thanked her uncle for his help. But he replied that it was not worth it, because he could not let her sister down and not show concern for the girl. The girl asked her friend not to worry anymore, since everything was resolved, and then suggested that they go outside together and take a look. The main character and Tushin stood in front of a group of hooligans who blocked the bus's path. The warrior asked Chen Fan why he humiliated his friend. The protagonist asked what exactly he needed to explain. The soldier demanded payment for Wu's hospital bills as an apology, and the blonde man said that 100,000 would be enough. The soldiers thought that Chen Fan was joking with them, but Yen Shui intervened and asked the soldier master to end it there and disperse peacefully. Liao screamed that they were beasts when the hooligans also demanded that Engsu go with them for 2 nights so that they would forgive Chen Fan. Enshu asked the soldier what his decision would be. The soldier replied that Chen Fan should apologize and she should go with him and have a drink. The soldier thought that little Chen wanted to play with them when the boy said that Wu should apologize to him and pay 10 million, and then he would be forgiven. A gang of hooligans drew their machetes and surrounded our hero, preparing to attack Grandmaster Chen. Enraged, but the soldier had a hard time believing that the girl in front of him was acquainted with Mr. Wu, who had great authority in this area. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that Mr. Wu should call him then, and the girl replied that he would come here in person soon. Chen realized that this was the rebel from Jiangzhou that Junior Wei had spoken of. The scar-faced boy got out of the car and asked Shijun how he dared to blackmail Master Wu's guests. The soldier asked the purple-haired boy why Master Wu had sent him, a weakling, here instead of coming in person. The guy with the scar on his face replied that he didn't want to waste his time on useless squabbles, and the soldier allowed him to take these people. But the soldier did not let Chen Fan go, because it was not said that he was under Wu's protection. He demanded that Mr. Wu personally come here, otherwise our hero would be crippled. Lo asked her friend to think of something, but she didn't know what to do anymore because she decided that it wasn't so important that Mr. Wu came here in person. Smiling arrogantly, Chen asked Wu who he wanted to hear when the boy asked who else was going to stand up for him. The embittered soldier ordered our hero to first name this man, and then he would think whether he knew him or not. The soldier wanted to know about the boy's connections before sending him to his ancestors. And Engzu wondered if Chen Fan really knew someone reputable. The hooligans laughed, asking what kind of ugly name that was when our hero mentioned a certain Liu Godong. Only the military man immediately guessed that they were talking about Liu Godong from Qingshui, and then his guys immediately turned pale and fell silent. The soldier asked if Chen really knew this master. His guys didn't believe that such a scumbag could be acquainted with Liu Godong. Grinning, the protagonist picked up his phone, and a stunned Engshu asked if he really knew Master Liu. The soldier warned the boy that he would be dead if he deceived him. Meanwhile, Chen Fan made a call and returned back. But Wu and the others weren't impressed and asked if our hero really wanted to scare them by making some kind of call. The soldier tensed up when someone decided to call him at the wrong time, and he was scared when he looked at the screen and saw that it was Guantu Liu. The military guy immediately ran away, frantically answering the phone call from Master Liu himself. When he returned, he immediately apologized to Master Chen, and Wu received a slap from him when he suggested capturing this liar. He pushed Wu, telling him to fall on his knees and apologize to Chen. The boy apologized to Chen Fan and began to beg for mercy because the strong forgive the mistakes of the weak. The protagonist listened to them silently, and Tushin went forward, not wanting to forgive the fair-haired boy so easily. Tushin decided to step on Wu's foot. He screamed in pain, and the frightened soldier said that it was all Wu's fault, wanting not to become the big guy's next victim. Our hero said that it was a pity that he never met the master from Jiangzhou, and told the purple-haired guy to tell him that they would visit him soon. The protagonist, Tushan Liao and Engxiu, returned to the bus and drove on, leaving the young man with a scar on his face standing on the street. It was only after a minute that the purple-haired boy realized that he had just met Master Chen, who knew Wu Yanshu. Having got into the car, the guy decided that he needed to tell Mr. Wu about his meeting with the great master as soon as possible. Already on the bus, Yanshu asked what was so unusual about Guantu Liu that her family turned out to be less valuable in the squabble. Soon the Engshu warned that a true master existed and that he should say he knew the Liu family if he got into trouble again. But Chen replied that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't handle. The girl thought that the guy would become arrogant again. But our hero was ready to go on a trip to the city of Linzhou. It was usually calm here, but now Chen could run into trouble at any moment. This time, he decided to use combat techniques. He closed his eyes and put his palms together, releasing spiritual energy. With its help, he immediately identified the strange old man in the crowd. Chen Fan looked at the man, after which the old man with white hair immediately ran away, running around the corner. When the boys caught up with him, the frightened grandfather asked who they were and why they were following him, and Chen asked if he had noticed him after all. The protagonist explained that he followed the man because he wanted to ask him where the fights were held. The old man replied that he could trick the boys and asked what benefit he would get from it, after which Chen silently handed him a pill. Grandfather asked if this was really medicine and if Chen Fan had any more of these pills because one was not enough for him. The protagonist replied that if the old man could settle some matters for him, he would gladly give him a few more pills. The older man introduced himself as Xin Cho of the Xing clan, and he wanted to obtain pills for the clan's youth to use for tempering. Grandfather, having tried the pill, told our hero that the medicine he had given him was of the highest quality. This was nothing new to Master Chen. The old man said that there would be a meeting, which would also be attended by the Li clan, the best in the production of magical medicines. He intrigued our hero by saying that the Yao Shengu clan was even more incredible, because its founders had mastered the art of creating the elixir of immortality. The protagonist went to the building where the clan lived. He saw guards at the entrance and admitted that the thermal energy here was truly impressive. Xin Chao replied that this was not surprising because the Lu clan was known for its sharp wushu techniques, and they were exemplary teachers and guardians. Chen thought about the Lu clan because Angzhu had told him about it, and the guard had let the old man from the Xing clan through. The guards did not let our hero into the closed meeting. Chen said that he had come to attend a meeting of wushu masters. The old man watched this, wanting to test Chen Fan's self-control, and then Angzhu approached the guards, seeing our hero. Chen Fan smiled when he saw Angzhu and her friend Liao coming up to greet him. They asked why he was there, and Angzhu said that the guy probably already knew that coming to the meeting was a mistake. Angzhu asked the guards if their friend could come with them to the event, but they refused because the meeting was closed. The girl stated that her father, Lu Shixun, was from the clan, and the guards allowed the ladies to pass, but not our hero. A guy with long hair got out of an expensive sports car and asked Yenshui why she hadn't gone inside yet. The girl, blushing from the guy's beauty, replied that she had met a friend, and the young man said that first he needed to visit his grandparents and then chat with his friends. The guards bowed their heads respectfully to the young master as the long-haired boy walked past them. The old man said that it was a young gentleman from the Lu clan named Hexuan. They say he is a genius of wushu, although he is only 30 years old. The protagonist asked again if he could go to the meeting. The guard replied that he could, if he could shake the tripod. Tushin took on this task. He easily shook the tripod with his hand, and then the guards allowed the boys to pass. Before this, they had to introduce themselves. Tushan said his nickname, and our hero said that his name was Chen Beishuan from Chuzhou. Grandfather said that the meeting itself would last 2 weeks. First, they would discuss medications, and then there would be an exchange of experiences in martial arts. The old man said that ritual vessels, which are also used by wushu masters as additional tools for self-development, would also be discussed. Upon entering, Xinqiu explained that they would now discuss the limits of what was permitted in wushu techniques, as well as business. Some guy asked Jing why he brought guys who didn't look like wushu masters with him. The old man replied that they were Chen Beishuan and Tushin. Sun Fengzi stood up and, hearing that our hero was from Chuzhou, said that he had an acquaintance in that city named Guo Wei. Chen replied that they had met a couple of times, while Sun Fengzi began to doubt that Master Chen was here now. Our hero realized that no one suspected that Master Chen was him. Meanwhile, the Yao Shengu and Li clans asked to come over. The old man told Chen that the guy from the Li clan was nicknamed Needle and could cure any illness, but he had never met the girl from Gu. Hexuan welcomed everyone to this gathering of wushu masters. He introduced to the public Igloo from the Li clan and Lady Genie from the Yoang clan. The guests immediately began complaining about their health and asking for help. Our hero decided not to stand aside and stood among those selling medicine. Sun Fengzi asked Chen Fan if he had any medicine, and he replied that he had many suitable remedies that could energize the body. Having shown the pills, the boy convinced Sun Fengzi that this was a miraculous, powerful medicine, and then everyone crowded around our hero. The Lu clan's Needle approached the protagonist and asked to look at the pills. Chen Fan allowed him to smell the medicine. The sage from the Lu clan placed the pill in his palm and began to analyze its properties using his magical abilities. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and admitted that this was one of the best means that could fill the body with energy. Everyone surrounded Chen and started shouting, wanting to buy the pills that could make a fighter's internal and external energy field invulnerable. The stakes were rising, with someone already offering 500,000 for a pill, and Chen warned that the medicine was only effective if combined with muscle training. A strong, shaved-headed man wearing gold earrings stepped forward and shouted that he would pay $1 million for each pill, and no one dared raise the bid. The monk shouted, asking how many pills our hero had. He replied that he did not need money. He needed thousand-year-old ginseng and other valuable artifacts. The man was upset by this, and Needle said that his family had a few thousand-year-old medicines, but he could only exchange this family treasure for a pill recipe. The protagonist paused, thinking because he had already given the recipe for the pills to the military, meaning it was classified and would not be made public. Chen Fan admitted that he had already given the recipe to other people, which upset Igloo from the Lu clan. The boy asked if it was possible to pay with money, but Needle couldn't just hand over family treasures in the form of thousand-year-old medicines. Our hero said that he still had a prescription for another medicine and took a magical blue pill from the jug. The dumbfounded Needle asked what it was. Jingi from the Yaowengu clan also looked at the magic medicine with fascination. Chen explained that this small growth pill is capable of overcoming hundreds of diseases and even prolonging a person's life. Needle asked to let him look at the pill. He reached out and wrapped his fingers around the pill, which was emitting a bright blue light. The man was shocked when he recognized the sharp, familiar aroma. He immediately put the pill back, but the spiritual energy remained on his fingers. The dumbfounded Needle shouted, praising the rich smell of this medicine, which meant it was truly high quality. Needle asked Jingi to wait in line when the woman said that her clan also had many thousand-year-old medicines that she could give in exchange for the prescriptions. Chen Fan stated that he was not against giving them the recipes, but only he could prepare pills using them, since they did not have the ability to do so. Jingi asked if Chen Fan could teach them how to make medicine, and Hexuan acknowledged our hero as his teacher. The protagonist accepted them as his disciples, and Needle of the Lu clan invited the master to his home to hand over the thousand-year-old ginseng. The people from Yao Shengu tried to reach out to Chen Fan, saying that their clan also wanted to cooperate with him, and they could start planting seeds to create medicine. Hexuan, the Lu clan ruled Linzhou and controlled the province's underworld. The clan leader was very influential, and 5% of the profits was at least 1 billion. The Lu family's conditions were quite good, and Jingyi from the other clan knew that there was no one with such authority in her family. Hexuan, hoping that Chen would make the right choice, heard that our hero was not going to join anyone. He was only interested in obtaining the thousand-year-old ginseng. Trying to remain polite, Hexuan said that he respected our hero's choice, but let him know that he could always rely on the Lu clan. Needle, and after casting magic on them, Chen Fan thought that since he now knew where the thousand-year-old ginseng was, his coming was the right decision. Pleased with today's meeting, Chen Fan recalled the quote that a genius who performs miracles when faced with adversity acts according to the dictates of the heart. Old Man Xing and his friend were worried about our hero, thinking that the Lu clan would not leave the helpless boy alone. But Chen replied that he didn't care about them. When Chen asked how they found them, Xiao replied that she was worried because Chen Fan is very impulsive and rushes forward at the slightest provocation. Xiao was indignant when Liao blabbed that her friend was worried about our hero, and Chen Fan thought that they were good girls, even though they acted like they didn't care. The girl said that there are currently a lot of hostile people on the estate who have been attacking people since early morning. Liao said that she saw them start beating everyone without explanation, and Chen Fan reminded her that he was an outstanding mentor and a respected person. Xiao told the boy to stop bragging and said that he needed to leave the city that evening. She felt scared on Leo Street because it was very quiet here, even though it was a day off. Her friend asked her not to worry because she had walked here before and there weren't many people there then either. The main character grinned and said that it was probably so quiet here because they would have guests that evening. Chen Fan said that he remembered that he was Ding Pengba, a wushu fighter from Lingnan, and he praised the guy for his good memory, since they had only met that day. The protagonist invited Xing Laoer and Sun Fengzi to come as well, and since they were already here, they shouted, demanding that the guy give them his pills. All those who wanted to take the medicine from him appeared before Chen Fan. Among them was the monk from the Diamond Temple and Xing Chao. Lao, frightened, hid behind her friend's back, and Lu declared that this was her family's property, so they should leave immediately. Old Man Xing wasn't afraid of her, saying that her father Lu wasn't from the main branch of the clan, which meant he was simply useless, and the girl could be gotten rid of without any fear. Yin wasn't afraid of our hero, saying that he was just an ordinary weakling who carried medicine on him and who made the Li and Yao Shengu clans drool over them. The four men thought that it would be easy to take the medicine from Chen Fan, because this is the rule of Wushu, which states that weakness is a sin. The old man ordered that our hero be seized and taken to Lu's house, and he would take this girl with him, even if it was a crime against the Lu family. The monk declared that he only needed energy pills. Liao and Xiao were visibly frightened, not understanding who would come to their aid now. With an arrogant smirk, Chen Fan said that he was willing to listen to them carefully and did not expect that he would have to have a fistfight with them. Dean accused the boy of talking too much, rushed forward and launched his spinning dagger at our hero. Chen Fan ordered Tushin to protect him. The big man immediately fell to his knees so that the dagger would hit him and not the owner. The throwing knife simply bounced off the big guy without leaving a scratch on him. Dean was shocked. Because this weapon is capable of passing through a steel sheet, Ding decided that he should just retreat, and Old Man Xing decided to get rid of Tushin first so that Chen Fan would not be able to get out of it later. The girl was worried about Chen Fan, believing that he was not their rival. He asked her not to worry because Tushin would be able to deal with them. One of the villains charged his fist with a charge of magical electricity and hit Tushin, but the big guy again felt nothing. The guy's fist was shaking with pain. It was Tushin's turn to attack. He swung his hand slightly to hit the attacker. It was enough for Tushin to lightly hit the guy with his fist for him to cry out in pain, fly back and collapse on the asphalt. The big guy easily dealt with the villain, taking his life. Old Man Xing tensed up, watching Tushin's cruel method. Grandfather Xing released his profound energy to attack Tushin, but the big guy immediately disappeared from his sight. The old man jumped up, while Tushin jumped up to him in an instant. The big man's speed amazed the grandfather. Tushin grabbed one of the villains and dealt with him in one move. Everyone else was taken aback, watching the guy's incredible strength. Everyone was about to run away, but the monk, activating his power, said that Tushin's body was similar to the body of the Buddha from the Diamond Temple. The monk, increasing his muscles, said that he did not expect that besides him, there would be another rather strong master here. He decided to see which of the two was stronger and ran forward to attack Tushin, but he was already ready to fight back. As the monk approached, Tushin grabbed the bald-headed man and killed him with his bare hands, displaying all cruelty. The girls were frightened, and Old Man Xing fell to his knees and admitted his mistake, vowing that he would never do such a thing again. Sin bowed his head and declared that from now on, he would be devoted to him body and soul, and that he would never again believe his dirty thoughts. The elderly Chen Fan understood the benefit his grandfather wanted to gain, and Xing admitted his mistake and that he had done the wrong thing. The old man had already thought that he had escaped with an escape. But then Chen Fan began to wonder whether it was worth taking the man's life, since he had to pay with blood for insulting Chen Beishuan. The old man, hearing this, became frightened and tried to jump back. But Tushan was faster and grabbed the old man by the head. Afterwards, Tushan casually threw the villain straight onto the asphalt, and that was enough to deal with Xing. Xiao and her friend trembled in fear as they watched this. Tushan single-handedly got rid of everyone who wanted to steal his master's pills. Only Dean was saved. He had already fled. He did not understand where such a strong master came from, and watched from a tree everything that was happening. Suddenly, Ginny appeared in front of the guy. She asked Ding why he came here, and whether he was able to get what she asked for. Suddenly, Ding Pan fell to his knees. The guy screamed loudly in pain and grabbed his heart, complaining of pain in that area. Jing Ye immediately realized that it was a spell, but she was at a loss, as Chen Beishuan, an ordinary guy, could not possibly have attained such skill. Henlian, whose house was nearby, witnessed all these events, and the boy ordered his assistant to send people there to restore order. He decided that everything that happened needed to be kept a secret, and most importantly, they had underestimated Master Chen, who needed to be avoided from now on. After throwing away Ding's throwing knife, Chen Fan admitted that he had used the heart-smiting mantra to get rid of her. Sai was worried that the police might find out about all this. Chen Fan asked the girls to leave because someone else would help him sort this out. Henlian was furious after what happened. He said that what happened should be reported to the head of the Lu clan. The protagonist and Tushan visited the Lu clan's villa, and everyone present looked at them with delight and admiration. The clan leader greeted Mr. Chen and apologized for their initial lack of courtesy, and allowed the boy and Tushan to stay in the lake house. Xiao was upset. She couldn't hold back her tears, thinking that her father was from a collateral family and was deprived of power, and therefore she could only obey the orders of the head. The clan leader bowed before our hero, offering him rest and entertainment. Chen Fan thanked his grandfather for his concern. Grandfather scolded his granddaughter for not greeting Mr. Chen and Master Tushan, and the sad girl approached our hero. The girl was frightened when the head of the clan announced that she would now accompany the guests during the meeting, because they already knew each other. Chen asked the beauty what was wrong. She admitted that she felt weak after yesterday, and asked why Tongshan, a fierce fighter, obeyed him. The protagonist said that one wushu teacher sent Tushan to him, and he is just his puppet, and asked if Xiao believed him. The girl smiled and said that she believed him, which surprised the guy, but she felt awkward about having to spend all her time with Chen Fan. Xiao admitted that her parents have no power, and she has nothing but her looks, and most likely they will want to marry her off to our hero. Chen Fan promised that she would be happy and provided for all her life, but Xiao replied that this was impossible and that she really could not marry him. The girl asked if the guy was in love with her. He laughed when he heard this question, and she suggested changing the subject and helping him lay out his goods. The boy said that they could find out more about Chen, but the old man asked him not to rush, saying that he had already sent a man to Chuzhou to investigate. Grandfather put his hand on Hexuan's shoulder and said that his task was to deal with the top brass of Neijing as soon as possible. While Tushin and Xiao helped Chen Fan arrange the goods, our hero set a goal for today: to sell as many medicines and magical items as possible. While Chen Fan was dreaming of getting his hands on the magical ingredients, the first customer arrived and announced that he was buying all the energy pills. The big guy casually threw down a suitcase filled with bundles of dollars, but the main character didn't pay any attention to it. Enraged, he shouted, asking if Chen couldn't hear him, but his assistant tried to stop him, telling him that this Chen had gotten rid of all the masters who had attacked him. He advised him not to irritate Chen Fan, or better yet not to interfere at all. And then the red-haired big guy shut up. The man cleared his throat and said that he didn't have the ancient medicine, but he did have something interesting, and then Chen Fan paid attention to him. The big guy, Chen Fan, noticed the strong concentration of spiritual power and began to analyze this statue, seeing how it was created. Suddenly, the guy found himself in another dimension. Now the statue was thousands of times bigger than him. Everyone bowed before it. The bird with shining golden eyes looked angrily at our hero, thinking that he was a heretic, because Chen Fan did not bow down. The protagonist used a bone whip and the cleave technique to attack the giant bird deity. It only took one blow for Grandmaster Chen to subdue the giant with his bone whip made from the spine of an evil snake. When he did this, the guy returned to the previous reality again. In front of him stood the client, holding in his hand a statue that had already lost its divine glow. Chen realized that he would have to work hard to use this figurine properly, and the client, smiling ingratiatingly, asked how he liked his artifact. The protagonist pleased him by saying that the statuette suited him, and in return threw a jug with 50 energy pills at him. After tasting their aroma, the man said that it was a high-quality product, thanked Chen Fan and wanted to leave, but was stopped. Our hero promised to give him another bottle of pills if the man told him everything he knew about the statue, and he happily agreed. From the story, Chen learned that before him was the ancient Egyptian deity, Horus, an eagle with a human body who helps transform the spiritual power of followers into divine power. The master concluded that there could be powerful opponents on this land, as he felt the crude ancient energy emanating from the statuette. When the Wushu master's meeting concluded, the young man decided to immediately take the potions from the Yaoshenggu and Li clans and stop his asceticism. Other customers began to show Chen Fan their jewelry. The guy shook his head, unwilling to accept simple gemstones and ritual vessels. Chen Fan thought that the customer's jewelry was mostly unremarkable, but some might have absorbed some spiritual energy. Jingyi showed him a strange thing and asked him what he thought of it. The others were shocked to see in front of them a lei zima that only practitioners can use. Our hero recognized the item as a broken branch of a sacred tree, and decided that this artifact might be useful to him, even though the lightning had left no spiritual energy in it. However, he refused the branch, even when Jingyi said that it was a gift to a gifted young master from her Yaoshenggu clan. The girl knew that her Yaoshenggu clan towered over everyone, and there was no one who could refuse them. Our hero was not so simple. Chen politely declined the jewel, knowing that when the time came, he would still rob the Yaoshenggu clan clean in one go. Everyone was stunned when the leader of the Yaoshenggu clan, a man with long blue hair, personally arrived at the event. The guests at the event were amazed that the Yaoshenggu clan leader's energy was accumulated to the limit, and a cloud of lightning hung above him. Everyone thought Chen Fan was in trouble because, after refusing to accept the gift, the Yaoshenggu clan seemed to have decided to resolve the matter by force. The clan leader approached our hero and asked if it was really Chen Beishuan in front of him. The guy confirmed his suspicions. The man admitted that he knew Chen was selling pills and said that he was the clan's greatest asset, as he knew how to obtain potions and identify practitioners. The others didn't believe it when the clan leader said that Chen Fan was making the medicine himself, since our hero was still too young. Smiling mysteriously, Chen asked if it was true that the clan leader was their greatest asset. The man sighed and replied that being a cultivator was not easy. The clan leader tried to politely persuade our hero to give him the pill recipes, and then shouted that otherwise the boy would become his enemy. He shouted that according to the clan's rules, practitioners who possessed the knowledge of preparing medicines must be captured and killed. Chen Fan and Tushin were not afraid of the old man's words. Our hero looked at him from under his brows and asked if the man was really going to kill him. Jingyi smiled and said that her clan had only sincere intentions, and if Chen passed on the recipes to them, he could become a servant of their organization. The protagonist replied that if their clan had presented him with a 1,000-year-old plant, perhaps he would have been so kind as to show them some pills. Everyone was shocked that our hero went against the king of Panacea himself and refused to become the prince of the Yaoshenggu clan in order to serve the Superman. The leader shouted, accusing the guy of being reckless and saying that all he could do was arrest Chen Fan. And the guy asked if he really wanted to fight here. Tushin stood up for his master and entered the arena in front of the Yaoshenggu clan leader to fight him using magic. The man laughed madly, asking Chen Fan that he was being arrested for good reason and that he could not rely on Tushin. The protagonist wondered if Elder Chi really had some kind of ace up his sleeve, and then the one the deputy had spoken of entered the arena. Everyone became wary upon hearing the terrifying sounds. Someone had arrived who was certainly no less powerful than Master Tushin. It was a shaved-headed man, a monk of the Diamond Temple, whose steps left dents in the asphalt with his shoes. The master of the Diamond Temple told Chen Fan that he heard that his disciple Chatuli had been killed by our hero, and the boy asked what he wanted from him. A monk with large beads around his neck shouted that any murderer must pay for his crime by taking his own life. He stood up for his student when Chen said that Chatuli also took people's lives, and our hero called the monks small bugs. Tushin was ready to pounce on the bald-headed monk. He jumped forward, swinging his steel-filled fist. The monk of Jingyi was stunned to see that Tushin was much stronger than the monk, because the bald man immediately flew back, destroying the wall. Master Hengtian was defeated, clan leader Qi and Jingyi screamed, afraid for the man, but the monk found the strength to get up and continue fighting. He was no longer as bored as he had been with those weaklings from Neijing. Chen realized that there were still strength training methods in this world that could not be underestimated, and the monk might have reached his limit. The shaved-headed man rushed forward to pounce on Tushin again, but was then thrown back by the big man's fiery fist. The people who watched this trembled with fear. They doubted that Tushin was even human, seeing his speed and strength. The entire wall was dented, and one of the Lu clan shouted that it would have to be rebuilt, and Chen Fan asked if the monk was going to grab him. Leader Qi, smiling maliciously, told Chen Beishuan that he was celebrating too early and called Brother Sun to not stand aside. A huge man surrounded by flames appeared before them. He was not going to lose for the sake of the leader. The level of his abilities was at an uncontrollable level. Another hooded guy came to the battle arena. He said that he had come to test the abilities of our hero. Standing behind Chen Fan, he stated that if the boy had voluntarily given up the recipes, he might have survived. Laughing evilly, the leader of the Yaoshan clan warned the protagonist that otherwise he would have to die. Henlian, smiling politely, told our hero that if he gave the recipes to the Lu clan, they would accept him. The guy realized that they all came to take the recipes from him, and he accused them of being overconfident, since they were sure that they could grab him. Leader Qi said that it was obvious that they would win, and Chen Fan wouldn't have come here without Tushin, so he would speak differently when he wasn't around. Jingye admitted that she wanted everything to be peaceful and wondered if Chen Fan had any kind of trump card, since he continued to persist. The two opponents surrounded Tushin and were about to attack him. Chen Fan shouted for Tushin to release his profound strength. Headmaster Lu and Henglian were chatting on the sidelines when the boy said that he had never seen the old man fight, and Henglian replied that when he saw him, he would understand who was truly invincible. The three clan minions had already surrounded Tushin, preparing to attack the big guy, who was still inactive. The guy, he was shocked to see that the full force blow did not leave a wound on him, and decided to try even harder. Tushin cried out, finding himself in a weak position. Leader Qi and Jingyi suggested that Chen Fan should already surrender and admit his defeat. The entire audience was sure that our hero was defeated, but Chen Fan smiled and asked them who said that he had lost. The guy glanced sideways at Tushin and wondered if his fighter was really that weak, while the big guy was screaming loudly and enduring all the blows. But, having released his inner strength, the image of a giant tiger appeared above Tushin, and he used the claws of a devilish tiger against his opponents. The hooded guy screamed in pain. The big guy with red hair jumped up to fight back against Tushin. The monk realized that he couldn't dodge it. All he could do was try to defend himself from its claws, but nothing worked. Everyone was terrified. Realizing that the end was near, Tushin, using the claws of the devil tiger, dealt with the second opponent. Henlian and Mr. Lu shouted that it was impossible. Leader Qi was afraid for the temple servant, and Jingyi admitted that it was a mistake. Tushin, meanwhile, did not stop raging. He growled loudly, and then looked warily to the side. He saw a large man with red hair who was ready to pounce on him using a fist charged with fiery energy. The tough guy was forced to jump back when the attack failed. He shouted at Qi, indignant that he had not yet gone on the attack. Then the leader of the Yaoshan clan took out a magical artifact, a golden bell that emitted a bright light. Jingyi, the girl, protected herself with a magical dome as the spirit of the devil tiger filled the entire room with streaks of energy, but her dome cracked. The clan leader's ritual object exploded and turned on him, wounding the man, who collapsed to the floor. Unable to understand how this could have happened, the big man with red hair also panicked. He screamed, asking what those sounds were and why his body wasn't moving. He tried to force himself to move as Tushin and his devil tiger got closer, but he couldn't dodge. When the boy was seriously injured, Chen asked Hexuan if he still wanted our hero to be part of their family. Chief Lu admitted that his clan had made a mistake and that they were now more vulnerable than ever. But Chen Fan saw that they were ready to attack him at any moment. The tensing, Hexuan panicked when Tushin rushed forward to attack him. He knew that he was much weaker than this big guy. The head of Lu was ready to join the battle. An elderly man with a long beard shouted that they would fight to the death. Instead of Hexuan, Tushin decided to attack the head of the Lu clan. Still using the claws of the devil tiger, he approached the old man. Tushin attempted to attack, but the clan leader blocked his blow, pushing the boy away with his hand. Mr. Lu's strength was impressive, as it left a dent in the guy's steel chest and sent him flying back. Everyone looked with delight at the appearance of the clan leader. Hexuan greeted the wushu master, Lu Tianfeng, with admiration. Xiao asked what would happen to her now that Chen Fan was defeated. The woman replied that they would take the pill recipe from him and then find a better pair for the girl. The girl understood that defeating the master would not be easy. The woman replied that the head had already taken personal command, so he would forcibly take the recipe if there was a chance. Xiao panicked and screamed for her sister to let her pass when she heard that the clan was going to take the boy's life. But she stopped her. Yanwu's sister tried to explain to her that this was the decision of their entire family, so they would have to obey, because they were part of it. Yan asked why Xiao called him Chen Fan, and then everything came together in her mind, and she realized that he was Master Chen from Zhangbei. The woman ran to stop the clan leader because he shouldn't fight Master Chen, because she knew how strong he was. Sister Yan realized that Chen Fan and Chen Beixuan were the same person, meaning he might be a martial arts practitioner. The clan leader, appearing before our hero, first scolded Hexuan and grandfather Tianlong, saying that they had made a big mistake. He smiled, asking why they needed any help if they needed the recipes, since they could get them anyway without needing other clans. Chen smirked and asked if he really had to hand this recipe to them on a silver platter. The leader got angry and tried to hit him, because children should be silent when adults speak. Tushin covered his master with his back in time, so the headman's blow landed on his shoulder, but the guy didn't receive a scratch. The head of the Lu clan admitted that Tushin's strength was incredible, but there was one thing, and the enraged big guy was already ready to counterattack. Enveloping the tiger Tushin in magical power, the leader declared that anyone who has not yet met a true practitioner will never understand what true strength is. The old man with the long beard concentrated a sphere of spiritual energy in his palm and launched it at Tushin, causing him to fall, destroying the wall with his body. The leader stated that being a cultivator meant having a strength that no one would want to match. And upon seeing Tushin's growl, he said that it was childish babble. Whirlwinds of spiritual energy enveloped the elderly practitioner from head to toe, and he stared intently at his opponent. The old man turned into a solid cocoon of energy. Tushin, using the devilish claws of the tiger, tried to destroy it. Jingyi, watching this, said that the Lu clan's cloud hand could be flexible and rigid. Only this time the loops were intertwined. The girl praised her mentor for his incredible strength and wondered if the head of the Yaoshengu clan would be able to defeat him. The clan leader shook off his hand and told Tushin that he would now find out how powerful martial arts practices could be. The old man with a long beard looked at the protagonist with arrogance and called him just a small fry. Chen Fan silently looked at the leader. Everyone kept saying that Chen Fan was trapped, and all he could do was give up. But our hero smiled madly and asked if the leader really called this nonsense the power of a practitioner. Everyone shouted that Chen Fan was dead and that the mentor would not forgive him for this, and the leader really had no intention of sparing the guy. The clan leader waved his hand, trying to attack our hero, but Chen Fan didn't even move, feeling no fear in front of him. Hexuan was in anticipation. He wanted to see how Chen Fan's blood would be shed for the sake of the Lu clan's greatness for humiliating him. Sister Yan finally came running and shouted, warning the clan leader to be careful, because it was Chen from Zhangbei. It was too late to react, because the protagonist had already rushed forward, preparing his fist to attack the leader. The public didn't understand what was happening when they saw our hero's true fighting abilities. The Lu clan chief tried to defend himself from Chen Fan's attack with a snow-white flash of spiritual energy, and he visibly tensed up. But the protagonist's fist easily pierced this defense, and then, panicking, the old man decided that he needed to retreat. However, Chen Fan's fist was faster than Chief Lu's, and all the temple servants were afraid for their leader, seeing that he was losing. A moment later, Chen Fan's fist collided with the clan leader's face, as the old man was unable to escape in time. The young man's blow was so powerful that the head flew back and landed on the ground with a crash, raising a cloud of dust underneath it. The winner walked proudly through the hall. Everyone stared at him in shock, their mouths open in shock after he defeated their leader. When Chen Fan approached the fallen leader, he asked the old man who said that he was the only practitioner. The Lu clan chief finally realized that this was Master Chen from Zhangbei province, and he admitted to himself that he had been too arrogant. Meanwhile, the main character, his fiery gaze flashing, swung his fist charged with incredible force once again. At the last moment, the old man managed to defend himself, but he still understood that the guy's strength far exceeded that of his previous opponent. Panicked, he didn't understand why the boy was so strong. He didn't want to fight him anymore. and wondered if this was really Henlian's teacher. The Wu clan's cloud hand turned into thousands of entwining threads. Everyone was curious about what would happen next and whether Wu clan chief Chen Fan would win. But our hero grinned. Confident in his victory, he spread his arms to the sides, and they were adorned with golden wings. The spirit of a giant bird appeared behind him. The guy decided to use the second of the 30 wushu styles, the heavy cloud hand. The head of the Lu clan, who was also a wushu fighter, shouted, asking what kind of technique it was. Chen laughed and suggested they have some fun, and the old man saw that the boy's spiritual power had spread throughout the entire space and had reached terrifying proportions. The protagonist suggested that he try to reflect his heavenly hammer. The grandfather understood that he would be blown to pieces if he did not do it. A loud explosion echoed as Grandmaster Chen, using his supernatural powers, launched a heavenly hammer at the old man. Using his spiritual power, the old man quickly jumped back as Chen Fan, smiling madly, tried to hit him with a heavenly hammer. The Lu clan chief tensed up even more as Master Chen shouted, chanting to cut down the mountains and rivers. Chen hadn't had this much fun in a long time. If he had been careless, he could have completely destroyed the old man with his fiery eye, and the leader would have thought that he was just a monster. The spectators, trembling with fear, doubted that they were human beings. They looked like higher beings who had gone mad. Head Li and Jingyi were terrified by the wild beast in the form of our hero. Head Lu was also terrified, because Chen Fan had seriously wounded him with one blow. Grabbing the old man by the hand, the protagonist said that he had finally caught him. The leader panicked, but our hero did not stop smiling slyly in his face. Using his powerful firepower, he sent the old man flying up to a great height. After the guy walked up and continued kicking his defeated opponent, wanting to have even more fun by mocking him. When he had enough, he walked away. The smoke cleared, and the defeated clan leader appeared before the public. No longer having the strength to fight, the protagonist looked down at the beaten old man and asked if he was giving up, but he could only cough loudly in response. Chen Fan warned the old man that he would die if he decided to surrender, and the other clan members became afraid for their leader. Our hero struck the head of the Lu clan once more, after which the old man collapsed to the ground again after trying to get to his feet. Everyone but the Lu clan members started shouting for the leader and our hero to stop. Chen looked at them, asking if they were seeking death. He raised his hand, charged with spiritual power, and declared that in that case he was at their disposal. The long-haired boy was frightened when he saw Chen Fan get rid of his elderly mentor with one blow. The head in front of him, the man saw a young, weak, and trusting guy who did not look like he could take the lives of practitioners. One of the old men shouted, asking our hero if he would stop even if he destroyed their entire clan. The entire audience was terrified by Chen Fan's power. Chen Fan asked if they thought he couldn't wipe out their worthless clans if they were thinking of revenge. Grandfather Tai, on behalf of the clan, acknowledged their defeat and refused to fight Chen Fan. Everyone understood that our hero looked at them as insects. The protagonist asked what about the others. The Diamond Temple had surrendered. The Xingyi Men's School had too. Only Yao Shenggu and Li remained. The leader of the Li clan acknowledged Chen Fan's strength, but he said that the leader of Yao Shenggu was a strong man, and it would be better for the guy to make peace with him. Chen Fan smiled and offered them peace, then immediately gestured with his fingers to attack. And then Qi used the Sphere of Courage. A man with long blue hair, surrounding himself with a protective wall, shouted that our hero had crossed all boundaries. Chen asked if he really thought he could defend himself with this, and immediately destroyed the man's courage sphere. Jingyi was afraid for Elder Qi, and our hero asked if there were still those who refused to surrender and submit to him. The remaining members of the Lu clan lowered their heads. They knew that many of their family members were already dead, and Chen Fan would definitely make them suffer even more. 3 days later, Xiao went out into the street. Passers-by gossiped that she was Chen Fan's girlfriend. Her position in the family had risen significantly, but the girl didn't know whether she should be sad or happy after the Lu clan lost many martial arts masters. When Xiao returned to the mansion, her subordinates lined up in 2 rows and bowed their heads before her. Chen Fan and other clan members were already sitting in the living room. The guy asked the girl to come to him. She agreed. The head of Gu praised our hero's girlfriend, saying that she was a real heroine, talented and beautiful, and he replied that he already knew that. She said the men sitting in the living room stood up and walked towards the exit, and Xiao could finally share her feelings. She said that his attitude towards her had changed dramatically and asked why Chen Fan had been lying for 3 days that she was his girlfriend. Chen Fan explained that he did this so that she would be prosperous and happy, and when the entire Lu clan was at her feet, she would be able to find herself a new boyfriend. But Xiao thought how someone who had seen the sea could be surprised by a stream, and that she would hardly be able to look at others now that she had met our hero. Meanwhile, Baixing was training. His sister praised him. Very soon he will get back to normal, and it will be possible to begin combat training. For the old man, Baixing was the last hope. The girl was angry that the injury was because of Chen Fan, but the grandfather told her not to insult the masters. The girl suggested that Chen Fan might be Master Henglian, and the old man closed his eyes and wondered if they could be different people. Suddenly, Moshan received a call, and when he picked up the phone, the elderly man heard news that left him in shock. The girl tried to find out from Mentor Mo what had happened, but the old man was in a stupor and did not answer her. He shocked the boys by telling them that Chen Fan was currently at a meeting of Wushu masters and that he had killed the head of the Lu clan. Bai Sheng was very angry when he heard this news. He walked away. His sister tried to stop him, but the teacher told her to leave him. Mo declared that the end was near, and if Chen retreated, the only thing left to do was spy on him. And the girl asked if Chen Beishuan was really a master. She found the old man admitted that his thirst for revenge would only lead to unrest within the clans. He would never be able to surpass our hero, who had taken the life of a master with many years of experience. The following action took place in Canada, on Great Bear Lake, where a gray-haired old man spent his time alone. An elderly man was peacefully fishing in an ice hole when his peace was interrupted by the roar of an approaching helicopter. The strong blonde hit himself in the chest and greeted the teacher, but he only grunted in response without turning around. The boy saw that the teacher's spiritual strength was already at its limit, and that Lei would soon reach the level of an immortal, but the old man replied that this was still a long way off. According to the teacher, one who desires immortality cannot rely only on the body and energy. To achieve this, one must wholeheartedly desire to compress it to the state of emptiness. Lei asked why he was looking for him. The boy reported that Master Lin Hu had passed away, but the old man was not impressed by this news. The teacher was only interested in the fact that his mentor had been killed by a 17-year-old boy, and he learned that it was Chen Beishuan. Hearing that Lu Tianfeng had also died at the hands of this young man who had achieved perfection, the old man broke the thread in his hand in anger. The blonde man was upset that Lei had broken the silk thread he had kept for so long, but the old man explained that he and Lu were rivals, but he would never have taken his life anyway. Lei stood up and said that masters are like dragons. They are very easy to lose to and difficult to kill, and it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. The old man stepped onto the ice, emitting his inner energy, and declared that today he would take the master's life without even having to break a sweat. The blonde was stunned to see the terrifying power that Lei was emitting, concentrated pure energy. Lei stated that 10 years ago he had melted chi energy into a silk thread, and now it had turned into a whole net that could catch and bind a dragon. The student bowed before him, saying that his wushu was as skillful as a god's, and the old man declared that they were returning to China to meet Chen Fan. The blonde was triumphant. 17 years after his teacher's defeat, he was returning to China again, which meant things would be tough for Che Beishuan and Ye Nantian. Yan reported to Chen Fan that the Diamond Temple had given him a secret technique, but it didn't impress the guy, but he liked the 500-year-old medicine from the Qingtengli clan. The girl reported that Sun Wudi wanted to apologize, but Chen refused to accept it, and the Lingnian clan gave the guy a cruise liner. Jingyi came and said that the guy already had one liner, because someone gave him a young model with a good figure. Yan asked her to be quiet. Jingyi had to obey, because she couldn't escape. Our hero was holding her hostage. The girl looked at Jingyi with irritation when she asked if this was really his way of courting her, keeping her to himself. Chen didn't answer and suggested that they end it there, as they needed to focus on more important matters, and Yan asked if he was really planning to leave. Jingyi was indignant when Chen Fan told her to take him to Yao Shenggu to retrieve all their ancient medicinal herbs. Screaming, she asked what he would do if he did not take him there. The guy warned that everyone in her own clan would be washed in blood because of her. The girl, clenching her teeth in anger, didn't know what to answer the guy, and the main character asked if she thought he was joking. She had to agree. She believed that he was capable of such a thing. So soon they went to her clan's estate by train. Jingyi, perplexed, asked why the boy left the Lu clan without even taking money. Chen Fan called her thoughts superficial. Chen was angry that a girl who thought money was more important than 1,000-year-old plants was acting so arrogantly. Our hero decided to test the Lu clan's endurance and order his loyal assistant Tushin to stop keeping an eye on them. Upon arrival, the taxi drivers began pestering the boys, offering their services, but became scared when they saw that Tushin was with them. Chen asked how long it would take to get from here to Yao Shenggu. Jingyi replied that after a couple of trips in a mountain village, it would take 3 days to walk through the mountains. The girl explained that if they hadn't hidden so far away, their gates would have been torn down by people wanting to get the medicine, and she became angry when Chen said that he was one of them. When they got into the car that would take them to the mountain village, the girl finally agreed to tell him about the situation in their clan. She said that Yao Shenggu is an ancient sect that uses a tripod to make the elixir of immortality. Chen asked if they really had that many followers, and when she started to evade him, he became angry, accusing her of wasting his time. Jingyi screamed that he was driving her crazy and turned away, and our hero took out a branch of the spiritual tree that could temper him and help him understand the hidden secrets. Soon, everyone stopped to have a snack at a roadside cafe. The waiter carefully served the food, and Chen Fan noticed the appearance of another customer. It was a wealthy-looking man with some girl who brought with him many bodyguards in black suits. The man walked inside and adjusted his glasses, looking at Jingi. He thought she looked great, and the sister told her brother not to look at girls. The bodyguard asked for a menu, and the rich man couldn't stop looking at Jingi because he liked that type the most. The rich man was delighted and replied that he was also going there. He asked if this lady was with him. Jingi indignantly replied that there was nothing between them. He admitted his mistake and said that he would drink the penalty glass, and then introduced himself as Zhong Yuntao and his sister, Zhu Ruohan. The man assumed that our hero was also going to Yaoshangu for medicine and suggested that they go together to keep each other company. Jingi thought that the rich man was mistaken because Chen was going to steal the medicine, and the sister scolded her brother for talking too much. The rich man apologized for his sister, saying that she had inherited the illness from her father and was very nervous, and her irritability could be off the charts. Chen asked what kind of illness their father had, and Yuntao said that it was most likely poisoning and that it might be a conspiracy by the people from Miaojiang. The protagonist replied that it was most likely a Chinese poison, and now it was no surprise to him that his sister was so wary. The rich man asked where our heroes were from and why they were going to Yaoshangu. Chen admitted that he was from Chuzhou and was about to tell them about Yaoshangu, but he was interrupted. Yuntao said that he knew a fat man from Chuzhou. Chen immediately realized that he was talking about Director Yan, and the rich man realized that the guy was really from that city. Looking at the brother and sister, Chen realized that they were indeed related, but one was soft and generous, while the other was as hard as a stone, and most likely Yuntao would become the heir to the family. Chen Fan said that they were leaving since they had already eaten, and Yuntao again suggested that they go to Yaoshangu together. Jingye happily agreed to go along as long as Chen Fan wasn't in her sight, and our hero irritably agreed. Soon, the whole company was walking along a mountain path, led by a man who, according to him, had already walked here many times. The guide said that rich people come here every year, but most return empty-handed, because having money is not enough. Sister Yuntao said that if 1 million was not enough, she was willing to pay 10 million, and if that was not enough, then a whole 100 million. The guide laughed, saying that 100 million was nothing, since Mrs. Zheng had recently arrived and been kicked out even with 1 billion, and Yuntao clearly knew this woman. The girl was stunned when she heard this story, and her brother realized that things were bad and it would be difficult to get the medicine. Chen didn't expect that people from the Zheng family would come to buy medicine, and Jingi smiled slyly because she was proud of her clan's position. Yuntao asked the guide what gifts he should give to the clan, and he proudly replied that the elders liked jasper products, medicinal ingredients, and ritual utensils. But then they asked why the guide had brought guests, since they were not currently accepting them. He replied that they had all come to pray for the elixir of immortality. The guy in black said he didn't want to argue with him anymore and asked our heroes if they had come to Yaoshangu for medicine. But, having looked at them carefully, he noticed that Jingi was standing among them, who, with her eyes closed, was trying to make the guy understand that this was not so. Yuntao introduced himself to the guy and said that he was from the Zhu family of Zhonghai, and that the other two were Mr. Chen and Lady Zhou. The guy introduced himself as Mengtian and shook the rich man's hand, then became wary and said that they had come at an inopportune moment, and the elders would be busy for the near future. When Yuntao started asking questions, Mengtian asked him not to, and Chen realized that news of Elder Qi's murder had reached the clan. Mengtian allowed them in and instructed them to be quiet and not to talk idle, and those who were rude to the instructors would be thrown into the gorge. Even our hero was impressed by the scale of the temple that appeared before them after they passed through the tunnel. Mengtian explained that inside, there was a hall of divine medicines, where elders and masters gathered to discuss the creation of the elixir of immortality. The boy asked Yuntao if he wanted to know who their leader was, and he said that if there was an elder who would lend them a helping hand, it would be their leader. Who got angry and asked the guy why he brought them despite the ban. He looked at the fat cats with disdain. The mentor stated that the elders were currently discussing an important matter, so the rich people would have to stay here for a couple of days if they wanted to get the medicine. He pointed at the crowd who were also waiting. Yuntao shouted that his poisoned father couldn't wait that long, but Hu couldn't help him. The rich man handed him a wad of money, but Hu made it clear that they didn't need the money since the Yaoshangu clan had untold wealth. When the mentor received a piece of jewelry from Yuntao as a gift, Hu said that the man was an honest man and would be able to complete the entire journey. Hu explained that according to the rules of Yaoengu, the elders will help a person if he is sincere and can bow all the way to the Hall of Divine Medicines. The brother and sister were shocked to see a 100-meter-long staircase in front of them, which they had to climb while bowing their foreheads. Yuntao fell to his knees and shouted that for his father's sake he would do this without any problem. The sister felt proud of her capable brother, and Hu knew that this rule was created to intimidate and show his respect for him. Chen intervened and asked why people had to go through such humiliation if they had come for a miserable medicine. He replied that this was the rule of his clan, and Chen Fan did not have the sincerity needed to obtain the medicine, and he would report this to the elders. Yuntao's sister was angry with our hero for butting in, and the other pilgrims couldn't understand why the guy was being rude to the elders, who should be respected. Chen asked who said he needed medicine. Hu asked why he came then, and Mingtian warned that they had many elders. Yuntao and his younger sister were shocked that our hero did not come here for the medicine. They did not understand why he came here. The protagonist shouted, introducing himself to them as Chen Beishuan from Chuzhou, who had come to visit the clan leader. Jingyi confirmed that it was him. The guy grabbed Mentor Hu by the shoulder and asked what he would do if Chen Fan was really asking for trouble. Hu collapsed to the ground, speechless as he tried to comprehend that he had just reprimanded a martial artist. Sister Yuntao didn't understand why Chen Fan had changed so quickly and why he was putting on airs, while a commotion broke out in the main hall.